Douluo 3, Xiaogang. Chapter 1, God Level Selection System. Ugh, my head hurts. Where is this? With a weak voice, Qiling woke up from the bed. He looked at the completely unfamiliar environment in front of him and carefully recalled what happened before. He felt that he was completely confused at this moment. He remembered that he seemed to be performing some special mission, and was surrounded by the enemy. In the end, he used a bomb to die with them. How could he appear here? You're awake, how do you feel? Just when Qiling was confused, a man walked over from outside the house and asked Qiling. He has a short beard and looks about 40 or 50 years old. He has a special temperament of laziness and decadence. Although the whole person is a bit slovenly, it is not difficult to tell that he should be a handsome man. Who are you? Why am I here? Qiling said very vigilantly. Don't be nervous, I picked you up from the forest outside 3 days ago, the man said. My name is Xiaogang. Others call me Master. You can also call me that. Master. Qiling raised an eyebrow, but did not relax his vigilance because the other party saved him. Thank you. I will definitely repay you if I have the opportunity in the future. With that said, Qiling wanted to get out of bed and leave here, but unexpectedly fell to the ground. Are you okay? Be careful and don't be anxious. Xiaogang stepped forward to help Qiling and put him on the bed. Your body hasn't recovered yet. You need to cultivate more. I happen to have some healing medicine here, so I'll give it to you first. Qiling almost didn't hear Xiaogang's words because he looked at his body and fell into deep thought. Whose are these little arms and legs? Whose is this thin body? Where are my thick arms that can run a horse? Where are your proud 8-pack abs? Then Qiling turned his head and saw himself in the mirror on the wall. I saw a little boy with black hair and black eyes sitting there, with a blank expression on his face, and a look of disbelief on his delicate face. I don't know how a 6-year-old child like you survived after suffering such serious injuries. Xiaogang's fading voice gradually confirmed Qiling's suspicion that he had actually become a 6-year-old child. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Moreover, this world seems to be different from what I know. Qiling frowned and thought. Besides, Xiaogang, why do I always feel that this name is so familiar? By the way, Xiaogang, isn't this the name of Tang San's teacher in Douluo continent? Qiling suddenly realized, I see, it seems that I have traveled to Douluo world. Although he has a special job, Qiling is actually also an avid novel and animation lover. This is his only leisure after work. Knowing that he had actually come to the world in the novel, Qiling became excited. After all, this was one of his dreams. After a while of groping, Qiling was able to master the movements of this body. He slowly walked out of the house and saw a completely unfamiliar world in front of him. Where is this place? Qiling asked in confusion. Oh, can you walk on the ground now? Xiaogang came over at this time. Looking at you, could it be that you suffered a blow to the head and lost your memory? Qiling nodded. This was the most convenient explanation at present. It was just the right time to ask Xiaogang where this place was. Under Xiaogang's introduction, Qiling quickly learned that this was a junior college for training soul masters, noting college. And Xiaogang can be regarded as a special teacher here. He does not teach, but has a special status. Martial spirit? It seems that this place does not belong to my original world. Qiling frowned. I really didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing as time travel would actually happen to me. I wonder if I will be matched with some weird system again. Ding dong. The host's vital signs are stable, and the God level selection system has been activated. Please select the host from the following options. After the selection is completed, the system will continue to run. Option 1, refuse to live in this world and travel again. Reward, time travel once. Option 2, live in the world of Douluo continent with a new identity, reward, innate soul power endowment. A strange sound came from Qiling's brain, which made him raise his eyebrows. Have you ever opened your mouth? Come on, whatever you say. Humph, I'm not afraid of death, but am I afraid of a world like yours? Qiling thought to himself as he looked at the two options given to him by the system. I'm just here to see what kind of world this is. Just treat it as a holiday for yourself. Ding dong. The host has chosen option 2 and received the reward, the innate soul power talent. Suddenly, Qiling felt a strange power suddenly fill his body. This kind of power is so amazing and powerful that Qiling even feels that his physical fitness is about to reach its peak at this time. Soul power is such a magical power. Qiling is feeling this magical power. His current state should be equal to the soul power of a level 10 soul warrior, but he has not yet awakened his martial soul. Interesting, I'm starting to be interested in this world. Qiling said with a smile, I wonder what my martial spirit will be. Chapter 2, Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Oh? You want to awaken your martial soul? Xiaogang couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Qiling's request. You have such strong soul power fluctuations, but you haven't awakened your martial soul yet. Although Xiaogang himself has a flaw in his innate martial soul and will never be able to break through level 30 in soul power, his experience in this life cannot be compared to anyone else. So he could tell at a glance that Qiling's soul power was surging, even more powerful than most soul masters who had obtained soul rings. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of the innate soul power, and having such a powerful soul power fluctuation but not awakening the martial soul yet further proves that Qiling is extremely talented. Xiaogang began to wonder what kind of peerless genius he had picked up. Qiling didn't have a better explanation for this. He couldn't say that his soul power was given by the system, so he could only explain it vaguely. Fortunately, Xiaogang was not someone who liked to get to the bottom of things. I see. In that case, you can go to the spirit hall in Nodding City to awaken your spirit there. Xiaogang said as he took out a waist tag from his body, you take this and go forward, they will let you test it. Xiaogang certainly didn't lie. Qiling took his belt and came to the Wuhan Hall in Nodding City, and got their high attention. After the guard at the door saw the badge, he rushed in to report with a little panic. And even almost fell down. Not long after, an old man in red and two young men, a man and a woman, received him. The old man in red took the token from Qiling's hand and seemed to be confirming its authenticity. After checking it, he immediately showed an enthusiastic expression to Qiling. It turns out that he was recommended by the master. He must have amazing talent. Sisi, please take him to awaken the martial spirit. The old man in red said. Then, the woman named Sisi brought Qiling to a room. In the center of the room, there was a table with a black base holding a transparent gemstone, which looked extremely valuable. This is the jade specially used by Wuhan Palace to awaken Wuhan. You only need to put your hand on this jade, and then let the soul master responsible for the awakening operate it, and the Wuhan can be awakened smoothly. Kid, don't be nervous, come on, put your hand on this awakening stone, sister will guide you to complete the awakening. Sisi said to Qiling in a gentle manner. She had a good impression of this handsome young man with an extraordinary appearance. But it is a pity that Qiling is not a shy little boy, but a straight man who has no friends. He looked at Sisi's nagging look and said directly, Auntie, can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. Auntie. Sisi suspected that she heard wrongly. With her beauty, she would actually be called Auntie? Kid, my sister is not an aunt, my sister is. Sisi still wanted to explain, but Qiling had already put her hands on the awakening time and ignored Sisi. Damn it, you nasty little devil! While mentally complaining, Sisi guided her soul power and began to awaken Qiling's martial soul. After all, his teacher is here, watching from the sidelines. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he has to continue working. But the next second, Cici's little dissatisfaction immediately disappeared without a trace, replaced by incomparable shock and fear. I saw that the originally transparent and flawless awakening stone actually bloomed with an extremely dazzling blood-red light. At the same time, the entire gem was gradually rendered into a red gem, as if ink had been dropped into the water. At the same time, a bloody evil aura rose into the sky, and an extremely ferocious demonic figure seemed to emerge in the air. On the extremely ugly head, there are 2 pairs of thick horns, and behind the muscular body, 2 pairs of huge black bat wings are slightly opened, as if the devil from hell has descended into the world. Although it was just a phantom, the terrifying aura it exuded so frightened the 3 people present that they did not dare to move. The old man in red trembled and said to himself, "Truly, in the name of God, is this, what is?" The only sober person at the scene was probably Qiling. He frowned slightly and said to the old man, "Hey, do you still have this kind of awakening stone here?" "Ah? Yes, yes." The old man in red said subconsciously. "If there is, then give it to me and use it. I feel like there is something else in my body." Qiling said. The old man in red was stunned. Qiling said that there was something in his body that had not come out. Could it be that there was another martial spirit in his body? Could he also be such a terrifying demon? Without time to think about it, the old man in red immediately said to the man, "Su Yun Tao, hurry up, go and get the spare awakening stone here." Su Yun Tao woke up from the surprise. Without any delay, he immediately came to Qiling with the spare awakening stone. Qiling stretched out his other hand and placed it on the awakening stone. The next moment, a majestic and world-defying momentum emanated from the awakening stone. The entire awakening stone exudes dazzling golden light, giving people the feeling of being unable to help but want to worship. And in the sky above the awakening stone, a fully realized phantom of the divine dragon appeared. The winding body is hovering in mid-air, and you can't see how long it is at all. You can only feel the supreme majesty from the shocking dragon head that cannot be criticized or disobeyed. The dragon and the devil dyed the whole room into a half-gold and half-red world, seeming to be fighting against each other. Everyone in the room felt as if they were being sucked into a huge whirlpool, and were in danger of being crushed to pieces at any time. This feeling lasted until Qiling took back his hand and the shadows of the demon and the dragon disappeared. The old man in red was panting heavily, as if he had just been fished out of the water. It made people feel as if he was going to die in the next second. Qiling looked at the few people, and he probably didn't have any extra energy to apply for the Soul Master certification for himself. "Thank you for helping me awaken my martial spirit. For other matters, I'd better visit you another day," Qiling said with regret. And just after Qiling left, the 2 awakening stones shattered into powder at the same time. Several people in the Wuhan Palace looked at each other. Even the awakening stone could not withstand the power. It was like a dream. "Quickly, report this child's matter to the headquarters of Wuhan Palace. This child is either a peerless genius or a peerless demon," the old man in red said with lingering fear. "This world will definitely change because of him." Chapter 3, Blood Demon Emperor and Dragon Emperor. After returning to Xiaogang's place again, Qiling told him the situation when he awakened his martial spirit. When he heard that Qiling was actually a rare twin martial soul, Xiaogang suddenly became interested. "Twin martial spirits? They are actually rare twin martial spirits? And they are 2 equally powerful martial spirits? This is really rare," Xiaogang said excitedly, looking at Qiling as if looking at a test object on the experimental table. "Well, they are indeed 2 martial spirits, and they don't seem to be able to cope with each other." Qiling couldn't bear the master's enthusiasm. "Master, do you know these 2 martial arts spirits? Show me your soul mark and maybe I'll recognize it," Xiaogang said. Then, Qiling displayed his 2 soul seals at the same time. A devil filled with evil energy and a divine dragon dominating the world appeared on Qiling's left and right hands respectively, but this time, the suffocating and terrifying momentum did not appear again. And when he saw Qiling's 2 soul seals, Xiaogang's eyes widened immediately, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak, as if he was stunned. He whispered to himself, this impossible. This is... Master? Is there something wrong with my martial spirit? Qiling asked. Seemingly awakened by Qiling's question, the master rushed to his bookcase in a panic and pulled out an ancient parchment book. After searching for a while, Xiaogang said with certainty, yes. There is absolutely nothing wrong, Qiling, the martial souls you have are these. Qiling looked in the direction pointed by the master and saw that on the page of the book, there were 8 martial arts icons arranged on both sides, which seemed to be vaguely forming a confrontation. In the patterns on both sides, Qiling found his own martial soul. 8 demons and 8 gods, these are the legendary 16 martial souls, divided into 8 demon souls and 8 divine souls. Xiaogang explained to Qiling while he was watching, these 8 martial souls, needless to say, the soul is powerful, there are few martial souls in the world that can compete with it. And your 2 martial spirits belong to one of the 8 demons and 8 gods, named Blood Demon Emperor and Divine Dragon Emperor. At this point, Xiaogang paused for a moment, as if it was difficult to even express this conclusion. He was so energetic. Devils and gods. Qiling was stunned. These 2 things sound like they are opposite to each other. How could they appear in my body at the same time? Yes, logically speaking, it is impossible for demons and gods with different powers to appear in the same person at the same time, let alone the Blood Demon Emperor, who is an extremely special existence even among the 8 demons and gods. And the Dragon King. But in legends, the most special existence in the world will indeed appear. And when such a special existence appears, the world will change its original trajectory and move towards a completely different future. Xiaogang looked at it. Qiling said. Qiling, you are a person who will change the world. After a moment of silence, Xiaogang smiled again, of course, this is just a legend that spreads out from somewhere. Only a nerd like me would read it. Maybe there are just 2 powerful people in your body. Just an ordinary martial spirit. By the way, Qiling, do you have any plans next? Do you have somewhere to go? Xiaogang asked. After Qiling was briefly shocked, he said honestly to Xiaogang, I have nowhere to go and no one I know. In that case, do you want to study here first? Xiaogang said. You still have a lot to learn about martial arts, and even if you don't understand anything, you can come to me. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing an invitation from Xiaogang, triggering a god-level choice. Please choose from the options below. Option 1, stay at Notting College, accept the teachings of Xiaogang, and receive the reward, 10 Core Theories of Martial Spirits, Part 1. Option 2, leave Notting College and study alone, get rewards, self-esteem +1, and 100 gold coins. Qiling didn't expect that this could trigger the selection task, and the reward was very tempting. You must know that the 10 core theories of Wuhan are Xiaogang's lifelong gains. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are priceless treasures. After all, no matter how powerful your martial soul is, it will be in vain if you don't know how to use it. And more importantly, the Empire attaches great importance to soul masters. As long as you become a work-study student, you can temporarily solve your accommodation and food problems, so you have no reason not to choose option 1. Ding dong! The host has chosen option 1 and received the reward, 10 Core Theories of Martial Arts, Part 1. Seeing that Qiling agreed, Xiaogang looked extremely happy and said, in that case, tomorrow is the start of school, so you can go to the college to report first. As for the place to live, I can only temporarily let you live with the work-study students. With Xiaogang's recommendation, Qiling successfully passed the enrollment and became a work-study student at Notting College. Although Notting College is only a junior soul master college, Soul Master is the most noble profession in the continent, so the college has all kinds of facilities and the decoration is quite good. However, because the number of Soul Masters is very small and Notting City is relatively remote, there is only one dormitory building in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Students and teachers of each grade live in a large dormitory, 7 in total. The dormitory where the working study students live is called Kishi. It is the only dormitory with mixed age groups. Working study students of all ages live here, and Qiling is no exception. Holding his share of daily necessities, Qiling kicked away the people in the work-study dormitory, only to see a tall, fat man bullying several freshman-looking people. "Hey! Here comes another one!" The fat man looked very excited when he saw Qiling. He came over eagerly and said, "Boy! I am Wang Sheng, my martial spirit is Zhanhu, and the future fighting spirit master is also from here. Head! If you want to survive in the future, you have to listen to me, do you understand?" Qiling looked at these little brats, shook his head helplessly and said, "Really, it seems that no matter which world we are in, school violence exists. I don't know where you little brats who haven't even wiped your saliva away learn such bad habits." Wang Sheng felt confused after listening to Qiling's words. "It seems that you are the youngest, right?" Being taught such an old-fashioned lesson by a 6-year-old child gave Wang Sheng a strange sense of disparity. "Don't talk about the yes or no, boy, did you hear what I just said to you?" Wang Sheng said with a fierce look. "If you don't want to suffer, just call me boss. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful the tiger is." Chapter 4, The Boss of Kishi. Ding dong! It has been detected that the host is facing the challenge of King Saint, and the God-level selection mission has been triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake, swallows his anger, and allows Wang Sheng to bully him, and gets the reward, the title of Iron Waist. Option 2, go along with the crowd, please the king and the saint, and get the reward, the title of Heartbeater. Option 3, teach Wang Sheng a lesson with force, establish his position in the 7 houses, and get the reward, unlimited storage space. Looking at the rewards of the first 2 options, Qiling broke into a cold sweat. If nothing else, if I really get these 2 titles, I might as well stop living and smoke myself to death with socks. As for the unlimited storage space of the third option, this is an absolute good thing. It allows Qiling to carry a storage space with him and use it at any time. It can be said to be a must-have weapon for murder and arson at home. No reason to miss it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, teach Wang Sheng a lesson and get the reward, unlimited storage space. So Qiling gave Wang Sheng a cold look and ignored him. Instead, he chose the best bed and put his things on it. Alas! You brat, how dare you ignore me? Wang Sheng came over angrily and said. Also, this bed is mine. You can give me another bed. Your bed? Qiling smiled, it's a very nice bed, but from now on, this is my bed. Damn it, you brat, you're looking for death. Wang Sheng said, punching Qiling in the face. There were faint soul power fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he had used the power of his martial soul to give Qiling a lesson from the spirit. But Qiling didn't even look at Wang Sheng's fist. He just raised his right hand casually and caught his confident punch. Then Qiling exerted some force with his right hand, and Wang Sheng was immediately hurt and begged for mercy. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Let go. Wang Sheng was so hurt that he even cried. He felt that his hand must have been crushed by Qiling. Boy, listen up, I don't care what house games you are playing, but there is one thing, don't mess with me. Qiling said with a cold look in his eyes. Otherwise, I will make you die in an ugly way. Seeing that Wang Sheng did not answer, Qiling added a little more force and said, do you understand? I understand. I understand. Wang Sheng hurriedly begged for mercy. From now on, you are the boss of Kishi. I will listen to you. When Qiling saw Wang Sheng's answer, he didn't care about the details. He let him go directly, put the bed away, and lay down on it. Wang Sheng was frightened by Qiling, but he was a child after all, and he had the spirit of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Seeing Qiling lying down at this time, he leaned over and said, "Boss, you are so powerful. Did you use a soul skill to hit me just now? I can't even use my martial soul to beat you, so why should I use my soul skills?" Qiling said nonchalantly. "You are too weak and your physical fitness is poor. If you exercise hard in the future, you may be able to be saved." "Oh. Okay, boss, I will definitely train hard in the future," Wang Sheng said happily. After all, it is human nature to chase the strong. Although Qiling punished Wang Sheng, he gained his respect. "Actually, boss, I don't want to bully others, so I want to be the leader," Wang Sheng said again. "It's just that we working study students are being bullied too much. It won't work if we don't unite. Hold together for warmth is something only goats do, Wang Sheng." Qiling looked at Wang Sheng, with an unspeakable meaning in his eyes. "You are a tiger, aren't you?" Qiling didn't know what impact his words today would have on Wang Sheng. After all, these were just his casual words. The impact on him now is that he now has a loyal follower. Chapter 5, Rejection of Wuhan Palace. The next day, Master Yu Xiaogang called Qiling out early in the morning and came to his room. This time, the master's attitude was different from the previous gentleness, and was a little more serious and serious. "Qiling, someone from Wuhan Palace is here," Yu Xiaogang said to Qiling straight to the point. "It's the father Philoma you met yesterday." When Qiling heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. Someone would come from Wuhan Palace, and he had already prepared for it. After all, judging from Yu Xiaogang's reaction yesterday, it was obvious that the martial spirit in him was definitely not for ordinary people. As the most powerful organization in the mainland, it was impossible for the Spirit Hall not to win over him. However, they just awakened the martial soul for themselves yesterday, and today they have completed the countermeasures against them. This kind of mobility can be said to be quite terrifying now that technology is underdeveloped. It can be seen from this that Wuhan Palace is indeed not an ordinary organization. "Qiling, you must have guessed the purpose of Wuhan Palace's visit." "Yes, they are here just to recruit you," Yu Xiaogang said. "The power of Wuhan Palace is beyond your imagination. If you join Wuhan Palace, you will definitely get their full support, which will be of great benefit to your growth. As for whether you want to join the Spirit Hall, just wait until you meet Father Philoma before making a decision." Father Philoma is the old man in red that Qiling met yesterday, and he is also the top person in charge of Wuhan Temple in Notting City. This time he personally visited, which shows how much Qiling attaches great importance to him. After seeing Qiling coming, Philoma's face immediately showed joy and said, "Hello, little Qiling, I am Father Philoma. I just met you yesterday. Do you still remember me?" Qiling sat down helplessly. The way the other party spoke to a child made him feel awkward. "Remember, if you have anything to say, just say it, Father Philoma." Father Philoma was suddenly speechless. Although he had felt Qiling's temper yesterday, he was really unbearable by speaking so straightforwardly. "Well, in that case, I won't say any more nonsense." Father Philoma sorted out his thoughts and said, "Qiling, yesterday I reported your matter back to the main hall of Wuhan Hall. The elders attach great importance to you, and now they specifically asked me to ask you, are you willing to join our Wuhan Hall?" Qiling, who had been prepared for this for a long time, said calmly, "Oh? What good will joining the Spirit Hall do to me?" Joining the Spirit Hall naturally brings many benefits. Philoma seemed to be very confident about the invitation from the Spirit Hall. Not only can you get the full support of Wuhan Palace, but you can also get the qualification to meet the Pope. You know, this is a supreme honor. And you can also get the best education, and even the best soul rings, and the best resources. Father Philoma continued, in short, this is definitely an opportunity that you can't miss. Looking at Father Philoma's impassioned speech, Qiling just nodded lightly and said, I understand, Father Philoma, please give me a minute to think about it. Philoma was suddenly speechless again, but he believed that no one could refuse the invitation from Wuhan Palace. It was an opportunity that no one could ask for. So he walked out of the house and said, Okay, Master Yu Xiaogang and I happen to have something to say. Qiling, I'll come and listen to your answer later. After Philoma walked out, Qiling immediately opened his system. The reason why he wanted to send Philoma away was because he had just received a message from the system. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing an invitation from Wuhan Palace. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Join the Spirit Hall and receive rewards, the right to use Spirit Hall resources, a soul bone, and a 3-level increase in soul power level. Option 2. Reject the Wuhan Palace and get the reward, Master Yu Xiaozang's sensitivity plus 10%, Xiantian Kong practice method. There is no doubt that the reward of option 1 is too rich to refuse. This soul bone alone is already the lifelong pursuit of many soul masters. Not to mention being able to get the full support of Wuhan Palace, he will undoubtedly be able to reach the sky in one step. But do you think that this way I, Qiling, will submit obediently? Haha, so naive. What I, Qiling, like to do most is to surprise these people who think they are sure. System, I choose option 2. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, refusing to join the Spirit Hall, and receiving the reward, Master Yu Xiaozang's sensitivity plus 10%, Xiantian Kong practice method. In fact, the reason why Qiling made this choice was certainly not to embarrass Father Philoma. After all, no one would be in trouble with the ready-made God-level rewards. Qiling rejected the Wuhan Palace just because if he joined the Wuhan Palace, he would have to take orders from others and would be branded as a Wuhan Palace from now on. And I have sold my life to others all my life. I only want freedom and happiness in this life, and I will never be willing to be anyone's puppet. And there is another point, that is the Xiantian technique of option 2, which is also an extremely exciting reward. As a skill practiced by Tang San, the value of Xiantian Gong is definitely no less than a piece of soul bone. After all, soul bones are precious, but there are many opportunities to obtain them in the future. But if you miss the opportunity to practice Xiantian Gong, you don't know if you can obtain them in the future. Tang San would not teach others his own skills at the bottom of the box. So, when Father Philoma and Yu Xiaogang walked in together and waited expectantly for Qiling's reply, Qiling smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, Father Philoma, I am already a student of Notting College, so I can't follow you to Wuhan Palace. Not only Father Philoma, but also Yu Xiaogang was extremely surprised by Qiling's decision. After all, that was an invitation from Wuhan Palace. For a soul master, this was the highest honor, and no one could refuse it. Qiling, you have to think carefully. Joining Wuhan Palace is not easy. If you miss this opportunity, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yu Xiaogang said. Philoma on the side also agreed, yes, little Qiling, even if you have joined Notting Academy, I can report it to the main hall of Wuhan Hall and let the elders. Father Philoma, I think you have misunderstood me. Qiling smiled. I studied very well at Notting College, and I have no plans to change schools. Qiling's statement was a quite straightforward rejection. Father Philoma wanted to say something more, but after seeing Qiling's eyes, he instantly realized that this was a man who would never change his will because of other people's words. No matter how much he said, it would be in vain. Oh! Well, this is really a pity. Father Philoma said, in this case, I won't force it. I will report your matter to the main church. Thank you, father, for your love for me. Qiling said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Chapter 6, Wuhan. Qiling didn't feel any regret for rejecting Wuhan Palace. Sooner or later, you will have what you should have, but if you lose some things, you can never get them back. Presumably this is something that people must consider clearly when making a choice. After coming out of Yu Xiaogang's room, Qiling went straight back to Kishi. Before entering, he heard a noise inside, which seemed to be very lively. Today is the official registration day for Notting College. There must be new work-study students here, so it's so lively. So Qiling walked inside and said, Wang Sheng, are you bullying the newcomers again? Didn't I tell you, this? The appearance inside Kishi was different from what Qiling had imagined. Wang Sheng stood aside with a bruised nose and a swollen face, looking like he had suffered a big loss. But on the softest big bed, there was a cute girl with scorpion braids bouncing around, and a handsome-looking boy beside her was shaking his head helplessly. Yet, this bed is so soft. This will be my little sister Wu's bed from now on, do you hear me? The cute girl said as she jumped, her pink and tender face filled with a sweet smile. With the arrival of Qiling, everyone's eyes were drawn to him. Wang Sheng seemed to have finally found the person who made the decision for him. He rushed forward with tears in his eyes and said, Boss, you are back, you must make the decision for me. Boo! Qiling kicked Wang Sheng away to prevent his snot from getting on him, and then said slowly, Speak slowly, if you dare to jump up again, I will give you another kick. Wang Sheng covered his face and said, Yes, boss, both of them are new here. They will occupy your bed as soon as they come. I will never obey. But in the end, it's like this. Qiling did not listen to Wang Sheng's words. This kid had a lot of evil in his stomach. Who knew whether what he said was true or false? Hey! Don't talk nonsense, you fat guy! Xiao Wu said with dissatisfaction immediately after hearing what Wang Sheng said. Obviously you said it, if you want to enter this dormitory, you must be recognized as the boss, so we did it. You also said that this bed is only for the boss. If I beat you, of course I will be the new boss. Qiling looked at Wang Sheng coldly. Wang Sheng shuddered and immediately ran away without looking back. Boss, I'll buy you a soda. Just wait for me. Then, Qiling walked towards the pretty child next to Xiao Wu. Since just now, Qiling has been paying attention to this young man. He can feel that this young man has a special temperament. Hello, my name is Qiling. Qiling stretched out her hand and said, What's your name? The young man saw Qiling extending his hand to him. After hesitating for a moment, he also stretched out his hand to hold it. Hello, my name is Tang San. I'm sorry for hurting your men, but we really can't hide, so we will fight back. Ha ha ha, that guy is not my subordinate. Besides, he just needs to be dealt with. Qiling said with a smile. Tang San, I have a hunch that we will become very good friends in the future. Tang San looked at the young man in front of him. Although he was not much older than himself, he had a temperament that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. More importantly, he gives himself a very special feeling that makes people want to make friends with him involuntarily. It's a great honor. I feel the same way. Tang San also laughed and said, I hope we can get along well in the future. Two talented young men who traveled from different worlds met for the first time. As for what awaits them in the future, only God knows. Hey! You two, don't ignore me! Xiao Wu said unhappily as the two of them ignored her. I have already defeated the mistress and that Wang Sheng just now, so as long as I defeat you again, I will be the boss here. Qiling smiled and said casually, Oh? Really? If you are so powerful, you are now the boss here, and that bed belongs to you. It just so happens that I can't get used to sleeping on such a soft bed. No. My mother taught me that no merit will be rewarded, so I must beat you. Xiao Wu jumped off the bed and said eagerly, I am very powerful. Seeing that Xiao Wu was not easy to fool, Qiling had no choice but to say, I really can't help it, okay, I'll just compete with you. As he spoke, Qiling picked up a stone and drew a circle on the ground. Did you see the circle under my feet? Qiling pointed to the circle with a radius of about 2 meters under his feet and said, as long as you can get me out of this circle, you win. Okay, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Wu looked at the circle on the ground and said happily, then you have to be careful and watch your moves. Xiao Wu said, bending her right leg and jumping up like a rabbit, and kicked Dongfang Bai with her right foot. Although the strength is not particularly strong, the speed is extremely fast. As early as when he saw Xiao Wu's rabbit-like mobility, Qiling was mentally prepared for Xiao Wu's explosive ability. At this time, facing Xiao Wu's kick, he calmly blocked it with his hands and blocked her delicate little feet with his arms. He thought that Xiao Wu would just retreat like this, but what Qiling didn't expect was that Xiao Wu's body flexibility was so amazing. His body changed an incredible angle in the air, and his legs wrapped around Qiling's neck. Tang San on the side couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Xiao Wu's move. She had just used this move to subdue him, and as long as she threw Qiling out, the situation was settled. Xiao Wu was obviously very confident about her moves. She fell down and used the weight of her upper body to throw Qiling away with her legs. But then she was surprised to find that Qiling was motionless under her attack. The wrestling skills that I was so proud of actually failed. Very good technique. It can be said that you have achieved the ultimate in controlling your body. Qiling and Xiao Wu maintained a stalemate and said very relaxedly. But it's a pity that your strength is too weak. Qiling kept his body's center of gravity moving back, and at the same time used a special force-borrowing method to firmly fix himself on the ground. No matter how hard Xiao Wu tried, she couldn't throw Qiling out smoothly. Realizing that this move was useless, Xiao Wu immediately did a backflip and distanced herself from Qiling, followed by a dazzling fast attack. The biggest feature of Xiao Wu's attacks is that he will intersperse kicking skills from time to time, making it difficult for people to guard against. But for Qiling, she only needs to stay the same to cope with the changes. The most important thing is to keep her mentality stable. With Xiao Wu's physical strength, it won't be long before she is too tired to fight anymore. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Wu to be out of breath from exhaustion. An all-round attack like hers is certainly powerful, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength, making it impossible to fight for a long time. Damn it, Sister Xiao Wu will never admit defeat. Xiao Wu was unwilling to attack Qiling from the air again. But it seemed that she had exhausted too much energy. This time, since she was not clamped firmly, she fell backward from the air. Xiao Wu lost her balance. It was too late to adjust her posture at this time. Behind her was the hard foot of the bed. If she bumped into it, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 7, Battery Sniper Rifle. Be careful. Qiling didn't have time to think about it, and immediately stepped forward and said he hugged Xiao Wu and helped her regain her balance and stand on the ground. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Wu said in shock. After all, what happened just now was something she didn't even expect. There is no way. It seems that God is also on your side. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Qiling said helplessly at this time. You won this competition, and from now on you will be Qixi Xiaohu's sister. After hearing Qiling's words, everyone noticed that just now in order to save Xiao Wu, Qiling's feet had already stepped out of the circle half a step. According to the rules he had set before, he had already lost to Xiao Wu. How can this count? You came out of the circle just to save me. This round doesn't count. Let's compete again. Xiao Wu said unwillingly. She really couldn't accept such a victory. Winning or losing is victory or defeat. No matter what accident happens, there is no possibility of a do-over. A win is a win. Qiling said. There is no chance for a do-over in life. Wang Sheng, have you bought your drink yet? Qiling turned around and shouted. Wang Sheng had already returned with a bunch of drinks in his arms. He immediately stepped forward and said, Come on, come on. Boss, what are your orders? From now on, Xiao Wu will be the boss of Qi Shi. You have to tell her carefully about the responsibilities of the head of the house. Qiling said with a smile, I believe Xiao Wu is more suitable to be the boss than me. Although Xiao Wu still looked unwilling, after Wang Sheng's compliments, she immediately turned from anger to joy. I have to say that this guy's verbal skills are quite impressive. So, Xiao Wu, as the eldest sister among the work-study students, officially took up the job, and her lively personality quickly became loved by everyone. As for Qiling, he was happy to be free. After all, he really had no interest in these activities that were like playing house. A few days later, Yu Xiaogang suddenly called Qiling and Tang San to his room together. Tang San had already worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his teacher in the past few days, and he and Qiling accepted Yu Xiaogang's teachings. Tang San, Qiling, both of you are in a state of innate soul power. I have learned something about your situation in the past few days. In Master Yu Xiaogang's room, Yu Xiaogang said to Qiling and Tang San in front of him at the same time. You two, get ready. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the soul hunting forest to choose the first soul ring that suits you. Master, what type of soul rings are suitable for our two martial souls? Qiling asked. Regarding this kind of professional issue, the master is quite reliable. After all, he is the number one theoretical person in the martial arts world. It's very simple. Tang San, your martial spirit is blue silver grass, a plant-based weapon martial spirit. Then your spirit ring only needs to consider two characteristics and one function. Yu Xiaogang stretched out 3 fingers and said, toxicity, toughness, and winding function. If you do this, your blue silver grass can become an excellent control type martial spirit. It will greatly increase your combat power. Tang San and Qiling nodded silently. What Yu Xiaogang said was quite reasonable. This was indeed the most suitable development path for Tang San. What about me? Master? Qiling asked curiously, how should I develop my martial spirit? Ahem, you. Yu Xiaogang frowned and said, Qiling, your martial spirit is too special, and I can't make a conclusion for you. But, based on your personality, I suggest you develop into an aggressive fighting spirit master. As for the soul ring that is suitable for you, I have been looking through ancient books these days and can only find a little bit of it. Yu Xiaogang took out a simple book and continued. Your two spirits, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Divine Dragon Emperor, are extremely powerful spirits, so they also have special requirements for spirit rings. The Blood Demon Emperor's martial soul can only absorb the martial souls produced by dark attribute soul beasts when absorbing martial souls. Only in this way can you exert the power of your martial soul. Otherwise, if the attributes are inconsistent, it will make you the strength is greatly reduced. As for the Dragon King, the conditions are even more stringent, because the dragon is an extremely proud creature. Therefore, the soul rings you absorb must contain the blood of the dragon clan, otherwise it will not be absorbed at all. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's analysis, Qiling's forehead wrinkled into the word Chuan. I didn't expect that my two martial souls would be so troublesome. It is not easy to find a soul ring of the right age, but you still have to absorb a specific soul ring, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sure enough, being strong comes with a price. However, you two don't have to be too stressed. We are just going to try our luck tomorrow. It would be best if we can meet a suitable soul ring. Even if we don't meet it, don't be discouraged. Yu Xiaogang comforted the two of them. The soul ring is a top priority for a soul master. In order to find a suitable soul ring, some people can search for several years. Because this is something that will accompany you all your life, it is natural to be cautious. Okay, this is what I want to tell you today. You go back and prepare first. The soul hunting forest is a long way away, so it's impossible not to be fully prepared. Xiaogang said, tomorrow morning, we will be at the gate of the college convergence. After returning to Kishi, Qiling lay on his bed, recalling the special nature of his martial spirit, and felt a little depressed. The soul hunting forests Xiaogang mentioned were mostly hunting grounds used by the empire to raise soul beasts in captivity. It was impossible for there to be two high-level soul beasts, let alone soul beasts that met their own conditions. There is a high probability that my trip will be in vain. Ding dong! If the host is detected, it will go to the soul hunting forest. Please choose the host from the following options. Option 1. Go to the soul hunting forest and hunt for soul rings with Tang San and Xiaogang. Reward: a random soul weapon. Option 2. Refuse to go to the soul hunting forest and receive a reward: a 500-year-old soul ring with uncertain attributes. Qiling looked at the options given by the system. Although option 2 could get a 500-year-old soul ring, its attributes were uncertain, so he would definitely not choose it. Because as Xiaogang said, if the soul ring is not suitable, he would rather wait for the next opportunity. The right way is to rather lack it than to waste it. And this soul-guided weapon is very interesting. After all, it goes without saying how rare soul-guided weapons are. Even Xiaogang only has 124 bridges on the bright moon night. System, I choose option 1. Qiling said. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1, going to the soul hunting forest, and has received a reward, a soul-guided weapon. The reward has been sent to the host's infinite space, please pay attention to check it. After receiving the reward, Qiling opened his infinite space at will, wanting to see what kind of weapon the system had given him. However, the moment he saw the weapon, he opened his mouth in surprise and could not speak. Words come. In his infinite space, there is a big guy covered in pitch black with a rather intimidating appearance. It can be said that every man dreams of owning something like this. This is the true romance for men. Qiling now feels that the choice he made is really worth it. Even if I was given 100,000-year soul ring, I would not change it, because in my infinite space, there is a majestic Bartley sniper rifle. At the same time, the properties of this battery sniper rifle were also displayed in front of Qiling. Soul Guidance, Bartley Sniper Rifle, Level 4. Attribute Description: a powerful sniper weapon that can fire powerful sniper bullets. It has the power to kill opponents below the Soul Saint level with one hit. This battery sniper rifle, as a soul guide, has obviously been improved. Its gun body is larger and its power is equally astonishing, but it only has 2 bullets, and because of its special workmanship, it cannot be replenished at all. But this is enough. With this powerful weapon, Qiling is full of confidence for this trip to the soul hunting forest. Chapter 8, Mandala Snake and Dragon Crying Golden Toad. Early the next morning, when Tang San and Xiaogang were waiting for Qiling at the entrance of the academy, they were greeted by Qiling, who was as happy as a child, with a smile on his face that could not be hidden no matter what. What's wrong, Brother Qi, have you encountered anything good? Tang San asked curiously. Haha, it's nothing, mistress. I'll show it to you when I get the chance. I guarantee it will scare you. Qiling said like a child showing off his beloved toy. Qiling, we have a long way to go to the soul hunting forest, and we will probably have to spend the night outside. Don't you need to take some luggage? Xiaogang looked at Qiling's empty back and couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, master, I'm fully prepared. As Qiling spoke, he suddenly took out a pile of luggage from his infinite space and piled it into a hill on the ground. Look, master, what I have prepared is enough to live outside for half a month. Looking at the small mountain of luggage in front of him, Xiaogang opened his mouth in surprise. When did this kid have a soul guide for storage? Moreover, the sole guide he gave Tang San was just a small space, far less big than the space Qiling showed, not even half the size of his. Such a large storage soul guide is no longer a question of value, it is simply a priceless treasure. Qiling, how many secrets do you still have that you don't know? After getting ready to set off, the three of them walked together until noon the next day, when they arrived at the soul hunting forest. Facing the vastness and endless towering trees, anyone would feel their own insignificance. Even though the master had done ideological work, Qiling and Tang San were still deeply shocked. It's so big. There should be a lot of spirit beasts in such a big forest. Qiling said. That's natural. This is the forest of soul beasts kept in captivity by the empire. There are many kinds of soul beasts. Although there are few high-level soul beasts, it is enough as your first soul ring. Xiaogang said. Let's go to the soul hunting forest first. The entrance to the soul hunting forest is heavily guarded by the army belonging to the empire. After all, as the most important strategic resource, soul beasts are a top priority for a country, and only those with permission can enter. Stop! The soul hunting forest is an important place of the country. No entry is allowed without special permission. The sergeant on duty said meticulously to the three of them. There was no expression on Xiaogang's face. He just calmly took out a warrant and handed it to the sergeant. The non-commissioned officer took the order, lowered his head and looked down, his expression immediately changed, and he said respectfully, "It's you, master. I've offended you so much, please forgive me." After receiving their orders, the three of them successfully entered the soul hunting forest, preparing to find a suitable soul beast. However, the sharp-eyed Qiling saw the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex pattern on Xiaogang's token and his lonely expression, but Xiaogang didn't say anything and Qiling didn't ask any questions. As soon as they entered the soul hunting forest, the three of them encountered a lot of soul beasts. Most of them looked strange, unlike ordinary animals. Different. Tang San was holding a blue dagger and showed great excitement. After all, he had only seen these spirit beasts in books before, but now that he saw living creatures, he would certainly have a different feeling. However, these spirit beasts are relatively young, most of them are only more than 10 years old, and even those that are hundreds of years old are rare. Tang San defeated several spirit beasts, but none of them had a spirit ring suitable for him. As for Qiling, he didn't even look at these soul beasts, not only because their attributes were not in line with his own, but more importantly, your own martial soul is a divine dragon or a demon god. You have to find a soul ring that matches your identity, right? You can't give Shenlong a toad soul ring, right? Exploring along the way, the three of them went deeper and deeper, and gradually reached the depths of the soul hunting forest. More and more types of soul beasts appeared, and even many century-old soul beasts appeared. Tang San had already hunted several soul beasts including lone bamboo before, but there was still no completely satisfactory choice, so the few of them continued to search. This situation ended when several people smelled a sweet and fishy smell. Xiaogang smelled the smell in the air and suddenly said excitedly, "Yes, this is the smell. Xiaosan, this is the soul ring that is most suitable for you." "Really, teacher, what kind of spirit beast is this?" Tang San asked. Before Xiaogang could answer, Qiling had already groped his chin and said, "A century-old spirit beast, a poisonous arrow demon, a mandala snake." Well, the characteristics of this kind of spirit beast are indeed perfect for Xiaosan's blue-silver grass. The master is really thoughtful. Qiling, who had obtained half of Xiaogang's 10 core concepts of martial arts, could now be regarded as an outstanding scholar of martial arts. Even Xiaogang was amazed by his insights. When Xiaogang heard Qiling's words, he immediately felt like he had a rare confidant in life. He said excitedly, "Yes, Qiling, you think so too, right? This choice is a judgment I made after consulting a lot of information and analyzing Tang San's martial spirit. Look, this mandala snake's body, skin. Even its poison. As long as the matter of martial arts is involved, Xiaogang will forget everything and be completely immersed in his own world. This is already his old habit. But at this time, Ling couldn't help pouring cold water on him and said, "Master, don't get excited now. Something is wrong with the current situation. You'd better take a look first." After hearing Ling's words, Xiaogang calmed down and looked in the direction of Ling's eyes. In addition to the huge mandala snake, there was also a golden toad there. It was not big, but it gave people a very dangerous feeling. This is... Xiaogang looked at the golden toad and didn't recognize it for a moment. The dragon-crying golden toad is a very rare spirit beast. It is generally small in size, but a very dangerous spirit beast. Ling said at this time, looking at the size of this golden toad, it must be at least 500 years old. Age. This dragon-crying golden toad is very small. Compared with the datura snake in front of it, it can't even fit between its teeth. But for some reason, the mandala snake had a look of panic on its face at this time, and its huge body was twisting anxiously, as if it wanted to escape at any moment. This mandala snake is so huge, it must be hunting this golden toad, right? Tang San said, "Teacher, why don't we catch them while they are fighting?" "Xiaosan, there are two mistakes in what you just said." Xiaogang stared at Long Ming Jinchen, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. First, they are indeed in a predatory relationship, but it is the dragon-crying golden toad that is preying on the mandala snake. With the ability of the mandala snake, it is no match for the golden toad. Hey? How could it be possible? Tang San was shocked. The toad was actually preying on the giant snake? This is simply unheard of. Second. Xiaogang continued, what we have to do now is not to profit from the situation, but to seize the opportunity and escape for our lives as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Show You a Big Baby. The dragon-roaring golden toad is extremely aggressive and territorial. Once it detects our scent, it will definitely attack us. Xiaogang said. Furthermore, the Longming golden toad is the best among soul beasts in terms of attack, defense, and speed. It has no obvious weaknesses at all. It is impossible for us to defeat it now. But these are not the main point. The most terrifying thing about this spirit beast is its cry. Scream. Tang San asked doubtfully, is there anything special about its cry? The cry of the dragon-crying golden toad is exactly like a dragon's roar, and that's why it got its name. More importantly, when the dragon-crying golden toad cries, all surrounding creatures will fall into a state of forced daze. It can be said to be a melee nemesis. Xiaogang explained. So, Xiaosan, although it's a pity, you should give up this mandala snake soul ring, and we will look for other soul rings. After listening to Xiaogang's explanation, Tang San also felt frustrated. After all, soul rings with suitable attributes are something that can be encountered but not sought. Who knows if you can find a suitable soul ring if you miss it this time. But one datura snake is enough for several people, and coupled with a more powerful dragon-crying golden toad, the hunting difficulty is almost impossible. Tang San was also unwilling to put a few people into crisis because of himself. Haha, master, mistress, we don't have to leave here. Ling suddenly said at this time. Since it is a melee nemesis, we will start with wouldn't it be enough to kill it from a distance? Oh? Ling, do you have a way to deal with the dragon-roaring golden toad? Xiaogang said in surprise, and Tang San also showed a hopeful look. That's right. Come on, let me show you a big treasure. Ling said, taking out the Barrett sniper rifle from his infinite space. When Xiaogang and Tang San were placed in front of Xiaogang and Tang San, the Batley sniper rifle, which was completely black and had an extremely domineering appearance, were both shocked and speechless. Although they don't recognize this thing, they can feel a powerful deterrent and a fatal sense of threat from it. There is no doubt that this is an incredibly lethal weapon. Qiling, what exactly is this thing? Xiaogang asked. With this thing, can we destroy the dragon roaring golden toad? Absolutely. It only takes one shot, and it's guaranteed to kill all the toads. Qiling said confidently. This thing is called the Bartley sniper rifle, and it's a special soul guide. This soul guide sniper rifle has an effective shooting distance of more than 4,000 meters, which is completely beyond the sensing range of the dragon roaring golden toad. Qiling said. The only problem now is how to ensure that we can hit it. After all, I only have 2 bullets. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is about to use the soul guide, and the selection task has been triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, the host shoots himself, the shooting success rate is 50%, and the reward is a Bartley sniper rifle bullet. Option 2, let Tang San shoot, the shooting success rate is 99%, reward, God-level pupil technique, fiery eyes, Tang San's favorability plus 5%. There are 2 options. If you choose one, you will have one more shooting opportunity. The probability is still 50%, which is almost useless. And Tang San himself practiced the pupil technique with the purple demon eye, and also mastered the technique of hundreds of hidden weapons. Even if it was his first operation, the success rate was far higher than his own. And this god-level pupil technique, fiery eyes and golden eyes, as soon as you look at the name, it is something extraordinary, so naturally you can't miss it. So Qiling chose option 2 without hesitation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, Tang San will do the shooting, and get the reward, God-level eye technique, fiery eyes and golden eyes, Tang San's favorability plus 5%. Xiao San, here you go. Qiling said, handing the Bartley sniper rifle into Tang San's hand, you come and fire this shot. Me. Tang San looked at the Bartley sniper rifle in his hand, and the heavy feel told him that it was not only sturdy in appearance, but also extremely powerful inside, but I have never used this thing. Well, there is a first time for everything, Xiao San, I believe in you, just go ahead and do it. Qiling said, and began to teach Tang San how to operate this sniper rifle. As a lifelong addict of hidden weapons, Tang San was naturally full of curiosity about this novel weapon and eager to try it out. So when he selected the spot to set up his gun, lay down and began to take aim, he immediately activated the power of the purple demon eyes to the maximum extent, locking firmly on the dragon roaring golden toad. The Longming golden toad is very vigilant. If he takes action rashly, he will only scare the grass and scare the snake. Qiling said from the side. And the only time it reveals its flaws is when it launches a chirping attack. Xiaosan, that's also the best time for you to attack. More importantly, we must use the attack of the dragon roaring golden toad to subdue the Datura snake, otherwise once it is frightened and runs away, our operation may fail. It would be extremely exhausting for Tang San to maintain the state of the purple demon eyes, but fortunately, the mandala snake and the dragon roaring golden toad quickly ended the confrontation. Seemingly unable to withstand the pressure, the Datura snake took the lead in launching an attack, shooting its body at the dragon roaring golden toad like a sharp sword, adopting a desperate attack method to catch it off guard. But it is a pity that the reaction speed of Longming golden toad is even faster than that of mandala snake. Just when the body of the mandala snake jumped into the air, the Longming golden toad exerted force on its legs and disappeared from the place in an instant. And when the dragon roaring golden toad appeared again, there was actually a green snake blood in its mouth. A wound appeared on the mandala snake's body at some point. The invulnerable mandala snake couldn't even withstand a bite from the dragon crying golden toad. Observing all this, Tang San couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He actually wanted to hunt such a monster. He was really overestimating his capabilities. Attention, mistress! Qi Ling said at this time, the dragon crying golden toad is about to speak. Be prepared. Sensing the disparity in strength between the two sides, the mandala snake naturally refused to sit still and wait for death, and immediately ran away into the distance. But it is a pity that Long Ming Jinshan has already prepared for this. Before the datura snake could rush out far, the dragon roaring golden toad had already opened its mouth, and then a melodious dragon roar came from its mouth. It's hard to tell what a bizarre scene this is. A toad actually makes a dragon roar from its mouth. But that was the fact. The mandala snake seemed to have suddenly stopped, falling from midair and falling into a state of dizziness. Now, Xiao San. Qi Ling said to Tang San, shoot. Tang San, who was always prepared, had already pressed the trigger of Bartlett's sniper rifle at the moment Qi Ling gave the order, and the bullet shot at the dragon roaring golden toad at a speed that almost broke the speed of sound. The chirping dragon crying golden toad never thought that he would become someone else's prey and be hit directly on his head. And half of its originally small body was lost, leaving only its lower body still struggling. It's done, haha. Qi Ling said excitedly, come on, Xiaosan, let's collect your soul ring quickly. Don't let that mandala snake wake up and let it escape again. Chapter 10, Save Tang San. Qi Ling took the lead and rushed over. After confirming that the mandala snake was still in a daze, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a powerful ability. It can actually stun spirit beasts with similar soul powers for such a long time. Time is really terrible. Mistress. Hurry up, start from the snake's mouth and kill it. Qi Ling said, be careful not to be bitten by its teeth, I don't know how to detoxify. Following Qi Ling's instructions, Tang San used his dagger to kill the mandala snake from its soft inside, and then a yellow century-old spirit ring floated up. Xiaogang, who came a step late, looked at the dragon and the golden toad and began to think deeply. The Longming golden toad, which had lost its head, did not completely die at this time. It relied on the instinct of the body to gasp for breath, showing its strong vitality. Master, what are you thinking about? Qi Ling said with a smile, how about it, are you frightened by the power of the Barrett sniper rifle? God's will, this is really God's will. Qi Ling, you have your first soul ring. Xiaogang said suddenly. The first soul ring? Mine. Qi Ling was stunned, and then looked at the dragon roaring golden toad on the ground. Master, you're talking about this toad, right? It's the golden toad. Xiaogang corrected, the dragon crying golden toad itself contains a trace of dragon blood, which just meets your martial soul requirements. Moreover, no matter the age or the skills it possesses, it can be said that it is tailor-made for you. It is simply a match made in heaven. But, Master. Qi Ling was speechless for a while. Even if it has dragon blood, in the end it is still a toad. Could it be that my passive skill Crow's Mouth has been activated again, and do I really want to equip the divine dragon spirit with a toad spirit ring? Hurry up, Qi Ling. If it dies, this soul ring will belong to Xiao San. Xiaogang said. This. Qi Ling felt speechless for a while, but this dragon roaring golden toad, excluding its racial factors, was indeed his perfect choice in all aspects. Helpless, under the master's eager attention, Qi Ling had no choice but to raise the knife and cut off the dragon's last breath. At the same time, a golden century-old soul ring appeared in the air. Looking at the golden soul ring in front of him, Xiaogang frowned slightly and said, the color of this soul ring. Qi Ling, the age of this soul ring has exceeded 500 years, and is even close to 600 years. It is enough as a second soul ring, but it is a bit excessive as a first soul ring. It's okay, Master, my martial soul is very special and can withstand such a long-term soul ring. Qi Ling said confidently. What's more, since you want to absorb a toad's soul ring, it must be in the most satisfactory state. Xiaogang, who couldn't resist Qi Ling, and considering the special nature of his martial soul, had no choice but to agree to him absorbing this soul ring that was beyond the age limit. So Qiling and Tang San stood in front of their respective soul rings, stretched out their hands, and touched the soul rings in the air. Soon, the soul ring touched by Qiling gradually condensed onto the martial soul in his right hand, and then he felt a special power pouring into his body. But the strange thing is that Qiling did not suffer huge pain because he absorbed more soul rings than Xiaogang said. He felt that the soul ring was like running water, and it was completely absorbed by him very naturally, and he even felt a little comfortable. It was as if he was not absorbing this soul ring, but this soul ring was yearning for him. To be more precise, it was yearning for his martial spirit, and even felt impatient. The reason for this is that although the dragon-crying golden toad has a trace of dragon blood, it cannot match the respect of the divine dragon. It's like the lower-class nobles finally have the opportunity to become royalty, how can they not crave for it? It didn't take long for Qiling to finish absorbing his first soul ring. He opened his eyes and after standing up from the ground, he felt that his physical condition was better than ever and his strength had doubled. "Master, I have finished absorbing the soul ring, where is the mistress?" Qiling said to Xiaogang. "Qiling? You actually absorbed all the soul rings so quickly? Gods and demons' martial souls are indeed unique in their own way." Xiaogang said, but his brows furrowed even more tightly. Xiao San's situation is not optimistic. I don't know why, but he has been unable to absorb that soul ring. When Qiling heard this, he immediately looked at Tang San who was standing aside. He saw that Tang San looked like he had been fished out of the water. He was covered in sweat and had a very painful look on his face, as if he was fighting something. Things are like fighting. In his hand, there was a golden soul ring floating on the blue-silver grass martial soul mark. It appeared and disappeared, but it could not be absorbed smoothly. This was also the reason why he was in so much pain. After a little analysis, Qiling immediately understood the reason why Tang San could not absorb the spirit ring smoothly. This is because when the mandala snake died, although it was in a dazed state, it was in a complete state without receiving any damage. If you die like this, you will naturally die with your eyes closed, so there will be such a huge rejection reaction. But if it continues like this, and Tang San is still unable to absorb the spirit ring, it is likely to have extremely serious consequences. In the worst case, it may even lead to confusion of spirit power and eventual death. Ding dong! It is detected that Tang San is facing difficulties. Please host chooses from the options below. Option 1. Use Xiantian Kong, rescue Tang San, and get rewards. Xiantian Kong Realm +2, Tang San's favorability +20%. Option 2, let it go. Tang San's success rate of absorbing the spirit ring is 30%, and he will get a reward. Tang San's favorability will be -20%, and he will lose his Xiantian Gong training progress. There is no doubt that Qiling will naturally choose option 1. It can not only increase the realm of Xiantian Gong, but also gain Tang San's favorability. Why not? As a soul master's own power, there is no way to transfer soul power to each other, but the Tang sect's secret skill, Xiantian Gong, is different. Because in the final analysis, this is an inner skill and mental method. As long as they are of the same sect and origin, they can be transmitted to each other. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1, rescuing Tang San, and has received the reward, Tang San's favorability +20%, and the level of Xiantian Kong has been raised by 2 levels. The host's Xiantian Gong realm is currently at the 3rd level. Even Tang San's Xiantian Kung Fu was only at the 1st level at this time, while Qiling's Xiantian Kung Fu was already far higher than him. It can be said that it is easy to rescue Tang San. After putting his hand on Tang San's shoulder, a burst of powerful Xiantian Kong was transmitted into Tang San's body through Qiling, causing Tang San's brows to relax immediately and the fluctuations in his soul power to stabilize. Tang San, who was fighting against the mandala snake's soul ring, felt a warm and reassuring force slowly flow through his body, which gave him a familiar feeling, just like his master. Same as being around. With the help of this power, Tang San quickly suppressed the mandala snake's spirit ring, erased the unwilling resentment when it died, and took the spirit ring's power into his own use. Chapter 11, Arrogant Boss Xiao. When Tang San completely absorbed the mandala snake's soul ring and opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was Xiaogang's anxious expression and Qiling with a smile. Xiao San, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Xiaogang asked with a concerned look. Your martial soul and the soul ring you just absorbed, are everything normal? After Tang San felt his physical condition, he said, Teacher, I'm fine. Rather, I've never felt better now. That's good. Xiaogang finally felt relieved. Just now something went wrong when you absorbed the soul ring, and you almost died. Qiling saved you somehow, so you have to thank him. After hearing Xiaogang's words, Tang San was shocked. Did the familiarity he felt just now actually come from Qiling? What's going on? But no matter what, it is an undisputed fact that Qiling saved him, so Tang San said to Qiling, Thank you very much, Brother Qi, I owe you again. Haha, what's the word thank you between good brothers? Since you have absorbed the soul ring, Xiaosan, let's go back quickly so as not to delay the school classes. Qiling said. After the three of them tidied up for a while, they began to walk back, and finally returned to Notting College on the morning of the third day. Xiaogang was weak and already exhausted from walking for several days, so he went back to his house to rest, while Tang San and Qiling walked towards the dormitory. As soon as I walked into the college, I saw several work-study students running towards the back of the school in panic. Qiling was curious, so he stopped a person and asked, Hey, if you don't have class, why are you running to the back mountain? I've been bullied so much, why should I take classes? The working-study student said subconsciously, but after seeing the appearance of the person clearly, he immediately came back to his senses. Qi, Boss Qi. Boss Qi, you are finally back. This is great. Tell me slowly, what happened? Who was responsible for the bullying? Qiling said. Yes, it's Boss Xiao from the 6th grade. He led a group of people and surrounded Sister Xiaohu. Wang Sheng has already led the working study students there, said the working study student. Oh? Boss Xiao. Qiling scratched his head. He was not interested in these little brats, so he really didn't know such a big person. Is he very powerful? Why do you want to cause trouble for Xiao Wu? It's because he often bullied the working study students, and Sister Xiaohu couldn't stand it, so she stopped him, and that's why he held a grudge, said the working study student. Boss Xiao is a master in the Soul Master realm, and I heard that there are several people in the 6th grade who have also reached the Soul Master realm, so he dares to trouble Sister Xiao Wu. And we also heard that Boss Xiao said that if he wins this time, he will ask Sister Xiao to be his pet and all working study students to be his servants. From now on, everyone in the college must listen to his words. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Boss Xiao. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, suck it up and let Boss Xiao bully you, and get the reward, the title of wimp. Option 2, tell the teacher and let the school handle the matter, and get a reward, a commendation from the teacher. Option 3, teach Boss Xiao a lesson, protect the dignity of work-study students, and get rewards, reputation +3, soul power level +3. There is no doubt that Qiling will naturally choose the third option. Whether he swallows his anger or tells the teacher, this is not Qiling's style of doing things. He still prefers to defeat his enemies with his fists. And more importantly, option 3 can increase your soul power level by 3 levels. You know, after absorbing the soul ring, his soul power level has reached level 14. Even Tang San is only level 13. After being promoted to level 3, in this way Qiling's soul power level has reached the terrifying level 17. This is an impossible level at his age, and he is the well-deserved number 1 in the academy. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, teach Boss Xiao a lesson with your own hands and receive rewards, reputation +3, soul power level +3. Humph, the tiger is not at home, but the monkey is also arrogant. Qiling said angrily, Xiaosan, let's go see how many hands this Boss Xiao has. On the mountain behind the school, 2 groups of working students and Boss Xiao were facing off. Xiao Wu and Boss Xiao, as the leaders of both sides, stood at the front of their respective sides. Little rabbit, it's too late for you to regret now. As long as you admit defeat now, I will only accept you as a pet. Boss Xiao looked at Xiao Wu and said with a smile. Of course, I will take good care of you no matter day or night. Bah! I think you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You have no ability and a big appetite. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and said like a domineering elder sister. Boss Xiao, if you are afraid, just admit defeat quickly and be my little brother from now on. I'm afraid? Ha ha ha, little rabbit, can you figure out the current situation first? Mr. Xiao laughed. Now we have the upper hand. If you can't send more people, you will have to do it yourself. Boss Xiao and Xiao Wu use a wheel battle to determine the outcome. Both sides send people to compete with each other. If they lose, they will be replaced by the next person. Whichever side has no one to send first will lose. This seemingly fair rule is actually very detrimental to working study students, because the strength of working study students is generally low, and only Xiao Wu is in the Soul Master realm. On Boss Xiao's side, including him, there were 4 people in the Soul Master realm, and the rest of them had at least 8 or 9 levels of soul power. Seeing the people on his side being defeated one by one, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stamp her feet anxiously and angrily said to herself, where did those 2 guys go? Really, they weren't here at the critical moment. Little rabbit, there is no one left among you. Is it time for you to take part in person? Boss Xiao said proudly, or are you planning to just give in and become my pet? I happen to have a bunny girl outfit here, why don't you wear it to open your eyes? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Boss Xiao was becoming more and more unclean, Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, and planned to go out in person to teach him a lesson. But at this moment, a particularly reassuring voice came, Xiao Wu is the boss of our Kishi, how can he come to the stage in person? Let me, the younger brother, do it. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu was immediately happy, but she said, Humph! You are finally back. I thought you were lost outside. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I wasted some time on the road and came back late. Qiling said with a smile. Xiao Wu, leave these people to me. Xiao San, check the injuries of other students and treat them if necessary. Be careful, Brother Qi, they are outnumbered, and they are quite unscrupulous. Tang San said, otherwise, let me go with you. Okay, they're just a bunch of brats, I haven't taken them seriously yet. Qiling said, I don't even have to move my hands to deal with them. Chapter 12, Give him 100 slaps. Passing through the work-study students, Qiling came to Boss Xiao and said, are you Boss Xiao? Is it you who said you wanted Xiao Wu to be your pet? Boss Xiao looked at Qiling, who was only as tall as his chest. He didn't know why. Although he was obviously older than him, he had a special temperament that made him breathless. Humph! That's right, this is our bet. If you lose, of course you must be willing to accept defeat. Boss Xiao said calmly. Qiling looked at Boss Xiao with eyes full of murderous intent, which made Boss Xiao feel terrified. Just when Boss Xiao was about to lose his strength, Qiling suddenly laughed, haha, interesting, tell me, how do you want to fight? Humph! The rules are very simple. We adopt a wheel battle. Both sides send 10 people to each other. Each person. Oh, forget it, it's so troublesome. Qiling said impatiently, one by one, how long will the fight last? I don't have time to play with you. Let's do it this way, no matter how many of you there are, come together. As long as you can kill me, you will win. Boss Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded and said, yes, what he said is equivalent to what I said. For Qiling, Xiao Wu can be said to have complete trust. Although he is the same age as herself, for some reason, he makes people feel safe, as if he is omnipotent. What's more important is that when Qiling competed with him, he easily crushed him. Xiao Wu didn't believe that people like Boss Xiao would be stronger than herself. Humph! You don't overestimate your capabilities. You are just a new first-year work-study student, and you actually say such crazy things that you want to challenge all of us. Boss Xiao said contemptuously, I think you are just looking for death. You're wrong. It's not me who challenges all of you, but all of you who challenge me. Qiling smiled softly. And the challenge you want to challenge is not how to defeat me, but how to survive in my hands. Qiling is arrogant. His words immediately aroused strong dissatisfaction among Boss Xiao and his group. After all, he was just a first-year student who had never shown up before. In their eyes, he might not be as strong as Xiao Wu. Stop talking nonsense and let's compete. Are we still afraid of you? Damn it, give this kid a lesson and let him know that we are not easy to mess with. You brat, you will cry when you are beaten later. You should regret it if you go back. For a time, everyone in Boss Xiao's group summoned their own martial souls, and 4 of them had soul rings attached to them, revealing their identities as first ring soul masters. With so many people possessed by martial spirits at the same time, even if it was just a bunch of children, the scene would be spectacular enough. Boss Xiao looked at his men and felt that he had gained confidence again. How's it going? Kid, if you want to admit defeat, do it now. I'm not that angry yet. Boss Xiao also summoned his own martial spirit. The wolf's beastly martial spirit possessed him, making him look a little more powerful. Admit defeat? Why should I admit defeat? Qiling said with an unchanging smile, don't you think that you can beat me this way? No, no. Watch out, martial spirit, that's not how it works. Qiling smiled and stretched out his right hand. Martial spirit possesses the Dragon Emperor. The soul mark on Qiling's right hand lit up again, and the mighty and domineering dragon's shadow appeared in the sky above him. But this time, his first soul ring also lit up, giving Shenlong even more powerful power. The dragon in the sky seemed to open its mouth and let out a silent dragon roar, exuding a powerful momentum. Everyone affected by this momentum couldn't help but take 3 steps back, and some even fell directly to the ground. And when the divine dragon rushed down and entered Qiling's body, a terrifying aura immediately emanated from his body, as if he was the supreme being in the world, making people dare not look directly at him. Bang! 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 Just when everyone was still shocked by the power of Qiling's martial spirit, he suddenly disappeared from the place, and then with 3 crisp sounds, he appeared in the camp of Boss Xiao and his group. Except for Boss Xiao, the 3 first ring soul masters were all slapped by Qiling and fell to the ground. Lao Gao's face was swollen. And their martial soul possessions were also released together with them. Under Qiling's slap, they had lost all their resistance. This is no longer just a gap in strength, it is simply a unilateral crushing. Even though they were both soul masters, these people were completely powerless and unable to react in front of Qiling. The people on Boss Xiao's side were all silent immediately, looking at the 3 people on the ground who couldn't help but scream in trance. The 3 masters on our side were killed like this without even being able to survive a face-to-face encounter? Are you not dreaming? I count 3 times. After 3 times, those who are still standing here. Qiling glanced at everyone and said, kill without mercy. 1 2. Everyone who reacted looked at me and I looked at you, and suddenly they all started running in panic, shouting as they ran, "Help! Help! It's murder!" After all, they are a group of children, and it is okay to make noise and join in the fun. Once they realize that they are in danger, these people can run as fast as they want regardless of organizational discipline. You. Boss Xiao was dumbfounded. He and Qiling were the only ones still standing in the field. The huge team he had just disappeared in an instant. And looking at Qiling slowly walking towards him, Boss Xiao felt as if he was seeing the god of death. He didn't think he could win against someone who could defeat 3 soul masters in an instant. "You just said, what will happen if you win?" "My ears are not very good, so I didn't hear clearly." Qiling asked with a gentle smile, but in the eyes of Boss Xiao, it was more terrifying than the devil in hell. I. Boss Xiao stammered and couldn't speak. He wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't. Seeing that Boss Xiao was silent, Qiling turned around and shouted, "Wang Sheng! How are you injured? Can you still move?" "Boss! I'm fine." Wang Sheng, with panda eyes, rushed over. Boss Key Operation was so relieved that he became excited. "Boss! What do you want me to do?" "Go, slap him 100 times. Qiling pointed at Mr. Xiao and said, "So that he knows that there are some things that should not be said." "Yes. Boss." Wang Sheng agreed, and then came to Boss Xiao with a fierce look. You, what are you going to do?" "I am a noble, and my father is." In a panic, Boss Xiao brought out his noble status and wanted to use it as a basis. "I don't care what kind of noble you are the king of heaven, I will fight you today." Qiling said domineeringly, "Sage Wang, do it for me." "Okay. Boss." Wang Sheng raised his hand excitedly and slapped him hard. Boss Xiao, who was slapped, wanted to resist, but he couldn't do it at all. Because Qiling's eyes were staring at him. For some reason, as soon as Qiling looked at him, he lost all the power to resist. And Wang Sheng's slaps became more and more vigorous. He was usually bullied by Boss Xiao. This time he seized the opportunity, and of course he would not let him go easily. Chapter 13, Hegemony Academy. 76, 77, 78. While counting, Wang Sheng continued to carry out Qiling's instructions, looking at Boss Xiao's face. Struggling hard. Even though Wang Sheng had already used his martial soul to protect his hand with his soul power, he still felt his palm was slightly numb at this time. The one who whips people is like this, let alone the one who is whipped. Boss Xiao is now really a tall man with one head and 2 big heads, and the left and right sides of his face are swollen. He can't see the cool demeanor of the past at all. He regrets extremely now, and is trying hard to recall, how did he offend Qiling? Why does he let others go easily but not himself? Finally, he was sure that he must have angered him by saying that he wanted to take Xiao Wu as a pet. Because at that time, Boss Xiao clearly felt Qiling's cold murderous intention. That is the anger of a strong person who looks down upon the weak, but is challenged by the weak to challenge his authority. It was this trace of murderous intent that caused Boss Xiao's will to resist to completely collapse. Even if he was insulted by Wang Sheng, who was weaker than himself, he did not dare to fight back. And when Xiao Wu saw Boss Xiao being treated so badly, he couldn't bear to say, "Hey, Qiling, why don't we just forget about it? How can you be my little brother after you beat him up? Okay, you have the final say, as long as you calm down." Qiling smiled, and then said to Wang Sheng, "Wang Sheng, stop it." "Okay, boss." When Wang Sheng heard this, he immediately stopped, shook his hand, and stepped aside. "How about it, Boss Xiao, do you want Xiao Wu to be your pet?" Qiling stepped forward and said maliciously. "Do you need me to pour you some more water? Will the mistress give you a slap on the back again?" "No need." Mr. Xiao's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely squeeze out a few words from his mouth. Qi. Boss Qi, you will be the boss of all of us, from now on. That's wrong, I'm not the boss, I'm just a subordinate of the mighty and domineering sister Xiaowu. Qiling said with a smile. From now on, Xiaowu will be the boss of this entire academy, do you understand? Understood. Understood. Boss Xiao reacted immediately and hurriedly said to Xiaowu, Sister Xiaowu. From now on, you will be the boss of all of us. Sister Xiaowu, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to go north, I will never go south. From now on, Sister Xiaowu, what you say will be the decree for all of us. Although Xiaowu was happy in her heart, for the sake of her image as a big sister, she was so reserved that she said to Boss Xiao, well, I understand, you go back first. I will call you when something happens. After hearing Xiaowu's words, Boss Xiao ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. After Xiaowu waited for Boss Xiao to leave, she immediately happily hugged Qiling's neck and kept jumping up and down. Yet, Qiling, you are so awesome. You actually defeated them so easily. You are my idol. A group of working study students also surrounded Qiling at this time. They had been bullied many times by Boss Xiao before, and they had never been as proud as today. Boss Qi, you are so awesome. Thank you for helping us. Boss, your martial spirit is so handsome. Is that a divine dragon? This is the first time I have seen such a martial spirit. Boss, I must study with you in the future and strive to become as powerful as you as soon as possible. Wang Shen stretched out his hand to stop them, and said proudly, don't make any noise, don't make any noise. I am the first person to recognize Boss Qi, and you are all my juniors. Do you understand? You guys, have you forgotten what I just said? Qiling said helplessly, Xiaowu is your eldest sister, you all have to listen to her. Do you understand? Also, Wang Sheng. Qiling said to Wang Sheng, since you are their senior, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Today, everyone, go to the restaurant on the second floor for dinner. Let Wang Sheng treat you. Yet. That's great. Xiaowu was the first to jump up happily, and then all the work-study students, pulling Wang Sheng with a pale face, rushed to the restaurant together. Xiao-san, how are you? After everyone left, Qiling said to the remaining Tang-san, do you think I went too far? No, use both kindness and power, thunderous means, Brother Qi, you are a born leader. In this aspect, I am not as good as you. Tang-san said. Haha, that's good. I was worried that you would blame me for stealing your limelight. Qiling said, putting his hand on Tang-san's shoulder, and walked towards the restaurant with him. Let's go, we have to let this kid Wang Sheng shed some blood today. In the end, the meal did not cause Wang Sheng to bleed, because after Boss Xiao made some adjustments, he immediately rushed to the restaurant and paid Qiling and the others for the meal. As Xiao Boss, who has been influenced by the struggles of nobles since childhood, he sees clearly that from now on, if he wants to survive in the academy, he must improve his relationship with Qiling. So Boss Xiao immediately put aside the little grudge in his heart and came to show his goodwill to Qiling. He also generously promised that from now on, he will cover all the work of the working study students, and the working study students only need to collect money. Since then, the working study students in Kishi have lived a much more comfortable life, and they are sincerely grateful to this young but powerful boss. However, they soon discovered that their boss didn't seem to like class very much. On weekdays, Qiling's time in class is extremely rare. It seems that she would rather sleep in the dormitory than go to the classroom. Brother Qi, it's not okay for you to keep refusing to come to class. Tang-san advised kindly. If you don't advance in learning, you will fall back. Even if you, Brother Qi, are extremely talented, you have to learn. Hey, mistress, it's true that studying is important, but why should I spend time listening to those pedantic nerds talking about ridiculous remarks that I don't know what to call? Qiling said disdainfully. You are the disciple of the master, you must have felt it, right? Compared with what the master said, what those teachers said is full of loopholes. Tang San nodded secretly, agreeing with Qiling's statement. Although the master's theory is very strange, it turns out that the master's theory is almost always correct, but it is just too advanced. But, Brother Qi, even if this is the case, you have to come to class. Tang San said. Hey? Mistress, you shouldn't be such a pedantic person, right? Qiling raised an eyebrow. The person who dares to secretly learn the Tang sect's top secrets is such a rule-abiding person? Or, do you have any reason to convince me to listen to things that are completely useless or even harmful? Of course there are reasons. Tang San said with a smile. Oh? What's the reason? Qiling asked curiously. Those who don't have enough classes in school cannot graduate. Xiao San, let's go to class. Qiling stood up from his bed and said to Tang San. Chapter 14, You Don't Deserve It. In the classroom at Notting College. All the students witnessed a miracle at the same time, they actually saw a living Qiling in the classroom. As the true boss of the college, the place where Qiling appears the most is on the bed in his dormitory. Because of this, many students saw him for the first time, and they were curious to see what was different about this boss. Wow, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why did Qiling come to class? Xiao Wu said with the same surprise when she saw Qiling's figure. I called Brother Qi here. Tang San said next to Xiao Wu. Brother Qi is very talented. I can only understand 60% of what the teacher says, but he can understand 100%. It would be a pity if such a talent is wasted. Are you sure he will listen carefully when he comes to class? Xiao Wu said dubiously. Recalling Qiling's disdain for the college teacher, Tang San secretly broke into a cold sweat, probably. So 3 minutes later, Qiling, who was sitting in the first row, had already entered a dream and fell asleep faster, even faster than when he was in the dormitory. The teacher who was giving lectures was named Liu Xian. He was young, but he treated his students very harshly. He frowned when he saw someone dared to sleep in his class. Qiling. Stand up. Liu Xian said, putting down the textbook in his hand. If you sleep in class and don't listen to instructions, do you still think of me as a teacher? Go out and make me stand. Qiling rubbed his eyes and said sleepily, Yawn, I'm sorry, teacher, I don't want to sleep either. In fact, the class you taught is not only boring, but also full of loopholes. After hearing Qiling's words, Liu Xian's eyes widened, as if Qiling said something incredible. Damn it, Qiling, what are you talking about? How can a student like you dare to question the teacher? I don't care if you sleep in class, but you must tell me clearly where the lessons I teach are full of loopholes. Otherwise, you will never take my class in the future. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing threats from the teacher. Please choose the host from the following options. Option 1, admit your mistake to the teacher, ask for forgiveness, ignore the teacher's mistakes in class, and get rewards, teacher favorability +1, textbook +10. Option 2, point out the teacher's mistakes, correct the teacher's behavior, and receive a reward, the second half of the 10 core theories of martial arts. Faced with these two options, Qiling naturally had to choose the second option. With all the 10 core theories of Wuhan, Qiling could not only be compared to Xiaogang, but also be regarded as a master of Wuhan theory. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, having a head-on theory with the teacher, and has received the reward, the second half of the 10 core theories of martial arts. Okay, teacher, if that's the case, then I'll tell you what's wrong with what you said. Qiling stood up and said confidently. What you taught in this class is the basic theorems of martial arts, but it is almost entirely outdated knowledge. Many things have been proven to be wrong. Beast martial souls can't use the soul rings of plant soul beasts. It's ridiculous, you don't even know the nature of soul rings and martial souls. The maximum innate soul power can only reach level 10? The frog in the well is just sitting in the well looking at the sky. There are far more geniuses in this world than you think. If the martial soul is defective, it is doomed to be unable to break through. It's just that you haven't found a suitable method. There must be a corresponding method to repair the defective martial soul. What makes me laugh the most is what you said. Qiling pointed to a sentence in the textbook and said, "A soul master who is born with a useless martial spirit is destined to have no great development in this life." What is a useless martial spirit? What is a good martial spirit? There are no useless martial spirits in this world, and some just cannot use the characteristics of their own martial spirits. The useless soul master. Qiling's words were so shocking that everyone in the classroom was stunned into silence by him. Tang San, on the other hand, looked at Qiling with an expression of admiration. What he said was exactly the same as the master. Even though he knew these things, he couldn't talk like him. Maybe this was the difference between the two of them. Make the difference. You arrogant person. Liu Xian was trembling from Qilingqi. He pointed at him and said, "The useless martial soul is destined to have no development. What's wrong with this? Idiots without talent are worthless people. Everyone's martial soul is destined in life, so everyone's value has already been determined. This is the law of this society." "You are wrong, teacher," Qiling said without giving in. "It is you people who divided them into 3, 6, or 9 grades and killed their possibilities. To deny a person's value because of the quality of his martial spirit is basically like a bandit's behavior. You have no right to easily define a person's life. People who do such things are not worthy of being teachers at all." Liu Xian was shocked by Qiling's words and took a step back, then pointed at his nose and said in disbelief, "You said I'm not worthy of being a teacher. This is really unreasonable. You are disrespectful, disobedient to the teacher, arrogant and rude. I think you are not worthy of being a student." Liu Xian waved his hand and pointed at the door. "Get out of here, you are not welcome here. Never come to my class again." "Haha, that's just right. I don't want to take a class with a teacher like you," Qiling said as he walked out the door. Listening is useless, learning is harmful. Being pedantic and old-fashioned, pretending to be a teacher. Seeing Qiling walking towards the door, Xiao Wu said emotionally, "Xiao San, I didn't expect Qiling to know so much. I think what he said makes sense. Let's go and support him." Tang San hesitated and said, "But, teacher, he... What's the matter? I've long disliked that person." Xiao Wu said, stood up and said, "You're a bullshit teacher. You can't influence others, so you use your power to suppress them. You're not a hero at all. Sister Xiaohu, I won't take your class anymore." After saying that, Xiaohu followed Qiling and walked out the door. The students in the classroom took a look and realized that there might be some people they didn't recognize, like Qiling, but Sister Xiaohu's name was well known to them. He immediately became restless. "Let's go. It's okay not to take this kind of teacher's class. I don't want my life to be defined by others." "That's right, let's go find Master Yu Xiaogang and listen to his lessons. I heard that Qiling and Tang San took lessons from him. Let me tell you, no wonder Mr. Qi is so knowledgeable. I can't even understand what he says. I'm going to Master Yu Xiaogang's place now and listen to him teach us." Qiling didn't expect that by being so casual, she would inadvertently make Master Yu Xiaogang recognized by so many students. What he had been trying hard for half his life but not being able to do, was easily accomplished by himself. It was really a twist of fate. Chapter 15, Millennium Soul Ring. Seeing more and more students rushing out of the door, Liu Xian calmed down and began to feel scared. This is no longer just a teaching accident, but a teaching disaster, which may very well cost you your job. After all, the Soul Master Academy is different from ordinary schools. Every student is a precious Soul Master, and the school's annual funding is also related to the number of students. If these students really stop going to school, it is very simple for them to change schools, but they are afraid that they will be peeled off by the principal. Qiling. Stop! Liu Xian chased after him and yelled, "You have tempted so many classmates to skip class with you. This is so irresponsible. Teacher, I want you to understand that I never said a word to them." Qiling said. The students just spontaneously feel that it doesn't matter if you don't attend the class. Damn it, since you said I'm not worthy of being a teacher, then do you dare to compare with me? Liu Xian said helplessly. If I lose, I will admit what you said. If you lose, you will leave the school by yourself, and you are not allowed to confuse other students. Qiling looked at Liu Xian, pointed at himself, then pointed at him and said, "You mean, you, a teacher, a second-level Soul Master, want to compete with me, a first-level Soul Master? Moreover, the bet between us is that I will leave the college if I lose, and if you lose, Teacher Liu Xian, you just need to admit my point of view? I am really touched by such a generous offer. Teacher, your competition is really fair." Even though Liu Xian was the proposer of the competition, he couldn't help but feel blushing. The difference of one soul ring was not just as simple as missing one soul skill. It was a comprehensive gap including soul power in all aspects. Not to mention that he, a teacher, would bully his own students like this, but for the sake of his own future, Liu Xian still chose to do this. What? Are you afraid? If you are, just leave the academy. Liu Xian said. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Liu Xian. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse the unfair challenge, find other ways to fight back, and get rewards, -1 prestige, 10 gold soul coins. Option 2, accept Liu Xian's challenge, defeat him, and receive a reward, 1,000-year soul ring with matching attributes. Looking at the reward for option 2, Qiling raised his eyebrows. This is really a timely reward, and it can be said to be a timely help. The biggest gap between him and Liu Xian now is in soul power. Although he has absorbed the first soul ring in excess and has super powerful twin martial souls, the gap between soul masters and great soul masters is not that big. Well made up for. But if you have another 1,000-year soul ring, everything will be different. Not only will your soul power not be weaker than his, it will even be stronger than his. And with the first soul ring as a foundation, Qiling can now absorb this 1,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring of his second martial soul. Both emotionally and logically, I have no reason not to choose the second option. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing the second option, accepting Liu Xian's challenge, and has received the reward, a 1,000-year soul ring with matching attributes. The host is asked to choose the attributes of the soul ring by himself? So Qiling smiled and said, "Haha, how could it be? Since you want to compete with me so much, teacher, then I will do as you wish. Tomorrow morning, we can have a fair duel on the school playground. Teachers and students are also welcome to come and bear witness to me." Okay. It's a deal. Liu Xian was afraid that Qiling would regret it. "I'll wait for you tomorrow morning." After returning to the dormitory, Qiling once again became the focus of everyone. After all, although the Soul Master Academy was very special, it was the first time they had seen students who dared to challenge the teacher. Boss is worthy of being a boss, he is so courageous. Wang Sheng said with admiration, "How dare you challenge the teacher? I can't even think of it." Haha, Qiling, well done. It was really fun when you talked about that teacher. Xiao Wu also said excitedly, "Don't worry, wait until tomorrow, I will take everyone with me to cheer you up. Okay, then it's up to you, Xiao Wu. Qiling said with a smile, don't let me lose to him in terms of momentum. Don't worry, I am the omnipotent sister Xiao Wu. This little thing is taken care of by me. Xiao Wu said confidently, patting her little chest. At this time, Tang San said with some worry, Brother Qi, there is a soul ring gap between you and teacher Liu Xian. This cannot be easily ignored. What are you going to do? The mountain man has his own clever plan, Xiaosan, just wait and see the good show. Qiling said with a smile, anyway, there is still one afternoon, which is enough for me to surpass him. Tang San naturally didn't believe what Qiling said, saying that he could surpass Liu Xian in just one afternoon. Qiling didn't care. He just found a deserted place in the afternoon and prepared to absorb his second soul ring. In fact, Qiling also considered whether it would be better to wait for some time before directly absorbing the second soul ring for the Dragon Emperor. In this way, when your endurance is enough, you can fully equip the second martial soul with a 10,000-year or even a 100,000-year soul ring. But after thinking about it, Qiling still chose to let the two spirits improve simultaneously. This is because the two martial spirits in his body are different from Tang San. One is evil and the other is good. If one of them is too strong, it is difficult to guarantee that no accident will happen. System. I choose to equip my second martial soul, the Blood Demon Emperor, with the 1,000-year soul ring. Qiling said to the system, give me a suitable soul ring. Ding dong. The host selection has been confirmed, and a soul ring with appropriate attributes is being configured for your martial soul Blood Demon Emperor. Congratulations, you have obtained the soul ring of the 1,000-year soul beast, Blood Bat Demon. Please complete the absorption as soon as possible. Immediately, a purple soul ring appeared in front of Qiling, glowing with a long blue light, looking mysterious and desirable. Qiling summoned the Blood Demon Emperor's martial spirit on his left hand. The blood-red light illuminated his whole body, and then he stretched his hand towards the 1,000-year soul ring in front of him. As soon as he came into contact with the soul ring, Qiling's brows immediately wrinkled. Completely different from when the Divine Dragon Emperor absorbed the soul ring, the process of the Blood Demon Emperor absorbing the soul ring was full of pain that made people numb. This feeling was as if the Blood Demon Emperor in his body was frantically devouring and biting the soul ring, like a ruthless killing. The law of the jungle is the only law for dark creatures. As a creature that is not as arrogant as the dragons, the Blood Demon Emperor has taken terror and cruelty to the extreme. There is no need for your consent at all. What you do is only plunder and demand. The strong is supreme, the fittest survive, those who follow me live, and those who go against me perish. After the Blood Demon Emperor finished absorbing the soul ring, Qiling looked at his left hand with rapid breathing as if he had woken up from a nightmare. What a terrifying martial spirit! I can't imagine what I would be like if I didn't have the Dragon Emperor in my body. Qiling said with lingering fear. Chapter 16, Fierce Eyes. The Blood Demon Emperor and the Divine Dragon Emperor are both the top martial spirits, but they are also the most dangerous martial spirits. If there is only the Dragon Emperor, the host will become increasingly indifferent to all emotions in the world, be arrogant above all else, and eventually turn into a ruthless machine. If there is only the Blood Demon Emperor, the host will be filled with cruelty and fear, become a devil who only knows killing, and eventually go crazy. Qiling is now extremely happy that her choice is correct. Otherwise, once one party becomes dominant, he will be the one who will be destroyed. However, despite taking such a big risk, Qiling's gains are completely worth the price of admission. Looking at the purple-red soul ring on his left hand, Qiling just wanted to shout, "Who else?" After obtaining this 1,000-year soul ring, Qiling's soul power level has not increased, but the soul power in his body has indeed increased, and it has increased a lot. In other words, although the soul power level has not changed, the quality of Qiling's soul power has greatly increased. At the same soul power level, his soul power quality is at least twice that of others. In this regard, he already has the capital to defeat Liu Xian. It's like two people have the same A soul ring lasts for 10 years or 1,000 years. Even if the soul power levels are the same, a 1,000-year soul ring can easily crush a 10-year soul ring. And one more thing is that the two first soul skills that Qiling obtained are both divine skills. When Qiling saw the effect of his skills, he wondered if he was cheating. How could Liu Xian fight with him like this? Using either of his two skills is enough to crush him. Well, for the sake of fairness, I will only use one martial soul. Qiling shook his head helplessly and said, "There is no way, I am such an outstanding person." Finally, it was time for the duel on the second day. The classmates and teachers of the school had already gathered in the playground, setting aside a dedicated venue for the two of them. "Teacher, do you think Qiling has a chance of winning?" Tang San asked Yu Xiaogang beside him. Yu Xiaogang said calmly, "If there are no other variables, Qiling will never be Liu Xian's opponent. Even if he has twin martial souls, he with only one soul ring cannot bridge such a gap. Unless," Yu Xiaogang continued, "he can get another soul ring." Liu Xian stood on the fighting field, as excited as a victorious rooster. Although the means are not glorious, his goal has indeed been achieved. "After all, I want to compete with a first-level soul master as a second-level soul master. If you can't win anymore, just stop living. No matter what kind of genius that student is or whether he is the student's boss, a student is a student. How could he win over himself as a teacher? The only thing he fears now is that Qiling avoids fighting. If that happens, as a teacher, he can't say anything." So, when Qiling appeared slowly with his hands in his pockets, the big stone in Liu Xian's heart finally fell to the ground. "You are finally here, classmate Qiling, I thought you were too scared to come." "How come, teacher, the word escape has never been found in my dictionary?" Qiling said with a smile. Liu Xian snorted coldly and said, "Hey! Classmate Qiling, if you apologize to the teacher now and write me a letter of apology publicly, I can still." "No, teacher, let's start quickly." Qiling said, "I hate talking nonsense the most. Damn it, you bad student. I don't think you shed tears until you see the coffin." Liu Xian said angrily. He kindly helped him find the place under the stairs, but he didn't expect him to appreciate it. "In this case, then you will regret it. Martial spirit, shadow wolf, possessed." As Liu Xian said, his martial soul mark emerged from his body, and it was also surrounded by two soul rings, one white and one yellow, showing his identity as a great soul master. Although Shadow Wolf is a very common martial spirit, it is a very excellent agility type martial spirit and has good attack power. After Liu Xian was possessed by the martial spirit, a layer of fine down seemed to grow on his body, his hair turned grey, and his eyes changed into the unique shape of a beast. More importantly, his limbs, including his hands and nails, have evolved into the shape of a wolf, allowing him to move faster and attack more efficiently. The first soul skill, extreme speed. Liu Xian said, the white soul ring on his body lit up, and then submerged into his body, and he had already activated his first soul skill. "My first soul skill can increase my speed by 30% within a certain period of time." Liu Xian moved flexibly on the ground. "How about it, you can't even catch my shadow now, right? Is that the only way?" Qiling looked at Liu Xian and asked with a smile. "What?" Liu Xian asked doubtfully. "I mean, is this the only strength you have?" Qiling said with a smile, "Then you'd better use all your soul skills as soon as possible. I'm afraid you won't have a chance after a while." "What did you say? You arrogant boy, go to hell!" In anger, Liu Xian rushed to Qiling desperately and stretched out his sharp claws at him. Everyone who saw this scene took a deep breath. Qiling has not yet possessed a martial spirit. He would never be able to catch such a fast attack. But then, a shocking scene happened. Liu Xian's attack was actually caught steadily by Qiling. His arm was blocked directly to the side by Qiling, without causing any harm to him. Hey! Tang San, who was watching the battle, suddenly asked in confusion, "Brother, key action just now was so strange. What's wrong? Xiaosan, did you find anything strange?" Yu Xiaogang asked. "No, teacher, it's just that what Brother Qi did just now." Tang San organized his words and said. "It seems that he took action before Teacher Liu started. That's why he was able to strike first and block Teacher Liu's attack." At the same time, the onlookers also discovered that the color of Qiling's eyes had changed. His eyes, which were originally black, now turned golden, which made people feel strange and extraordinary. This is the second killer move Qiling has prepared for Liu Xian. After absorbing the soul ring yesterday, he learned the reward given to him by the system before, the God-level pupil technique, Fiery Eyes and Golden Eyes. As a God-level pupil technique, the realm of Fiery Eyes and Golden Eyes has 3 levels in total. Qiling's current state is at the first level. The first level of Blazing Eyes not only enhances vision, but more importantly, it has a very abnormal ability, predicting the future. Based on the details of the opponent's body movements, Qiling can know the opponent's fang's next attack route and attack method, and at the same time choose the best response route. This powerful ability to foresee enables Qiling to easily block Liu Xian's attack even without using his martial spirit. Chapter 17, The First Soul Skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Song. Looking at Qiling, who easily blocked his attack, Liu Xian's face was filled with disbelief. He was only a first-level soul master, and he didn't use a martial soul. How could he block his own attack? Impossible, it must be a coincidence, this must be a coincidence. Liu Xian shouted, "How could you block my attack?" The second soul skill, Shadow 100 Claw Strike. Liu Xian's second soul skill is an attack type skill. He can launch hundreds of attacks against the enemy instantly. It is the attack method that agility type soul masters are best at. But what made Liu Xian collapse was that in the shadow of his claws that filled the sky, Qiling was like catkins blowing in the wind. He evaded all his attacks with only a few slight movements of his body. My speed is obviously much faster than Qiling's, but I just can't attack him. It was as if every time he attacked him, he was no longer there, which made Liu Xian feel extremely strange. This was because Qiling's pupil power was strengthened by the fiery golden eyes, which made Liu Xian's attack appear as slow motion in his eyes. At the same time, coupled with the ability to predict, Liu Xian's attack had not yet been launched, and he was already moving. Of course, he could use slower movements than him to avoid his attack. When Liu Xian's attack ended, Qiling looked at him, who was panting heavily, and said with a smile, "Isn't it possible, Teacher Liu? You fell down before I even exerted my strength. Let me tell you, martial souls are not used like this. The martial soul possesses the Dragon Emperor." The dragon spirit once again possessed Qiling, and this time, there was a yellow century-old spirit ring on top of Qiling's spirit. Liu Xian looked at Qiling's martial spirit and his expression turned ugly. He knew that Qiling's martial soul was very strong, but he was obviously only a first-level soul master. Why did he feel that even his soul power was crushed by him? You are just a first-level soul master. Even if you are possessed by a martial soul, what's the use? Liu Xian said calmly. Even if I can't hit you, you can't hit me. Can you keep up with the speed of an agility attack type soul master? Liu Xian said and began to move quickly around Qiling, fully demonstrating his speed advantage. In his opinion, Qiling's speed was far inferior to his own, so even if he could dodge his own attacks, he would be invincible if he could not keep up with his own speed. But Qiling looked at Liu Xian, who was moving at high speed in front of him, and smiled and shook his head. "Teacher Liu, people's physiques cannot be generalized. It's true that I can't match your speed, but why do you think that since I'm not as fast as you, I can't beat you? The first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Tang San looked at Qiling's posture, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly covered his ears. No, Brother Qi is going to use that move again. Xiao Wu on the side asked curiously, that move? What is it? Why do you cover your ears, mistress? There's no time to explain, Xiao Wu, you should cover your ears quickly. Tang San said. Although Xiao Wu looked confused, she still obediently covered her ears. Then, they heard a melodious and magnificent dragon roar coming from Qiling's mouth. The domineering dragon roar spread to every corner of the world. All the animals that heard the dragon roar lay on the ground and trembled, not daring to raise their heads to take a look. The situation of the people at the scene was not much better than that of these animals. They were all stunned by the roar of the dragon and couldn't help themselves. As for Liu Xian in front of Qiling, he was stunned and unable to move. He could only watch Qiling slowly walk towards him, but was unable to react. This is the effect of Qiling's first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar, a forced dizziness that ignores any conditions. No matter how high the opponent's soul power is, how many soul rings he has, or how powerful his spiritual power is, he cannot be immune to this kind of dizziness. The only difference is the time and effect. No matter how fast you move, it is useless if you are interrupted by control skills, let alone using methods such as forced stun. Seeing Qiling gradually walking into him, Liu Xian began to panic, but his body refused to obey his consciousness and could not move at all. Qiling didn't say anything else. He just smiled and raised his fist, and punched Liu Xian in the face with a roaring sound. Liu Xian looked at Qiling's punch and closed his eyes in horror, waiting for the severe pain to break his nose, but after waiting for a long time, he did not feel the pain. After opening his eyes, Liu Xian saw Qiling's fist stopping in front of his nose. Haha, don't be ridiculous, teacher, why would I hit you? Qiling suddenly laughed and said, you are the teacher. In this round, let's just say we have a draw. After saying that, Qiling turned back and walked out of the field without looking back at Liu Xian. Liu Xian also recovered from the dizziness, but his feet softened and he sat on the ground. The possession of the martial spirit was also released. When all the students saw this scene, they immediately started cheering, Boss Qi is mighty. Boss Qi is domineering. Everyone can see that Qiling basically won a crushing victory, just to save some face for Liu Xian, so as not to make him unable to step down. So all the students, as if surrounded by heroes, surrounded Qiling and walked out of the playground. Not bad, Qiling actually defeated that Liu Xian. Xiao Wu said with admiration, and he did it so easily, it's really refreshing. Indeed, both Brother Qi's strength and his final response can be said to be impeccable. Tang San said with admiration. No wonder the teacher always asks me to learn from Brother Qi. In these aspects, I am indeed inferior to him. It can even be said that there is a huge difference. Haha, let's go back as soon as possible. Xiao Wu said happily, he has been in so much limelight today, so we have to give him a good meal. The study life in the college passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1 year passed. Wang Sheng and Boss Xiao all went to take the exams for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and the other students also went back to their respective homes. In the work-study student dormitory, only Tang San, Qiling, and Xiao Wu were left. The academy will have a holiday tomorrow, Brother Qi, Xiao Wu, aren't you two going home? Tang San asked the two of them while packing his luggage. Xiao Wu lay on the bed and said with a somewhat lonely expression, if I don't go home, there won't be anyone there. Maybe, I will just stay in the academy. Qiling also said, I don't have anywhere to go. Unlike Tang San still had a place where he grew up and could call home, but Qiling was already in the academy as soon as he came to this world. As for the past life, when I think about it now, it is more like a dream that exists deep in my memory. That's it. Tang San nodded slightly and suddenly suggested to the two of them, then, you two, do you want to go home with me? Chapter 18, Sworn Vows. Wow! This is the mountain village where you grew up, Xiaosan? The scenery is so beautiful. Xiaowu said sincerely as she looked at the ancient village in front of her. After being invited by Tang San, Qiling and Xiaowu followed him to the Holy Soul village. Jack, the village elder, couldn't help but look particularly happy when he saw that Tang San had returned with two classmates. Oh! Isn't this the mistress? Oops, I even said I would pick you up from the college, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own. Old Jack said enthusiastically, these two are your classmates, right? They are really talented. Qiling and Xiaowu said hello to old Jack, and then Tang San asked, Village Chief, where is my father? Is he still at home? When old Jack heard this, he said unnaturally, I originally planned to pick you up with your father, but when I went there in the morning, I only found this in your home. Old Jack said, handing a piece of paper into Tang San's hand. It was written by Tang San's father, Tang Hao. The general content of the letter was to ask Tang San to take care of himself, while he needed to go outside to deal with some of his own affairs. In other words, this is a farewell letter. Looking at the paper in his hand, Tang San fell into endless despair. He thought he could see his long-lost father when he returned home, but it was all in vain. At this time, Tang San was full of helplessness and loss. Hey! Xiao San, why are you so stunned? Qiling suddenly patted Tang San on the shoulder, then hugged him and said, it's rare to come to your village, why don't you take us to your house to sit down? Xiaowu also said at this time, yes, mistress, take us to your house quickly. I'm hungry, you have to cook a lot of delicious food for me. Looking at Tang San being pulled away by the two of them, old Jack smiled happily and said, what two good boys. I feel relieved that Xiao San can meet such a friend. After arriving at Tang San's house, the three of them were shocked by the messy scene inside. Tang Hao was not a person who paid attention to details to begin with, and even more so after Tang San left. Expecting him to clean up the house carefully was undoubtedly a daydream. It seems that we are busy. Qiling said helplessly, if we don't want to sleep in the ashes at night, we'd better do it quickly. After the three people fetched water, scrubbed, cleaned up the dust, and finally tidied up the house, Tang San showed his hand and cooked a delicious dinner for the three of them. After eating and drinking, the three of them sat at the door of the blacksmith shop, looking at the setting sun, and Tang San suddenly laughed. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Did you eat something bad? Xiaowu asked with concern. No, it's just that I'm very happy today. Tang San said slowly, I feel at home today. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Thank you, Brother Qi, Xiaowu, today is the happiest day of my life. Tang San said with longing on his face, it would be great if you are really my relatives. Hey, silly boy, what's so hard about this? Qiling said, leaning against the door frame, you've called me Brother Qi for so long, so what's wrong with me being your brother? And me? This sister Xiaohu can also be your sister. Xiaohu also said from the side. Of course I have no objection to Brother Qi being my eldest brother, and to be honest, I can't imagine Brother Qi being my younger brother. Tang San smiled. What Tang San said can be regarded as the truth. In the academy, no matter how old the students are, they will call Qiling Brother Qi when they see him, and no one feels awkward. This is Qiling's natural temperament, which spontaneously makes people feel a sense of security and are willing to respect him more. As for Xiaowu, just be my sister. Tang San said, with two older brothers protecting you from now on, wouldn't you be happier? Hearing this, Xiaowu's expression changed. Suddenly feeling lonely, he lowered his head and said, then, what if there are bad people who want my life in the future, and those people are beyond your ability to defeat? Tang San looked back at Qiling and found that the other party was also looking at him. The two of them laughed in tacit understanding. If there really is such a day, Tang San said, then let them step on our corpses. Qiling continued. Xiao Wu looked at the two extremely serious men in front of her, and her eyes gradually turned red. Not only Tang San, today was also the happiest day for Xiao Wu. Brother Qi, third brother. Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, that's great. I have a brother. Hearing Xiao Wu's name, Tang San became excited, and even Qiling smiled. Okay. Since the three of us became brothers and sisters today, how can we not celebrate it? Qiling said, suddenly taking out a jar of wine from his infinite space. Mistress, don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you can outdrink me today, I will let you be the big brother. How about it? Qiling said with a smile. Tang San also smiled and said, okay. Then I will risk my life to accompany you today. The two put a big bowl on the table and filled it with white wine. Xiao Wu said with a smile, then I will be the referee. Brother Qi, third brother, you must be ready, the referee Xiao Wu is selfless. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Even if the mistress plays tricks, she is still no match for me. I am the big brother today. Qiling said confidently. In fact, this is exactly the case. Although he is the most outstanding genius of the Tang sect, Tang San's drinking capacity is indeed very poor. After 3 bowls of wine, his eyes started to go straight. Ha ha ha, how are you, Xiaosan, do you accept it? Qiling said to Tang San after finishing another bowl of wine. I'm convinced. I'm convinced, brother. After saying this, Tang San fell to the ground and couldn't wake up no matter how he screamed. Ha ha ha, third brother, you can't do it. Xiao Wu patted Tang San on the back and said, forget it, brother Qi, I'll drink with you. Okay. Come on, fill it up. Qiling said with a smile. In the end, Qiling moved Xiao Wu and Tang San from the ground back to the house one by one. Looking at the 2 people who were asleep, he sighed, oh, Invincible is so lonely. The 3 of them later spent the entire holiday in Holy Soul Village, catching fish and birds every day, which was considered a taste of childhood life. After returning to the academy, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye it was the graduation season for the 3 of them. Master Yu Xiaogang looked at the outstanding 3 people and couldn't help but said proudly, okay, you 3, prepare to go to Soto City today. Master, are we really going to that Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. There are many intermediate Soul Master Academies that are willing to recruit us unconditionally. Is that Shrek really that good? Ha ha ha, don't worry, Xiao Wu, Xiao San, Qiling, Shrek Academy will never let you down. Yu Xiaogang said, seeming to think of someone. After all, it's that person's academy, so how can it be boring? Chapter 19, Daimyo Bai, the White Tiger with Evil Eyes. Soto City, the important commercial town of Barak Kingdom, welcomed 3 different guests today. Everyone who saw these 3 teenagers could not help but praise in their hearts, what a group of young talents. Needless to say, Xiao Wu has become a complete beauty at this time. Her black scorpion braids hang down her calves, and her slender waist, which is less than a handful, is enough to make countless women envy, not to mention her tight little buttocks and slender and tight hips. Thigh. Although Tang San on the side was not that outstanding in appearance, he had a certain temperament about him that made people feel very approachable. Gentle as jade is how to describe a person like him. The most eye-catching one is Qiling among the 3. His appearance is full of aggressive handsomeness, which makes girls blush unconsciously at the first glance and completely sink them at the second glance. With black hair, black eyes, and a tall figure, Qiling seems to have enjoyed the favor of God. There is no flaw in his body, as if he is synonymous with perfection. This is Soto City? It's really a big city. Haha, Xiaoling said with great interest as he looked at the bustling city in front of him. The point is, there are a lot of beauties on the street, which is really nice. Don't you think so? Mistress. Tang San covered his face and said, Brother, let's find a place to rest first. After dinner, we can do anything else. After the three of them had a simple lunch, they began to look for a place to stay. Soon, Xiaowu was attracted by a hotel with a very unique shape. Wow! Third brother, Brother Qi, this hotel is so beautiful. Can we stay here? Xiaowu's eyes seemed to be shining, and she said very happily. It was a 3-story hotel. It looked small in scale, but its configuration was quite top-notch. The whole hotel seemed to be wrapped in a huge rose. The shape was stunning enough. Rose Hotel, the name is also elegant, not bad, brother, I think we will stay here. Tang San also nodded and said. Xiaoling felt cold sweat streaming down his face as he looked at these two younger siblings who were inexperienced in the world. One of these two people is extremely naive, and the other has no interest in anything other than hidden weapons. No wonder they don't know that this place is a kind of love hotel. But before Xiaoling could stop the two of them, Xiaowu had already jumped in and ran in. Go, Tang San and Xiaoling had no choice but to follow. Boss, give us the 3 best houses. We want the best. Xiaowu said to the waiter at the counter as soon as she entered the hotel. The waiter looked up and his eyes immediately lit up. Although she was still young, Xiaowu was already a rare beauty and would naturally attract others' attention. Oh, this guest, are you alone, or? The waiter said no more, because he had already seen Xiaoling and Tang San walking in. Looking at Xiaowu, then Xiaoling and Tang San, the waiter made a dumbfounded expression. Are all students today so playful? At such a young age, you actually come to a love hotel, with 1 woman and 2 men? The waiter felt as if his values were being shattered bit by bit. Xiaoling looked at the waiter's expression and knew that he had misunderstood something without even thinking about it. He slapped himself on the forehead helplessly. If it were me, I would probably misunderstand him. Don't worry about anything else, just do your part and open 3 rooms for us. Xiaoling took a step forward and said. Ah. Oh, okay. The waiter hurriedly began to search for housing information. I don't know why, but this young man has an undeniable aura about him. I'm so sorry, 3 guests. After a while, the waiter raised his head and said, I don't know what happened today. There is only 1 room left. Look. There's only 1 room left? How can we live there? Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. It's okay, Brother Qi. We are so small and we don't take up much space. 3 people can live here. Xiaowu seemed to be very interested in this house and insisted on living here. That's okay, Xiaowu, we are not young anymore, it's time to pay attention to these problems. Xiaoling said. My mistress and I are 2 big men, so we have nothing to do with each other, but as a girl, how can you not pay attention to these things? What does it matter? You are my brothers. Isn't it natural for a brother and his sister to sleep together? Xiaowu said confidently. But Xiaoling felt helpless and glanced at Xiaowu's figure. This girl was so well developed that even her biological brother, not to mention her adopted brother, couldn't help but be tempted. Oh, Brother Qi, I have to live here. When Xiaowu saw that this was not possible, she immediately used her invincible trump card, hugged Xiaoling's arm and started acting coquettishly. Oh, okay, then we can live here. At worst, Xiaosan and I can just sleep on the floor. Xiaoling was helpless. He could say that there was nothing he could do about Xiaowu's coquettishness. Yet, great. Xiaowu also knew this very well. Although his eldest brother was a straight man, he was the most soft-hearted towards girls. This move of his could be said to be invincible. Just when Xiaowu was about to step forward and take the room card from the waiter, a voice suddenly came from the door, I said, this room should belong to me, right? Several people looked back and saw a rather tall young man walking in from the door with two beautiful twins in his arms. Judging by his age, he should be a few years older than Qiling and the others. His blonde hair sets off his handsome face, which is enough to make a girl scream. What is even more unique is that his eyes are actually double-pupilled, full of a unique charm. The young man passed a few people, came to the counter, and said to the waiter, "You are new here, don't you know there is always a room reserved for me here?" With that said, the young man took the first step to take the room card from the waiter's hand, but when he was taking it back into his arms, he was stopped in mid-air. Qiling grabbed the other side of the housing card and said, "This man, it seems we were here first, right?" "Humph, so what? In this Soto city, no one dares to confront my evil-eyed white tiger daimyo. The young man looked directly at Qiling and said, "Haha, that's a coincidence. What I like most is to confront those who are self-righteous." Qiling said with a smile, and then with a strong hand, he pulled the key card back from Daimyo's hand. Daimyo's room card was taken away, and he was stunned. He had not been careless just now, but he still snatched the room card from his hand. This meant that he had lost to the opponent in the confrontation of strength. Judging from his age, he should be younger than himself, but with such strength, Daimyo couldn't help but be aroused to be competitive. "Okay, in that case, let's talk according to the rules." Daimyo said, "Come and fight with me. If you win, this room is yours. If you lose, get out of here." Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Daimyo. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to compete with Daimyo, avoid conflict and get reward, Daimyo's favorability -100%, and lose admission to Shrek Academy. Option 2, accept Daimyo's challenge, defeat Daimyo, and get rewards, Daimyo's favorability +10%, Shrek Academy pass. I didn't expect that rejecting Daimyo's challenge would actually make him lose so much favorability, while defeating him would actually increase his favorability. Isn't this Daimyo a jerk? But it doesn't matter. Qiling wants to teach this kid a lesson anyway. How can he allow someone to be more arrogant than himself? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, defeat Daimyo and obtain the reward, Shrek Academy pass. With this certificate, you can directly pass Shrek Academy's entrance test. 20th chapter, Second Soul Skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Just hit him, we're still afraid of you. I guarantee that your mother won't even recognize you if I hit you. Xiaowu has been the eldest sister for 6 years, so she couldn't get used to Daimyo's arrogant look, so she immediately stepped forward and said. Tang San frowned and said, "Xiaowu, you are a girl, you have to." "Ha ha ha, okay, Xiaowu, that's right." Not only will his mother not recognize him, but his grandma will also not recognize him. Qiling laughed. "Come on. Four-eyed boy, let me see what you are capable of." Tang San shook his head helplessly. With his elder brother here, it was impossible to make Xiaowu become a lady. "What did you call me? Four-eyed boy?" Daimyo shouted as if he had been greatly insulted, "I want you to die." White tiger, possessed. Being born with 4 eyes, this has always been Daimyo's pride. He has never been called so contemptuously by anyone before. He couldn't help but get furious and directly possessed the martial spirit. After a strong flash of white light, Daimyo's body underwent a huge change. His whole body seemed to have turned into a giant human-shaped tiger, full of intimidation. And from Daimyo's feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose, showing his identity as a soul master. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. After being possessed by the martial spirit, Daimyo immediately used his 1000-year soul ring skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, to further transform his whole body, and his physical attributes also improved simultaneously. Come on, kid, use your martial spirit. I will make you pay for what you said. Daimyo Bai said. You really want to see my martial arts? I'm afraid you'll look down on me. Qiling said with a smile, I can't beat my senior to half-death on the first day of school, right? Humph. You are here to register for Shrek Academy too. Daimyo Bai said, don't worry, if you can really beat me, I will directly exempt you from the exam and let you enter. Haha, thank you senior. Qiling said with a smile, look, this is my martial spirit. The Divine Dragon Soul seal on his right hand lit up again, and the Divine Dragon Emperor's domineering aura instantly swept over everyone present, and everyone involuntarily took a step back. Tang San looked at Qiling's majestic back and couldn't help but feel envious. He would never be able to have such grace as his elder brother. It had nothing to do with strength, it was purely a matter of one's innate temperament. Daimyo Bai looked at Qiling's martial spirit and was suddenly shocked. Even he could not resist such a domineering momentum. This was something that had never happened before. Humph, what a mighty dragon king he is. No wonder he dares to challenge me. I have to admit that your martial spirit is the best I have ever seen. Daimyo Bai admitted honestly. But it's a pity that you are only a second-level soul master, but I am a third-level soul master. And I have the power of a 1,000-year soul ring, so you are definitely no match for me. Qiling shook his head helplessly, and then said, isn't it just a 1,000-year soul ring? Do you think it is very precious? As he said that, 2 soul rings appeared under Qiling's feet, one yellow and one purple. Daimyo Bai looked at Qiling's 1,000-year soul ring, his eyes widened in shock, and he said in disbelief, how is this possible? You only have 2 soul rings, how can you absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San on the side smiled helplessly. Sure enough. No matter who saw his elder brother's soul ring, they would be extremely shocked. This includes his own teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Tang San still remembered that when Yu Xiaogang saw Qiling's soul ring, he almost had doubts about his years of theory. It was obviously unreasonable for him to absorb the soul ring beyond his years. In the end, Yu Xiaogang could only attribute Qiling's specialness to his martial spirit, which allowed him to do such amazing things. Get ready, Daimyo Bai, take my punch. Qiling said, if you take my punch, if you are still standing, then I lose. Humph. Arrogance. The first soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. Daimyo Bai said, the first soul ring lit up, and a white protective shield appeared around his body. Come on, let me see how you, a great soul master, can defeat a soul master like me. Okay, be careful. The second soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist. The purple second soul ring lit up and converged on Qiling's right fist, bursting out with suffocating soul power fluctuations. And as Qiling continued to compress his soul power into his right fist, the pressure continued to increase, and even the surrounding houses creaked under the pressure. Qiling's second spirit ring comes from a 3,000-year-old one-horned dragon rhinoceros. The characteristic of this spirit beast is that it can only charge forward and attack, and cannot change direction. What you get in exchange is its unparalleled impact. Even the 10,000-year-old soul beast dare not resist its attack head-on, and it can easily break mountains and rocks. And Qiling's tyrannical fist is such an indomitable move. All the soul power in his body is released with this punch, and the attack power can reach an astonishing 40 times. When Qiling threw this punch, Daimyo Bai, who had never known what fear was, had the thought of regret for the first time. You said I have nothing to do, so why bother with this monster? Can a person block this kind of fist? I'm afraid even the teachers at the college don't dare to block it, right? Are you going to die? But I still have such an important mission, so I can't die just yet. Daimyo Bai then thought for a moment, wondering if what he was thinking just now was a revolving door. The next moment, Daimyo Bai felt real pain. His chest began to dent under this punch, and his body began to fly backwards under the huge impact. Boom! In the huge roar, Daimyo Bai smashed through the wall of the hotel like a cannonball, and was knocked out by Qi Ling. At this time, everyone in the hotel looked like they had seen a ghost. They did not see how Qi Ling punched, but they saw Daimyo Bai being knocked away, as if it was a supernatural event. Hey! Qi Ling exhaled, looked at the big hole made by Daimyo Bai, and said, "It seems that you used too much force. You won't beat this kid to death, right?" Everyone hurriedly went out to look for Daimyo Bai, and finally found him in another store across the street. Judging from the big hole in the wall, he should have been blown here directly from the opposite side. After a long time, Daimyo Bai also woke up from his coma. After confirming that he was still alive, he stood up and held his hands to Qi Ling. "I thank you for your mercy. I, Daimyo Bai, keep my word. This room is yours." Daimyo Bai knew very well that if Qi Ling's punch was real, he would definitely die, and the fact that he was still standing here could only mean that he had stopped. "You are also very good, you are worthy of being a soul master," Qi Ling said with a smile. "I originally planned to make you lie in bed for a month with this punch, but you don't seem to be seriously injured. How's it going? Do you want to punch me again?" Chapter 21, Shrek Academy. When Daimyo Bai heard Qi Ling's words, his legs softened and he almost knelt on the ground. One more punch and he wouldn't be able to walk out standing upright. "No, no. Just let me go." Daimyo Bai begged for mercy. "I give up, and you will be the boss of Shrek Academy from now on." Afterwards, Daimyo Bai was supported by the two twins and swayed out. With his physical condition, he should be able to recover as before in less than a day. Before leaving, Daimyo Bai handed Qi Ling a card. "Qi Ling, take this card and use it. I will cover all your expenses these days. I thank you for your mercy." "Oh? I didn't expect that you are still very generous in life. Four-eyed boy." Qi Ling took the card and said. Daimyo Bai almost tripped when he heard Qi Ling's words, and said sarcastically, "Qi Ling, can you change your name? It makes me lose face when you call me that." "Well, let's change the name." Qi Ling turned to look at Tang San. "Then let's call you Xiao Bai." Daimyo Bai was about to cry but had no tears. "Let Xiao Bai be Xiao Bai. It sounds better than Four-eyed Boy, and his voice is so cute, maybe it can attract the attention of girls." After Daimyo Bai left, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Qi Ling and jumped up happily. "Brother Qi, you are so powerful. You knocked down that tiger with one punch. I think that guy has a silver-like pewter spearhead. He's not good looking, but useless." "No, he's not good looking either. He's not as good looking as Brother Qi." Qi Ling put her down and said, "Daimyo Bai's strength is pretty good. If you and Xiaosan fight him seriously, they won't be his opponents. Of course, you have to fight him seriously. Tang San nodded lightly and said, "Indeed, without using hidden weapons, I only have less than a 30% chance of winning against him." "So what, he still lost?" Xiao Wu said, "Let's go, Brother Qi, third brother, let's go take a look at that room." The room in the Love Hotel is, as expected, full of suggestive meanings. As soon as you walk in, you will blush involuntarily and your heart will beat. Xiao Wu looked at the room in front of her, especially the hanging ropes, candles, whips, and some other tools she couldn't recognize on the cabinets beside her, and her face turned red as if she could bleed. She finally understood why Qi Ling had a strange expression when she said she wanted to come here. It was still too early for her here. "Mistress, I think the ventilation here doesn't seem to be very good, ha ha ha." Qi Ling suddenly said, "Why don't we go out and find another hotel?" Oh. Tang San also looked as if he had just woken up from a dream. He was so obsessed with hidden weapons that he had never seen such a scene before. "Brother, I think you are right." After the three of them finally found a place to stay, they went their separate ways in the afternoon. It wasn't until the next morning that the three of them officially went to Shrek Academy to participate in the Academy's registration ceremony. After coming out of the city, the three of them walked all the way south, but the road became more and more desolate, as if they had arrived at a farm, with large fields of farmland on both sides of the road. What's going on? Why do I feel that we are getting more and more remote? Xiao Wu asked doubtfully, could it be that the master sold us to the mountains? Haha, where is the place that dares to buy you, Xiao Wu, and you won't make me crazy? Qi Ling said with a smile. Okay, brother Qi, you bullied me again. Xiao Wu said, jumping on Qi Ling's back, to punish you, I want you to carry me. Qi Ling grabbed Xiao Wu with both hands and said helplessly, girl, if you want me to carry you, just say so. Why do you have to go around the bush? Not long after, the sharp-eyed Tang San saw a small village in the distance. It seemed to have a population of about 100 households, and it was not very large. There seemed to be a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village, and they didn't know what they were doing. Brother, Xiao Wu, there is a village there, let's go and ask for directions. Tang San said. After the three people came close, they realized that something was wrong. These people at the entrance of the village are actually teenagers of similar age to them, lining up accompanied by their parents. The three of them looked at each other, and Qi Ling said cautiously, could it be, right here? The fact was just as the three of them thought. After arriving at the entrance of the village, there was a table there, with an old man in his 60s or 70s sitting behind it. Behind the old man, on a worn-out sign, there were 5 large characters Shrek Academy written on it, and a strange-looking monster was painted next to it. At this time, the old man seemed to have a conflict with these people. A middle-aged man said emotionally, liar. You are a liar Academy, pay me the registration fee. My son is a top student in the school, a 12th level weapon soul master, and has a century-old soul ring. You actually said that he does not meet your registration conditions? You are obviously lying. The old man stood up impatiently and said to them, let me tell you again, please clearly understand the admission standards of Shrek Academy. Don't sign up all at once just because you can get the title of Viscount. Shrek is the most peculiar existence even among soul beasts, so our Shrek Academy can only recruit monsters. Those who are over 13 years old, or whose soul power has not reached level 21, should not waste everyone's time. Once the registration fee is paid, it will not be refunded, so you should take care of yourself. As he spoke, surging soul power emerged from the old man's body, 6 soul rings appeared on his body, and a long stick appeared in his hand. This seemingly inconspicuous old man is actually a soul emperor level expert with a soul power of level 60 or above. Seeing such a strong man, the students immediately did not dare to cause trouble and left in despair. There were about a third of the people left at the scene, and they obviously felt that they met the requirements. The old man glanced at the remaining people and said to a young man sitting behind him, Mubai, you can come to the remaining people, as long as they are qualified. Yes, teacher. The person speaking was none other than Dai Mubai, whom Qi Ling and the others had met yesterday. After not seeing him for one night, his injury was almost healed. Seeing Dai Mubai, Kylington burst out laughing. While everyone was still hesitating, he was the first to walk up and said to Dai Mubai, Hey! Xiaobai, we are here to find you. Please take care of me. Seeing Qi Ling, the muscles on Dai Mubai's face twitched, and he said helplessly, Brother Qi, please stop teasing me. It's okay for you to take care of me. You 3 don't need to take the test, just go in. When the old man on the side heard Dai Mubai's words, he couldn't help but look at Qi Ling twice. After all, Dai Mubai could say this. This boy should not be underestimated. Is there anyone else? If there is no one, I will take them in. Dai Mubai looked at those people and felt a little anxious. Why didn't the person he had been waiting for show up? At this moment, a particularly eye-catching girl walked over. She looked shorter than Xiao Wu, but her figure was much higher than her peers. She has black hair, black eyes, fair skin, and a proud figure, but her beautiful face has no expression at all, and is full of a temperament that repels people thousands of miles away. She is a typical iceberg beauty. Seeing this person, Dai Muebai's eyes immediately became hot, because this was exactly the person he had been waiting for. Chapter 22, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. You. Dai Muebai walked up to the girl, but he, who had always been an expert in love, seemed to be unable to speak in front of this girl. That girl was naturally Zhu Zuqing. She glanced at Dai Muebai with disgust, then walked towards the old Soul Emperor and said, "I want to join Shrek Academy." The old man looked at her and then at Dai Muebai, who shrugged helplessly. So the old man gave Zhu Zuqing a test and let her enter the academy. Afterwards, Dai Muebai led a few people and walked towards the college. Along the way, he introduced the various buildings in the college and the location of classes. Qiling is not very interested in these, because Shrek Academy has limited funds, so the various facilities are not as complete as Noting Academy, and it is more like a Hope Project school. Can you beat Dai Muebai? At this moment, a cold voice came from Qiling's side. Zhu Zuqing came to Qiling's side at some unknown time. He was as quiet as a real cat, without making any sound. Why are you asking this? Do you want to defeat him? Qiling asked curiously. What Qiling didn't expect was that Zhu Zuqing actually nodded and said, "Yes, I must defeat him. No matter what the cost. Since you can beat him, you must be stronger than him. I want you to teach me how to be as strong as you." "No, miss, do you have such a big hatred? Is there anything that can't be solved by having a hot pot meal?" Qiling said helplessly, but in his heart, he was thinking, Dai Muebai, a philandering carrot, is this someone who could lead to death? Woe to you! You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I will come to find you. After Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, he ignored Qiling and walked forward quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone then came to the second examination room, where many people were already preparing for the examination. The examiner, like the old man at the door before, was also a powerful Soul Emperor level. After Dai Muebai arrived, he whispered in the old man's ear, and then the old man nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. You can take them directly to the 4th level. They have passed the first 3 levels. This time, those students who finally passed the test were angered and expressed their dissatisfaction. Why can they go through the back door? This is unfair. Why do we have to pass one level after another, but they can directly enter the 4th level?" The examiner glanced at them and said calmly, "Just a few of them have soul powers above level 25. If any of you have soul powers above level 25, you can still pass." After hearing the examiner's words, those people immediately fell silent. After all, being able to reach the 21st level of soul power is already an incredible genius. At the 25th level, what kind of monster must that be? "Teacher, if it is the 25th level soul power, then I should be able to pass it." A pleasant voice came, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The speaker was a girl wearing a white dress, with short hair and a delicate face. Her whole person had an indescribable sense of comfort, which made people feel happy. More importantly, her every move shows an excellent temperament. She has obviously received an extremely high education and is an out-and-out aristocratic girl. The examiner glanced at her and said, "Well, you can come over too." The examiner's sophisticated eyesight could naturally tell that this girl's talent was outstanding enough to pass the test. After all, if even the daughter of the leader of the Kaibao glazed sect cannot pass this test, then it is indeed too strict. But those students didn't think so, and immediately started clamoring that there was a shady story, and that Qiling and the others must have been assigned quotas, and demanded a full refund from Shrek Academy. The old man was upset by the noise, especially when he heard the word refund, his eyebrows jumped. This was an important source of income for Shrek Academy. If he messed up, he would have to be skinned by the principal. As a result, he turned around and saw Qiling, who was smiling like a fox. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, aren't you dissatisfied? Then I'll give you a chance. That boy over there, stand up." The examiner pointed at Qiling and said, "As long as you can beat him, you will pass the test immediately." Me? Qiling was stunned. He was being shot while lying down. "That's right, it's you." The examiner said with a smirk, "Mubai, please bring the others in first. Whether this kid can pass the test depends on his luck." Hearing that Qiling was left behind, everyone had different reactions, ranging from thankfulness to confusion. Xiaowu was about to lose her temper and start fighting with the examiner, but Qiling stopped her. "Don't worry, silly girl, you and Xiaosan go in first, and I'll be there soon." Qiling touched Xiaowu's head and said, "Okay, then brother Qi, you have to come here quickly." Xiaowu said, "If they don't let you go, then I won't go either." After a few people left, Qiling looked at the remaining students in front of him. No more, no less, exactly 10 of them, and they were all people whom he had no impression of. It seemed that they were just supporting players. But it's okay, according to my own memory, these people will definitely fail the subsequent test, otherwise there would be no Shrek 7 Devils. In this case, let me give them a ride, so as to save them some time. Several students took a look and found that although Qiling looked like someone who was not easy to mess with at first glance, he was only one person and there were 10 people on his side. Are they still afraid that they would not be able to defeat him? Everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is just one person. As long as we unite, we can beat him. One of them said, and the others agreed. Martial spirit, possession. 10 great spirit masters summoned their own martial spirits in unison. The yellow and white spirit rings complemented each other, creating an extraordinary momentum for a moment. Although they have not experienced any actual combat cooperation, they are still talented. They quickly formed a simple formation, with strong attack in front, agile attack on the side, and support in the back. It can be said to be simple and practical. The examiner couldn't help laughing when he saw the cooperation between these 10 people, and then looked at Qiling with gloating. As an examiner, he could tell at a glance that Qiling was the strongest among these people, so he wanted to give him some trouble. Originally, he was worried that these students would be useless, but now it seems that they should be enough to cause some trouble for Qiling. "Oh? What are you doing? You are so united, don't you make me look like a bad guy?" Qiling said helplessly. "But it's a pity, classmates, even if you cooperate perfectly, you still have no chance of winning here." When the 10 great soul masters heard this, they all showed angry expressions. They felt the power of unity for the first time. How could they easily bow to Qiling? "Stop talking nonsense, you are only one person, how can you be our opponent?" The leading boy continued, "Let me show you the power of our unity." "Oh, unity? Do you call this kind of cooperation unity?" Qiling said with a smile, "How dare you give your back to others? When you encounter danger, will you stand in front of others? More importantly, if there is only one admission place today, will you give this place to others?" Chapter 23, I Want to Fight 10. After listening to Qiling's words, the small fire of trust that had just begun to form among the 10 great soul masters was immediately extinguished. They looked at each other, as if the other person was the person with ulterior motives, always trying to snatch their admission quota. Even if you have no doubts, you are beginning to consider whether you should conserve your physical strength, otherwise the subsequent test will definitely become more difficult. The examiner looked at the 10 people who had been successfully provoked by Qiling's few words, and couldn't help but cover his eyes speechlessly. They personally ruined their last chance of winning. On the other hand, this Qiling has such a thorough grasp of people's hearts and can achieve the desired effect with just a few words. It's really scary. Is he really just a 12-year-old kid? If such a person can be guided well, his future is limitless, but if he goes astray, the harm caused is unimaginable. The examiner secretly decided that he must report Qiling's matter to the principal so that he can pay attention to it. As for Qiling, he actually didn't think that much at all, because it made no difference to him whether these people were united or not. If you want to kill them, just one move is enough. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, get ready. Qiling said, this time, I'm going to fight 10. Dragon Emperor, possessed. After being possessed by Qiling Wuhan, feeling the terrifying momentum, the 10 students' faces became even more ugly, and some even began to give up and plan to give up the competition. And this cannot be blamed on their weak will, because after Qiling is possessed by the Dragon Emperor, he will inherit the terrifying momentum of the Dragon Emperor, and will automatically suppress those with lower soul power than himself. This kind of suppression is only psychological now. When Qiling's strength grows to a certain level, this kind of pressure will form a substantial weakening. By that time, his strength was so far behind that of Qiling that it was difficult to even stand in front of him, let alone fight with him. It could be said that he was a real fish crusher. Damn it, everyone, don't be scared by him. Let's go up together and see how he handles it. The young man who took the lead said and rushed up first. His martial spirit is a tiger-like beast martial spirit, which fits his character very well. At this time, he used his soul skills, and his hands turned into the shape of tiger claws, shining with a metallic luster, and it looked like the power is impressive. Others also knew that this was their only chance, so they all used their soul skills and rushed towards Qiling. Seeing so many people attacking him, Qiling was thinking about a question: should he let them lie in bed for a month or half a month? Forget it, if you are in a good mood today, let them go. So Qiling took a deep breath, opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar, which was his first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. As soon as this magical skill, which can be called cheating, came out, the scene immediately changed. All the enemies in front of Qiling were stunned on the spot, and some people were directly released from the possession of martial spirits. The 10 great soul masters all lost their ability to resist under Qiling's move and could only be slaughtered on the spot. Of course, this is also because the strength gap between them and Qiling is too huge. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause dizziness for such a long time. Teacher, can I pass the test? Qiling said to the examiner on the side, or do you want me to punch them all? The examiner's eyes twitched. Is there any difference whether he is beaten or not? Okay, hurry up and go in. The examiner waved his hand and said, really, what kind of monsters have been recruited this year? It makes my ears hurt. Walking out of the examination room, Qiling walked toward the final 4th level. Dai Mubai said before that the 4th level is the actual combat level, which tests the student's strength in actual combat. Although Dai Mubai said that he had always been the assessor for the 4th level and that as long as he held a stick of incense in his hand, he could pass the test, but Qiling knew that there was another person to be the assessor for the 4th level. This person is the vice principal of Shrek Academy, the 76th level soul saint known as the Fudo Ming King, Zhao Wuji. As the number 2 figure in Shrek Academy, there is no doubt about Zhao Wuji's strength. After all, even on the mainland, he is somewhat famous. If Tang San and the others were to fight against Zhao Wuji, they would definitely suffer a big loss without him, so Qiling felt a little worried. After all, this Zhao Wuji is not a good man or woman, or it would be more appropriate to call him an old gangster. But it is a pity that although Qiling has quickened his pace, he is still a step too late. Before he entered the 4th examination room, he already heard Tang San crying sadly, Xiao Wu. Qiling's heart skipped a beat and she immediately ran in and saw Xiao Wu lying softly in Tang San's arms, unconscious, with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Next to them, Daimyo Bai and Oscar, who came after him, were supporting Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, but they were also seriously injured. Xiao Wu. Qi Ling hurriedly stepped forward to check Xiao Wu's injuries. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured. She just fainted temporarily. Hey, it's so rare that this little girl actually has the soul skill of mind control. But it's a pity that your soul power is so far behind mine that you hurt yourself instead. Zhao Wuji commented lightly while walking over. He shook his head, as if he was dissatisfied with the attack by Tang San and the others just now. What's wrong? You guys, this stick of incense has only been burned for 1/3, can't you hold on any more? That's too bad, ha ha ha. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host is facing a challenge from Zhao Wuji, please choose from the following options. Option 1, escape Zhao Wuji's challenge, directly choose to admit defeat, and get the reward, lose admission to Shrek Academy qualification, character favorability -10%, soul power level dropped by 1 level. Option 2, accept Zhao Wuji's challenge, and use all conditions to create favorable factors. Under certain rules, defeat Zhao Wuji and obtain the reward, Junior Ring Sealing Technique. Even without these rewards, Qi Ling would choose the second option without hesitation, for no other reason than because Zhao Wuji hurt Xiao Wu. Even if he faced Zhao Wuji, he didn't even have a 10% chance of winning, but as long as there was still breath left, even if all the bones in his body were crushed, he would go up and bite him with his teeth. Otherwise, how could he be called Xiao Wu's brother? And more importantly, Qi Ling looked at the reward of option 2, this primary ring sealing technique, and fell into deep thought. Maybe, I may not be unable to defeat him. Congratulations to the host, you have chosen option 2, accept Zhao Wuji's challenge, defeat him under certain rules, and receive the reward, Junior Ring Sealing Technique. After receiving the reward, Qi Ling immediately chose to study. And after understanding the ability of the primary ring sealing technique, he couldn't help but feel confident that he had no chance of winning against Zhao Wuji. Chapter 24, Ring Sealing Technique. After Tang San heard what Zhao Wuji said, he immediately stood up and challenged Zhao Wuji to a duel. He is also Xiao Wu's brother. Even if he uses all his cards, he cannot let Zhao Wuji live. Xiao San, sit down. Qi Ling pressed Tang San's shoulders and asked him to sit next to Xiao Wu. Take care of Xiao Wu, this guy let me do it. But, brother. Tang San still wanted to say something. After all, he had obtained a new hidden weapon, which was perfect for dealing with Zhao Wuji. Don't worry, Xiaosan, you are also injured, so don't show off. Qi Ling said, I am your eldest brother. As long as I am here, you will not be bullied by others. Qi Ling's words left Tang San no longer with any reason to refuse. He could only look at Qi Ling's back as he stood up and said to him, come on, big brother. Oh? You kid. I haven't seen you before. Are you new here too? Zhao Wuji looked at Qi Ling and said contemptuously. But it doesn't matter if there are 4 of you or 5 of you, let's all come together. Teacher Zhao, there is something I want to ask of you. Qi Ling came to Zhao Wuji and looked directly at him and said. Hey? What's the matter? If you mean that you plan to surrender, I will be very disappointed in you. Zhao Wuji said with a sneer. No, Teacher Zhao, I want to ask you to light another incense, and then have a one-on-one, fair competition with me. Qi Ling said. If I win, then please let us pass together. Zhao Wuji listened, as if he heard some funny joke, and said, ha ha ha, you kid, are you just showing off your brain? I am the Soul Saint, you actually said that you want to start a one-on-one match with me, or? Fair. To deal with you brats, I can't use my full strength at all. Even if I only use 2 soul rings, I can defeat you completely. Brats, don't underestimate me, Zhao Wuji. Thank you, teacher. Since teacher is so fair and righteous, I am embarrassed to reject teacher's good intentions. Qiling said with a smile. Then, teacher, just use 4 soul rings to fight me. This doesn't count as me bullying you. The reason why Qiling said this was precisely because he had just obtained the ring sealing technique. Although he was still at the elementary level, he had a very powerful ability. As long as he gets the opponent's permission, Qiling can seal the opponent's 3 soul rings, and also seal the soul power of the opponent's 3 soul rings. Although this function requires the consent of the other party, which seems a bit useless, if it can be upgraded to the intermediate level, it will have a qualitative change and can forcefully seal one of the opponent's soul ring skills. You can imagine how much impact a skill directly sealed in actual combat can have, and it may directly determine the outcome of a battle. It is not an exaggeration to call it a divine skill. After Zhao Wuji heard Qiling's explanation, he felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Having 3 soul rings sealed not only means that his 3 most powerful 10,000-year soul skills cannot be used, but it also means that his soul power will be suppressed to the soul sect realm of 4 soul rings. But I just boasted about Hai Cao, and now I want him to regret it. Isn't this a slap in his face? If the Fudoming King Zhao Wuji couldn't even abide by what he said, he would probably be laughed out of his mouth. What's more, even if he only has the strength of the soul sect, his combat experience, physical fitness, and control of soul power are not comparable to these children. There is no reason for him to be afraid of him. Okay, if that's the case, then feel free to use that ring sealing technique on me. Zhao Wuji said boldly, this will make you convinced. Okay, then please ask teacher Zhao to reveal his soul ring first. Qiling said. Zhao Wuji shook his head indifferently, and then 7 soul rings appeared around his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, showing the strength of his soul saint. Then, Qiling stretched out his hand and activated the ring sealing technique. Zhao Wuji's 3 black 10,000-year soul rings gradually disappeared. And Zhao Wuji felt his soul ring disappear, and the expression on his face finally changed. I really can't feel the existence of the 3 soul rings, I can't mobilize my soul power, I can't use my soul skills, it feels extremely weird. This kid is really a bit evil. Isn't he capable of overturning his car? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. Then, Teacher Zhao, please give me some advice. Qiling said, summoning his martial spirit, Dragon Emperor, Possession. After seeing Qiling display his martial spirit, Zhao Wuji finally knew where his confidence came from. Indeed, such momentum is not what a great soul master can possess. This kid is extremely strong. But even so, as the Fudoming king, how could he, Zhao Wuji, be easily frightened by a kid? Then Zhao Wuji roared, and the muscles in his body began to swell and grow bare like hair. He, who was already tall, now looked like a ferocious humanoid beast. Powerful King Kong bear, possessed. Facing such a powerful enemy, Qiling didn't waste any time and chose to attack directly. He let out a melodious dragon roar and already used his first soul skill. Even if Zhao Wuji only has 4 soul rings left, his strength far exceeds his own. Any mercy or contempt for him is an insult to his title of Fudoming Wang. Hearing the dragon's roar, Zhao Wuji's expression changed, because he found that his body was actually dizzy. Although my soul ring is sealed, my spirit and physique are still in the state of soul saint. Xiao Wu used charm on herself just now, but it had no effect at all. Why was this kid able to stun herself? Naturally, Qiling would not explain too much. He seized every moment and came to Zhao Wuji as quickly as possible. He charged up his right fist and then struck Zhao Wuji. The second soul skill, Dragon Fist. An extremely domineering punch with all his strength. If Zhao Wuji followed up like this, in a defenseless state, he would be seriously injured even if he was not dead. First use the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar to control, and then use the tyrannical fist to set the tone with one punch. This is a simple combination of Qi soul skills. Although it is quite straightforward, it is very easy to use and can almost be said to be successful. But unfortunately, this time his opponent is not so easy to deal with. Zhao Wuji was Zhao Wuji after all. At the last moment, he lifted his dizzy state and immediately used his soul skills. The first soul skill, Fudo Ming King Body. Zhao Wuji's body suddenly became as hard as steel, his defense increased greatly, and there seemed to be a circle of soul protection around him. Although this is only a century-old soul skill, when it was used by Zhao Wuji, it immediately had a different effect, perfectly matching his own martial soul. But even so, Qi Ling's full-strength punch was not so easy to catch. Under 40 times the attack power, Soul Lord Dai Mubai could not hold on for even a second. Zhao Wuji, who had only the strength of Soul Sect, was also unable to hold on. Feel good. After Qi Ling's right fist hit Zhao Wuji, it made an extremely heavy sound, as if it hit a piece of pig iron. And Zhao Wuji's expression changed immediately after Qi Ling's fist hit him. He had thought that Qi Ling's fist would be very heavy, but he did not expect it to be so heavy. It was as if what hit him was not a fist, but a rhinoceros sprinting towards him with all his strength. A stalemate formed between the two, which was a collision of soul power and a contest of strength and defense. Chapter 25. Fight against Zhao Wuji. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Zhao Wuji suddenly let out a muffled groan, and his huge body rose from the ground and flew towards the wall behind him. Boom! With an earth-shaking loud noise, Zhao Wuji's huge body directly crashed into the entire wall, and he was buried under the rubble without any reaction. Seeing that Zhao Wuji was actually beaten away in the strength confrontation, everyone showed surprised expressions, especially Dai Mubai, who knew Zhao Wuji's strength well. Unlike beating him away, Zhao Wuji is known as the Fudo Ming King, and what he is best at is defense. It is simply a fantasy that Qi Ling can beat him away. Win, have you won? Ning Rongrong looked at the ruins and said with some anticipation. No, not yet. Tang San, who had the purple demon eyes, could see more clearly than anyone else, so he naturally understood what was going on inside. Teacher Zhao takes the initiative to release his strength and bear the power of Big Brother's punch. Although he will suffer greater damage, it can neutralize most of Big Brother's power. Although it seems that Teacher Zhao has suffered a loss, he has prevented his Fudo Myo body from being destroyed, and Teacher Zhao can still fight again. But Brother's tyrannical fist is not a move that can be used in a short period of time. The situation was just as Tang San said. Qi Ling realized that he still underestimated Zhao Wuji. Unexpectedly, he saw the depth of his move and took the initiative to give in. The emphasis of my tyrannical fist is to go all out in one go. If you use a second punch, the power will be only half, and it will no longer be able to produce such an effect. Sure enough, in terms of actual combat experience, these veterans were much better than me. Even before I entered school, I had already been taught a lesson. The ruins where Zhao Wuqi was buried were suddenly flipped up in the air, and then Zhao Wuqi touched the corners of his mouth and walked out with a smile. Good boy, you are the first in so many years to beat me until I vomit blood. Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Have fun, come again. Okay, Teacher Zhao, please give me some advice. Qi Ling showed no intention of backing down and rushed towards Zhao Wuji. As a synonym for strength and defense, the mighty Vajra bear martial spirit seems less than satisfactory in terms of speed. This is also the first reaction of most people when fighting against him, to use speed to deal with him. Qi Ling is no exception, constantly looking for opportunities around Zhao Wuji. But Zhao Wuji's fourth soul skill, positioning tracking, perfectly solved this problem. Regardless of Qi Ling Ru's, no matter how he dodges, Zhao Wuji will catch up and eventually face his attack. Boy, I've punched you, now come and punch me. Zhao Wuji said, the second soul ring on his body lit up, and at the same time, his palm seemed to enlarge in size, wrapped in thick soul power. Second soul skill, powerful Vajra palm. Under Zhao Wuji's positioning and tracking, Ling could not avoid this move at all. If he did not find a way to resolve it, he would definitely lose. In desperation, Ling could only throw out one punch, using Tyrannosaurus fist to meet Zhao Wuji's powerful Vajra palm. Boom! This time, it was Ling who was knocked away. Although he was not as powerful as Zhao Wuji, he still crashed into a table before stopping. The tyrannical fist, whose power was halved, could no longer withstand Zhao Wuji's powerful Vajra palm. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were lifted. Ling stood up from the ground without any intention of backing down. Instead, he walked up to Zhao Wuji. But after arriving in front of Zhao Wuji, Ling made a move that everyone expected. He released his martial soul from possessing him. Seeing this scene, everyone felt depressed. They naturally thought that Ling was ready to admit defeat to Zhao Wuji when he released the martial soul. It seems that this is his limit. Everyone, including Tang San, thought so. After all, it was amazing enough that Ling could achieve the current results. As a soul master, Dai Mubai asked himself that if he was the one standing on the field, he would never be able to survive now. Haha, there is more than half of this fragrance left. Boy, are you going to admit defeat? Zhao Wuji said proudly, but he also felt a little guilty. If he hadn't been cunning, he might not have lost. Boy, don't be discouraged. You are proud enough to be able to fight with me until now. After all, I am the immovable King Zhao Wuji. Go and find out. Teacher Zhao, don't get me wrong, I have no intention of admitting defeat. At this moment, Ling suddenly said with a smile. I just want to change to a more convenient way. No one understood what Ling meant, but in the next second, their eyes widened in shock. I saw the Dragon Emperor's martial spirit in Ling's right hand gradually disappearing and disappearing. Then, bursts of blood-red light suddenly appeared in his left hand, and another martial spirit mark appeared on it. Why does Ling still have a martial spirit? Dai Mubai said in shock. Moreover, this martial spirit is so unknown and evil, and it is completely different from his previous martial spirit. Tang San, do you know what's going on? Everyone looked at Tang San and saw him saying thoughtfully, the eldest brother was born with twin martial spirits, and what he is using now is his second martial spirit. But unfortunately, I have never seen my eldest brother fight with the second martial spirit, because until now, there has not been an opponent worthy of his use. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel even more surprised. What is so special about Ling's second martial spirit? Is his current state enough to defeat Zhao Wuji? After the Blood Demon Emperor's soul seal on Ling's left hand lit up, it quickly turned into a demonic shadow, which seemed to roar ferociously at the sky before entering Ling's body. And accompanying them are two purple thousand-year soul rings that light up. The two soul rings of the Blood Demon Emperor come from a 1,000-year-old Blood Bat Demon and a 6,000-year-old Shadow Leopard respectively. The quality of the soul rings is higher than that of the Divine Dragon Emperor. After being possessed by the Blood Demon Emperor, Ling's own temperament also changed dramatically. An elegant and mysterious feeling emerged spontaneously, like a noble boy in the castle. His hair and eyes now turned the color of red wine, his facial lines became softer, and his smile became alluring, making every girl present feel excited. Okay, Teacher Zhao, let's get started. Ling said. Zhao Wuji looked at Ling in front of him. After changing his martial soul, he did give people a completely different feeling, but the soul power he consumed when he fought with him just now would not change. Humph! Boy, even if you play so many tricks, what's the use? With your remaining soul power, what can you do? Zhao Wuji said. What can be done, Teacher Zhao, you will know right away. Ling said, his figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost, and then rushed towards Zhao Wuji at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 26, The Blood Demon Emperor first shows his power. Seeing Ling's attack on him, Zhao Wuji smiled disdainfully. Although Qiling's current speed is much faster than before, no matter how fast he is, it is useless if he does not have enough attack power to break through his own defense. And if he can achieve such a fast speed, he must sacrifice his own attack power, so he is even less likely to pose any threat to himself. At that moment, Zhao Wuji put on a defensive posture, thinking to himself, so what if I just stand and let you hit me? My defense will exhaust you to death. And this is exactly what happened. After Qiling launched 2 extremely fast attacks on Zhao Wuji, he immediately retreated quickly. Those 2 attacks were just like tickling Zhao Wuji, leaving no trace at all. However, just these 2 inconspicuous attacks made Zhao Wuji's expression change, and there was even a hint of confusion in his tone. You kid, what did you do to me? This time, everyone watching, including Tang San, they didn't understand what happened, because in their eyes, Qiling just attacked Zhao Wuji twice in an ordinary way, so it shouldn't surprise him. Only Qiling knew what he had done. He smiled and said to Zhao Wuji, I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, it's true as you said, I don't have much soul power left. So, I have no choice but to borrow some from you. Blood Demon Emperor's Martial Soul Talent Passive Skill, Emperor's Plunder Technique. Any attack of the host, as long as it hits the enemy, can rob part of the opponent's soul power based on the effect of the attack and turn it into one's own use. This passive skill is the Blood Demon Emperor's own ability. It can be triggered by the Blood Demon Emperor's attack. Just now, Qiling robbed part of Zhao Wuji's soul power when he launched an attack on him. Although this number is very small, so small that it can almost be ignored, but as a soul saint, Zhao Wuji has great control over his own soul power, and he immediately felt something abnormal. Damn it, your martial spirit is really a bit evil. Zhao Wuji said cautiously, it seems that fighting you for a long time is an unwise choice. I'd better deal with you as soon as possible. Your own soul power will be sucked less and less, while Qiling's soul power will slowly recover, and only fools will fight a protracted war with him. Zhao Wuji made up his mind and immediately rushed towards Qiling. But Qiling seemed to have made up his mind not to give Zhao Wuji a chance to decide the outcome with one blow. He used his erratic body skills to wander around with him, but did not go into a head-on confrontation. Humph, kid, do you think you can catch me like this? You're so naive. Have you forgotten what happened just now? Zhao Wuji sneered and said, soul skills, gravity enhancement, positioning tracking. Immediately, the 2 purple soul rings on Zhao Wuji lit up, and his 3rd and 4th soul skills were activated one after another. Gravity enhancement can increase Qiling's own gravity, thereby reducing his speed. When Qiling's speed slows down and you use positioning tracking, you can easily force him to confront you head-on. The combination of these 2 soul skills is quite restrained for agility attack-type soul masters. Zhao Wuji is confident that Qiling cannot escape from his grasp. But facing Zhao Wuji's pursuit, Qiling just smiled, and then the 2nd soul ring on his body lit up. 2nd soul skill, Night Demon Screams. Qiling's figure suddenly became sometimes blurry and sometimes a black shadow, as if he was constantly exchanging shadows and entities. At the same time, his speed suddenly nearly doubled, and the naked eye could hardly keep up with his speed. Everyone could only see a shadow wandering in the room. What shocked Zhao Wuji was that his increased gravity did not seem to affect Qiling at all. My own positioning and tracking couldn't capture Qiling's location at all. Damn it, you little brat, what tricks did you pull off? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but asked angrily as his 2 great tricks failed one after another. The onlookers were also extremely curious about this. They had already experienced the terrifying power of Zhao Wuji's 2 soul skills just now, but they had suffered a lot. Now they are actually ineffective against Qiling. How can they not be surprised? This should be the effect of Qi Soul Technique. Ning Rongrong was born in the Kaibao glazed sect, and the world he had seen was unmatched by others, and he immediately analyzed it. It seems that Qiling's 2nd soul skill can not only increase his speed, but also add some magical effects to him. Smart, you got the right answer. Qiling showed his figure and said, during the use of the second soul skill, my speed will increase by 100%, and all slowing down and locking skills targeting me will not work. Teacher Zhao, unfortunately, both of your soul skills are ineffective against me. Zhao Wuji's face became more and more ugly. He couldn't lock it and it couldn't work? Isn't this obviously targeting him? Is this kid specifically here to make trouble for himself? Humph. Even if you have many tricks up your sleeve, what's the use? Zhao Wuji said unwillingly. Your attacks can't break through my defense at all. If you want to use the attack just now to absorb my soul power and make me exhausted, then I advise you to save it. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, although you only have 4 soul rings left, your soul power is still much higher than mine. Qiling said. If I wanted to defeat you, Teacher Zhao, with the attack like just now, I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb the soul power as fast as you can recover. After Zhao Wuji heard this, he couldn't help but laugh proudly, but before he could be proud for 2 seconds, Qiling said immediately, then, what I have to do will be much simpler. I just need to speed up the absorption, so fast that you can't recover. That's okay, right? The first soul skill, Blood Demon's 100 Split Claws. In an instant, the first soul ring on Qiling's body lit up, and his whole body seemed to turn into a shadow, attacking Zhao Wuji. Qiling's hands stretched out from the shadow and instantly turned into hundreds of claw shadows, covering the sky above Zhao Wuji and blocking all his hiding spaces. Zhao Wuji, who was not known for his speed, was naturally unable to dodge such a dense and fast attack. He could only use his immovable king body to push through with his powerful defense capabilities. And this is the effect Qiling wants. Because of the Blood Demon Emperor's passive ability, every attack by Qiling would take away a trace of Zhao Wuji's soul power. A single hit may not be a big deal, but hundreds of attacks add up, it will become a terrifying number. The claw shadows all over the sky caused almost no damage to Zhao Wuji, not even a small scar. But when Qiling finished his attack, Zhao Wuji was panting and sweating profusely, as if he had consumed a huge amount of energy. You damn little brat! Zhao Wuji gasped, damn it, what kind of evil martial spirit are you? I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, please be careful, I'm going to continue the attack. Qiling said, his figure like a ghost, rushing towards Zhao Wuji. Facing Qiling's attack, Zhao Wuji couldn't hide or guard. It could be said that he was eaten to death. In desperation, he roared, his soul power suddenly exploded, and he launched an indiscriminate and violent attack on his surroundings. Since there is no way to hide or defend, just attack yourself. Chapter 27, Zhao Wuji's Defeat. Zhao Wuji had a wonderful idea, but how could Qiling, who had used Night Demon Scream, be so easily attacked? During Zhao Wuji's fierce attack, Qiling was like a ghost, shuttling through the gaps in his attack. Every time Zhao Wuji's attack was about to touch Qiling's body, he always dodged it by a hair's breadth. His movements were as graceful as if he were dancing, which made Zhao Wuji so angry. As a result, after Zhao Wuji performed this operation, Qiling did not hit it, but instead made himself very tired. And when his attack stopped, Qiling did not miss this opportunity, and immediately attacked again with Blood Demon's 100 Split Claws. Zhao Wuji's soul power had dropped to a very dangerous level. Damn it, I am the immovable king Zhao Wuji, how could I lose to? Zhao Wuji said, taking a step forward, but at this time he was very tired, he staggered and almost fell. And when he raised his head, a clean and white hand appeared in front of him, with the index finger intact, making a gesture that made his head snap. Teacher Zhao, our competition should end here. Qiling said, I'm really sorry. This time, I will pay you back for my sister. With that said, Qiling gently loosened his fingers and flicked Zhao Wuji's head to pieces. Of course, along with it, there is also the powerful soul power that I absorbed before, belonging to Zhao Wuji. A shockwave seemed to be formed where Qiling's finger flicked, and the surging soul power burst out, like a small bomb. And Zhao Wuji, who was in the middle of the explosion, suffered all the injuries. He was suddenly stunned, his head went blank, and he actually fainted like this. Boom! Zhao Wuji's heavy body fell backwards to the ground. The stick of incense on the table had just burned out the last bit of ashes. Zhao Wuji fell, but Qiling was still standing there intact. The feudal Ming king Zhao Wuji was actually defeated by a great soul master. Dai Mubai felt as if he was dreaming. He never imagined that Qiling could really defeat Zhao Wuji. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. At this moment, Qiling shouted to Dai Mubai. Ah, ah. Dai Mubai came back to his senses and said, Brother Qi, what's wrong? Now, it should be considered that we have passed, right? Qiling said with a smile. Dai Mubai suddenly felt speechless. You had beaten the examiner down, and you still asked yourself if you had passed the test? After receiving a positive answer, Qiling said with confidence, that's good. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao's ring sealing technique has been unlocked, and he should be able to wake up soon after regaining his soul power. At this moment, Xiao Wu made a sound and woke up from the coma. Qiling immediately asked, Xiao Wu, you're awake, do you feel better? I'm fine. Xiao Wu said, Brother Qi, how was the assessment? Did we pass it? Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I have knocked down Teacher Zhao. We passed the exam. Qiling said with a smile. Xiao Wu tilted her head, wondering if she heard it wrong. She just wanted to pass the examination, so why did her elder brother knock down the examiner? Moreover, several of us were severely punished by Zhao Wuji just now. How could our eldest brother be so powerful, yet he was brought down in the blink of an eye? After a while, Zhao Wuji covered his head, woke up, and said, Damn it, you brat, you are so cruel. Teacher Zhao, please forgive me. With Prince Fudo as my opponent, of course I have to go all out. Qiling directly put a high hat on Zhao Wuji, choking back the rest of Zhao Wuji's words. I wonder, Teacher Zhao, have we passed the assessment? Zhao Wuji was severely beaten by Qiling and was feeling unhappy. However, this test was set by himself and he agreed to the conditions. There was really no way to cause trouble for Qiling. And even though he was unhappy, Zhao Wuji had to admit that this kid was incredibly talented to be able to defeat him at the level of a great soul master. It can be said that among the people he has met, no one is higher than him. He is also happy to be able to recruit such students. What's more, I will be their teacher in the future. If I want to deal with them, are I afraid that I won't have a chance? The most important thing now is of course to accept them first. The loss of such a talented boy is a huge loss. Past. Zhao Wuji said impatiently, Mubai, take them back to your dormitory first, and get ready for class tomorrow morning. Really, I didn't think about it. My old Zhao Yingming has been here all his life, but today he actually capsized here. After Zhao Wuji glanced at Qiling, he turned and walked out of the room. After Zhao Wuji walked out of the room, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Qiling and jumped up and down happily. Oh! Brother Qi, you are so powerful, you actually knocked down that smelly bear. Yeah, ouch! Xiao Wu cried out in pain, and Qiling hurriedly hugged her and said, Girl, if you're injured, don't jump up and down like this. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue mischievously, I'm just happy. I won't do it next time. Then Dai Mubai took a few people to the dormitory of Shrek Academy. Because there were 5 men and 3 women among them, Qiling stayed in a room alone. This night, everyone went to bed extra early, because everyone's energy and physical strength had been exhausted to the extreme during the day's battle with Zhao Wuji. Of course, except for Qiling, because of the Blood Demon Emperor, his condition is the best, even better than Zhao Wuji. Qiling, who couldn't sleep, simply went to the roof, lay down on some broken bricks and tiles, and admired the bright moon in the sky with a glass of good wine, so he was happy and free. Just when Qiling was enjoying his own leisure time, suddenly, all the sounds of insects and birds around him suddenly became silent. They seemed to sense some terrible presence and came to this place. It seemed that even the moon in the sky was stagnant in the sky because of the arrival of this person. Qiling felt the abnormal changes in the air and sighed helplessly. After all, he was still very familiar with this person. "Uncle Hao, do you want to create such a big battle every time you come here? You scare the birds and insects." Qiling seemed to be very casual, looking at the air beside him said. In the next second, a middle-aged man appeared a few bricks away from Qiling. As soon as this person appeared, it was destined that no one could ignore him. The heavy pressure emanating from him seemed to crush the whole world. But the strange thing is that despite having such a strong presence, he seems to have been sitting there all the time. No one can see when he appeared there. He is Tang San's father, Tang Hao, the legendary Haoshan Douluo, a true titled Douluo. Chapter 28, Zhao Wuji, Miserable. Qiling has met Tang Hao several times in the past few years. After all, as Tang San's sworn brother, how could Tang Hao not come forward to test whether Qiling was qualified? The result of the test was that Tang Hao admired Qiling extremely much. The two even developed a friendship that they had known each other for years, and occasionally they would drink like this. After pouring Tang Hao a glass of wine, Qiling said, "Uncle Hao, aren't you going to meet the mistress?" Tang Hao drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, praised good wine, and then said, "No, my things are not finished yet. Before that, I can't see him." In fact, Qiling knew that what Tang Hao said was just an excuse. He just felt guilty for Tang San, so he refused to come forward to meet him. "Oh, forget it, it's up to you." Qiling said, "You father and son are really annoying." Tang Hao gave a rare smile and said, "It is said that an elder brother is like a father. You have done your best to take care of my mistress while I was away. Don't worry, Xiaosan is my younger brother. If I don't take care of him, who will take care of him?" Qiling said, "I have no father and mother. Xiaosan and Xiaowu are my only relatives. I care about them more than anyone else. Haha, let's put it this way, it's my biological father who is no longer responsible." Tang Hao said with a smile, "The mistress is lucky to have you as his big brother. Okay, I'm here today just to see what the school where the junior students are enrolled in is like. Now it seems that it is a very interesting school." Tang Hao said. "That's natural. This is a school recommended by Master Xiaogang. It's naturally good." Qiling said, "The teachers and classmates here are very suitable for juniors." Speaking of teacher, the mistress seems to have been injured by Zhao Wuji today, right? When Tang Hao said these words, Qiling felt as if the air around him had solidified, and the insects and birds that had started to chirp became quiet again. Qiling smiled helplessly. Yes, he had forgotten that after Zhao Wuji taught Tang San a lesson, he was taught a lesson by his father Tang Hao that night, but he still didn't use the martial arts to beat him severely. From then on, Zhao Wuji also discovered how great it was to beat people without using martial arts. "Uncle Hao, please be gentler with teacher Zhao. After all, I have already made him suffer once today," Qiling said. "Oh? You can actually make Zhao Wuji suffer?" Tang Hao said in surprise, "He has the strength of the Soul Saint, how did you do it?" "It's nothing, it's just a small trick. It can be said that teacher Zhao was plotted by me," Qiling said. "After all, my brother and sister were beaten. As the elder brother, I have to seek justice for them." After hearing this, Tang Hao laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, if you win, you win. You can calculate Zhao Wuji, which shows that you have a very good mind. I didn't expect that you still have such ability. Now that you can plot against the Soul Saint, if I give you 2 more soul rings, wouldn't you be able to plot against the titled Douluo?" Qiling also smiled and said, "No, it's just Teacher Zhao who asked me." Then since Teacher Zhao has been repaired by me, Uncle Hao, look, well, since he has already suffered a loss, then I will. Tang Hao thought, then I will punch him less. Originally, I wanted to punch him 100 times, but now I'll just punch him 99 times. Oh, I really gave him an advantage. Qiling felt speechless for a while. Is there a big difference between 100 punches and 99 punches? After Tang Hao left, not long after, vague screams were heard from the direction where Zhao Wuji lived. Teacher Zhao, you can't blame me. I have tried my best to help you get leniency. If you want to blame me, just blame you for provoking a horrible father. Qiling thought in his heart. The next morning, when Qiling and others heard the principal's call and headed to the playground, Qiling had already met everyone in the Shrek 7 Devils. The wretched Oscar, the crooked Ma Hung Jun, and the Shrek 7 Devils are similar to what Qiling imagined, and each has its own characteristics. After arriving at the playground, the first thing everyone saw was not Principal Flender standing in the center, but Zhao Wuji with 2 panda eyes and a bruised nose and face. Xiao Wu, did your brother beat Teacher Zhao so badly yesterday? Ning Rongrong asked Xiao Wu beside him in a low voice. When they were dismissed yesterday, Zhao Wuji's face didn't have so many injuries. Well, I don't know, maybe he suffered internal injuries. Xiao Wu said confidently. Zhao Wuji felt the gazes of several people, watching them whispering, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to explain something, but he couldn't say it, because before leaving, that person specifically asked him to keep it a secret. Fortunately, at this moment, Principal Flanders spoke up and helped him out. Well, that's good. It seems that we have recruited another group of little monsters. That's great. Dear little monsters, I, Flender, the president of Shrek Academy, welcome you on behalf of the Academy, and thank you for choosing Shrek Academy. However, before officially enrolling, I have one more question to ask you. Flender's expression became serious and he said seriously, have you really decided to join Shrek Academy? Before that, Daimyo Bai had already introduced the situation of Shrek Academy to everyone. Although the Academy had many powerful teachers, most of them were people who were dissatisfied with the imperial power. This also means that if you join Shrek Academy, you will definitely not be welcomed by the Empire or even the Spirit Hall, which will have a great impact on your future. Although joining the Academy does not mean that you must break with these forces, it will definitely be marked as belonging to Shrek Academy, so you must consider it carefully. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing an invitation to enter Shrek Academy. This option is an important one. Please choose the host carefully among the following options. Option 1, refuse to join Shrek Academy, and later join the Spirit Hall, and receive rewards, Tang San, Xiao Wu's favorability -20%, the position of Bishop of the Spirit Hall, and Soul Power level +3. Option 2, refuse to join Shrek Academy, and later join the Imperial Force, and receive rewards, City Lord position, Shrek Academy favorability -10%, and Gold Soul Coins +10,000. Option 3, refuse to join any force and receive a reward, a Soul Bone or a Soul Ring. Option 4, join Shrek Academy, become a student of Shrek Academy, and receive rewards, Shrek Academy favorability +10%, God level skills, 9 transformations True Dragon Art. This time the system selection task reminded Qiling that this is an important choice, which means that Qiling's choice will greatly affect the direction of the subsequent plot. After all, joining a force is indeed a choice that requires careful consideration. Even the choice itself is more important than the reward. Chapter 29, 9 Turns True Dragon Technique. It has to be said that the rewards for the 4 options are very generous. It can be said that choosing any one is not a loss, but for Qiling, option 4 is what he has to choose, because of this set of 9 turns of the True Dragon Technique. Although Qiling has been practicing Xiantian Kong for 6 years, he has always felt that although this Xiantian Kong is magical, it may not be suitable for him. Because this Xiantian Kung Fu is a technique specially prepared for Tang sect disciples, and what Tang sect disciples are best at is not frontal attacks, but hidden weapons. Qiling's character dictates that what he likes most is to compete head-on with the enemy. This can be said to run counter to the purpose of practicing Xiantian Kong. So Qiling has been looking for a practice method that suits him. And now, this set of 9 transformation true dragon techniques is basically a training method tailor-made for you. Therefore, Qiling chose the 4th option without hesitation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 4, join Shrek Academy and receive system rewards, Shrek Academy favorability plus 10%, God level skills, 9 transformations true dragon art. Several other people quickly made their own choices. After all, everyone who came here was mentally prepared, so naturally no one would back down. Seeing that no one chose to quit, Flanders was also very pleased. Very good, each of you will pay 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li later, and you will have completed your enrollment. Mubai arrived. Dai Mubai responded, seeming to have great respect for Flanders, even with a hint of admiration. Today's class starts in the evening. You and others should go down to rest first and get well. Flanders said, Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two stay. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar are auxiliary soul masters. Flanders asked them to stay because he was interested in them. There is special training, which Qiling expected. After returning from the playground, Qiling did not rest like others, but concentrated on studying the 9 turns of true dragon art. As a god-level skill, this thing cannot be mastered by just practicing. The 9 transformation true dragon art, all the foundations of cultivation, are inseparable from the word 9. Like the Xiantian technique, the 9 transformations true dragon art is also divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of the soul master. Every time you ascend to a higher level, the 9-turn true dragon art will conduct a thorough tempering on the host's body, removing impurities and refining itself. After completing the last 9 times of tempering, the host will be able to obtain the perfect true dragon body. With a mortal body, it will be comparable to the gods. In terms of physical strength, it will not lose to any existence in the world. In terms of internal aspects, every time the 9-turn true dragon skill increases 1 level of cultivation, a true dragon formed by true energy will be formed in the body, circulating around the body, constantly broadening one's own meridians and increasing one's own cultivation. It can be said that in terms of precipitating oneself and accelerating one's cultivation, there is no more domineering technique than the 9 transformations true dragon art. Such a miraculous skill is naturally extremely difficult to practice. It requires extremely high levels of talent, and it also requires unwavering endurance. Fortunately, Qiling already has these 2 conditions. So this afternoon, Qiling officially started practicing the first level of the 9-turn true dragon art. This first step was the first thorough training of himself. This is an extremely painful and long process. Qiling has to regenerate all his muscles, bones, meridians, and organs before he can complete his first physical training. Even with Qiling's willpower, he fainted from the pain 19 times. Only when he could survive this first training that was comparable to hell could he really start to practice this technique. From morning to evening, Qiling spent a full 5 hours before completing his first physical exercise. And when he woke up, his body was covered in black and blood-colored dirt, which were the impurities extracted from his body. But at this time, Qiling felt that his physical condition was better than ever. His physical quality has improved by more than 1 level, and he is completely different from the person he was a day ago. The 9 transformation true dragon art is indeed miraculous. Qiling looked at his perfect body and said, if you continue to practice, you will become a god. Naturally, completing the first physical training was just the beginning. Now Qiling could feel that there was a vague existence in his body, wandering in the meridians of his body. This is the prototype of the first real dragon. As Qiling practices this technique, the figure of this dragon will become clearer and clearer, and the technique will become more refined accordingly. What Qiling has to do is to train this dragon all the time and make it grow stronger. The more diligent he is, the more obvious his progress will be. After getting up from the bed, Qiling looked at the dirt on his body, frowned, and hurried to the bathroom to rinse. After washing up properly, Qiling came to the cafeteria of the college. It was meal time and all the students in the college were eating here. Ah! Brother Qi, you're here. Xiao Wu saw Qiling coming and immediately jumped on him. You haven't shown up all day, where have you been? It's nothing, I'm just practicing in the room. As for you, are your injuries healed? Qiling asked. I've been fine for a long time. My physical condition has improved. Xiao Wu said, suddenly looking at Qiling's face carefully, and said, Brother Qi, I haven't seen you for a day, you seem to have become more handsome. Pfft! Ma Hongjun, who was eating, suddenly spat out, Xiao Wu, we know that your brother Qi is the most handsome, but don't be such a nympho, okay? It's true. Brother Qi is completely different from the morning. If you don't believe it, just look at it. Xiao Wu said confidently. The 9 transformation true dragon art is an all-round exercise for the body. Naturally, it will also slightly change the character's appearance and develop it in a more perfect direction. This kind of change is difficult to detect if you don't pay attention, but Xiao Wu can see it at a glance. It can only be said that she is too familiar with everything about Qiling, and not even the slightest change can escape her. After Xiao Wu's prompting, everyone really noticed the changes in Qiling. Dai Mubai said thoughtfully, I can't feel the other changes in Qiling, but his temperament has become sharper. This is indeed true. If you let me fight with you again now, I'm afraid I won't even have the courage to stand in front of you. Tang San looked at Qiling's body and said, Big Brother's body seems to have changed too. It's like pig iron becomes fine iron after being tempered. It's really magical. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, you have become more handsome, do you still have a place for me to live? It's so unfair. As for Zhu Zuqing, he just said coldly, very strong. Stop it. I'm not here to give you an exhibition. If you want to learn body physiology, go find a teacher to learn it. Qiling said helplessly. Let's finish our meal quickly and gather in the big playground. The time Principal Flenders said is almost here. Chapter 30, The True Nature of the Witch. When everyone came to the big playground, they saw a scene that was extremely surprising. Oscar was still running dejectedly, but Ning Rongrong, who was originally gentle and considerate, was now in a tense confrontation with Flanders. Ning Rongrong, I asked you to run around the school 20 times, but you went to Soto City alone, ate and played all day long, and even asked Oscar to do it for you. You are lying. You feel so at ease. Flanders said with a stern expression. The mistake Oscar made is excusable, but the mistake you made is unforgivable. If this were on the battlefield, there would be only one result waiting for you, and that would be military justice and death. The gentle look on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded away, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. There was a bit of contempt and disdain in her expression, but this is not a battlefield, it's just an academy. Yes, this is indeed just an academy, but this is my Flanders Shrek Academy. Flanders said without giving in. Now I give you 2 ways. One is to take your things and leave here immediately. The other is to stay here and never make such a mistake again. Fland, who do you think you are? Just a little soul saint. Want to drive me away? It's not that easy. Ning Rongrong said with a sneer. I advise you to leave me alone, otherwise, Flanders, you will not be able to bear the consequences. As soon as Ning Rongrong said these words, Tang San and others suddenly looked shocked. They never expected that Ning Rongrong was so arrogant and domineering inside. Qiling was the only one at the scene who looked unsurprised. This was Ning Rongrong's true appearance. He was the daughter of the Kaibao glazed sect and had been spoiled since childhood. The most natural side of Ning Rongrong. Flanders smiled calmly, "This is my academy. I have the final say. Even the Seven Treasures glazed sect can't control this place. What's more, in my eyes, every student here is better than you. Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda is indeed one of the most powerful auxiliary martial spirits. Unfortunately, you will only bring shame to it. You're talking nonsense." Ning Rongrong's chest heaved violently in anger. She was the most talented disciple of the Kaibao glazed sect in history, but she was called useless by Flanders. How could she accept it if she was so arrogant? Am I talking nonsense? Humph. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit White Tiger, 37th level Soul Master, in the history of Shrek Academy. Tang San, a 29th level Great Soul Master, has been able to practice with blue silver grass to this day, and his talent is astonishing. Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuking. Not to mention Qiling, his talent is the most terrifying among the students I have ever seen. Even in the Kaibao glazed sect, I dare to say that there is no talent that surpasses his. Flanders praised the merits of all the students. Only then did everyone realize that they were so outstanding. Why didn't you notice it before? Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip after hearing these words. She was not willing to give in, she really was not willing to give in. She had grown up with praises, so how could she become the worst when she came here? What about Oscar? A little food-based martial soul, he can't compare to me. Ning Rongrong said unwillingly. Hearing these words, Qiling couldn't help but cover her eyes. Miss, are you looking for abuse? Sure enough, when Ning Rongrong mentioned Oscar, Flanders smiled faintly. The reason why he didn't mention Oscar was because he wanted Ning Rongrong to take the initiative to mention Oscar, thus giving her a bigger blow. You are wrong. Oscar's talent is definitely much higher than yours. Have you ever seen a food-type soul master with innate soul power? Flanders said with a proud smile. This is impossible. Ning Rongrong said in surprise. When she awakened, she only had level 9 soul power. Nothing is impossible. Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His martial spirit. Finally, Flanders concluded, Ning Rongrong, think about it carefully, what do you have to be proud of? If you are still stubborn like this, the glory of the Seven Treasures glazed sect will sooner or later be ruined in your hands. At this time, Ning Rongrong's face was already pale, and she suddenly cried out wow, turned around and ran towards her dormitory. A proud smile appeared on Flanders' face. Young man, I can't even handle a movie about a little girl like you, so why should I be the dean? Dean, are we going to ignore Ning Rongrong just like this? Dai Mubai said quite sympathetically at this time, what if she can't think about it anymore? No, Ning Rongrong is not that fragile. Flanders said, but in fact, he was also a little unsure. After all, even though I had the permission of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kaibao glazed sect, if something happened to Ning Rongrong, I would really have to leave without a trace. As soon as his mind changed, Flanders suddenly had an idea, and he couldn't help but smile even more proudly. Qiling, get out of the queue. Arrived. Qiling took a step forward and replied. Since he chose to join Shrek Academy, it is natural to follow the command. I'm going to give you a task. This is your lesson today. Flanders said with a smile, go comfort Ning Rongrong and stop her from doing stupid things. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing the choice proposed by Flanders. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1, reject Flanders, refuse to comfort Ning Rongrong, get reward, soul power level +1, Ning Rongrong has a 20% chance of leaving. Option 2, accept the mission, go to comfort Ning Rongrong, and receive rewards, eye technique, fiery eyes and golden eyes realm +1, Ning Rongrong's favorability +20%, and martial soul affinity +5%. Qiling never expected that Flanders would actually let him comfort Ning Rongrong. It must be because he has the most mature mind and is the most confident in doing this. And just for this reward, I have to comfort her. After all, unexpectedly, his soul power has been stagnant for many years. Before obtaining the soul ring, upgrading is meaningless. But the fiery eyes and golden eyes are different. As a god-level pupil technique, each level up is a huge enhancement. It can be said that it has endless benefits. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accepting the mission and receiving rewards, eye technique, fiery eyes and golden eyes realm +1, Ning Rongrong favorability +20%, martial soul affinity +5%. Dean Flanders, do you really want me to comfort Ning Rongrong? Qiling asked. That's natural, Qiling, this is a teaching task, you can't refuse. Flanders said with a cunning smile, seeming to be very proud of his brilliant idea. Okay then, I'm going to comfort Ning Rongrong right now, but... Qiling suddenly smiled evilly before leaving. Dean Flanders, as for how I want to comfort you, and how I want to comfort you, that's not guaranteed. Looking at Qiling's leaving figure, Flanders couldn't help but shudder. Could he have done something stupid? Chapter 31, Spiritual Master Qiling. In the girls' dormitory of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong was lying on the bed, covering her head and crying loudly. Until a while later, she suddenly raised her head and said loudly, "Hey! You guy, what are you doing here?" On the other side of the room, Qiling sat there with his eyes closed and said very casually, "Practice, what else?" Ning Rongrong suddenly became angry. According to the routine of romantic dramas, aren't you supposed to comfort me? What the hell is practicing here? Damn it, if you want to practice, just go out and practice. I don't want to see anyone now. Ning Rongrong shouted angrily. Hey, girls shouldn't talk like this. Qiling said, besides, what do you have to feel wronged about? Isn't one of the things Flanders said wrong? Me? I'm going to be mad at you. Ning Rongrong shouted, where do you freaks come from? Why are you all so strong? I don't know about this. Maybe it's God's will. As the daughter of the Kaibao glazed sect, aren't you here too? Who would have imagined this? Qiling said. Humph. It's not that simple to let me go. Ning Rongrong said suddenly, I want to prove that I, Ning Rongrong, am no worse than any of you. I am stronger than anyone else. Oh, it doesn't matter. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat me. After all, I'm cheating. Qiling said indifferently. Although Qiling was telling the truth, in Ning Rongrong's view, he was just showing off, so she pouted and said, humph. Shameless. Hey, although I have a good temper, if you scold me like this again, I will get angry. Qiling said, when I get angry, it's scary. So what if it's scary? I'm the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. My Seven Treasures Glazed sect has two titled Douluo in charge. The disciples of the sect are very powerful and have established cooperative relationships with many sects. Even the royal family. When Ning Rongrong was talking proudly about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Qiling suddenly interrupted her, then after leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, what do you have left? Ning Rongrong was suddenly speechless, and Qiling continued, if you want others to recognize you, you must rely on your own strength instead of relying on others. No matter how powerful your father is, he will grow old one day. Who will you rely on at that time? Everything you don't get with your own hands is always illusory and will collapse sooner or later. After listening to Qiling's words, Ning Rongrong suddenly said, Qiling, you look just like my father. He often says such things to me. Qiling said angrily, I don't have a naughty daughter like you. Not to be outdone, Ning Rongrong said, hey. I'm not as stinky a dad as you. So, you have figured it out? You don't plan to leave? Qiling asked. That's right, I won't leave until I trample you all under my feet. Ning Rongrong said, as if her tone was not domineering enough. She then added, I will do what I say. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll wait for the day when I get stepped on by you. Qiling said with a smile, okay, now that you've figured it out, my mission is complete. Let's go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City as soon as possible. Maybe if we go at this time, we can catch the midnight show. Humph. I'm not going. If I go now, don't I want you to treat me like a clown? Ning Rongrong said, if you want to go, go by yourself. I'll be waiting in the academy. Qiling was helpless. Ning Rongrong's arrogant character might take some time to change, so he had no choice but to go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City alone. As soon as he arrived at the Great Soul Fighting Arena, before he even walked in, Qiling saw an angry Dai Mubai walking out quickly. Mubai, why did you come out? Where are the others? Qiling asked. I don't know. Dai Mubai seemed to be in a very bad mood. After answering such a sentence, he continued walking outside without stopping. Qiling, who was confused, continued to walk inside, but soon met several other people. Xiao Wu and Tang San walked out carrying Zhu Zuqing. It seemed that Zhu Zuqing had been seriously injured. Xiao Wu, Xiao San, what's going on? How could Zhu Qing be so seriously injured? Qiling said in surprise. Brother Qi. You're here. Xiao Wu said, Zhu Zuqing was injured in the competition. Teacher Flender has already gone to find a doctor. We need to send her back first. Go. Then what happened to Dai Mubai? Why did he leave alone first? Qiling asked. Unexpectedly, Qiling didn't say anything, but when he mentioned Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu suddenly became angry. Don't mention that scumbag, it's really annoying. Xiao Wu then explained that after Zhu Zuqing was injured, Dai Mubai wanted to help her, but Zhu Zuqing threw his hand away and expressed his disgust coldly. Dai Mubai seemed to have lost face in such a place and couldn't keep his face. After saying a few harsh words to Zhu Zuqing, he gave up on her and went back alone, so Tang San and Xiao Wu supported Zhu Zuqing. Hearing that Dai Mubai had gone back to Shrek Academy alone, Qiling secretly thought that something was wrong. Ning Rongrong was still in the academy. If she met Dai Mubai in this state, she would have to fight him. After all, each of these two people has a more special identity than the other, a worse character than the other, and a more unforgiving talk than the other. Qiling would find it strange if they could live in peace. So Qiling, Tang San, and the others immediately rushed towards Shrek Academy, but because they had to take care of the injured Zhu Zuqing, they definitely couldn't keep up with Dai Mubai. As a result, when several people came outside the academy, they immediately heard the tit-for-tat voices of Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai seemed to be possessed by a martial spirit. Dai Mubai, let me tell you, don't think that just because you are angry, you can use me as a punching bag. If Zhu Zuqing doesn't choose you, that is her most correct choice, because you are not worthy. Ning Rongrong faced the white tiger possession. Dai Mubai said without flinching. What did you say? Ning Rongrong, don't anger me. This is not your home. Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Be careful, I will rape you first and then kill you. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously extremely angry. Humph, I'm so scared. If you have the ability, just come. Ning Rongrong sneered, but at such a young age, you go to a place like Gulan every day. You shouldn't be able to do it long ago, right? Qiling felt like she was breaking into a cold sweat as she listened to Ning Rongrong's words. This girl is so fierce, she dares to say anything. Don't you know this is what men care about most? Sure enough, Dai Mubai, who was ridiculed by Ning Rongrong, finally couldn't suppress his anger. The 37th level Soul Master's soul power exploded instantly, and Ning Rongrong's body was blown away almost instantly. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who fell to the ground, Dai Mubai seemed to feel that he was not relieved enough. He roared, raised his tiger claw, and was about to slap Ning Rongrong. Chapter 32, Let me help you. As an auxiliary soul master with almost no combat capability, Ning Rongrong had absolutely no chance of blocking this attack. If he was hit, he would either die or be injured. In his rage, Dai Mubai didn't even think about the consequences. He just wanted to get rid of the person who insulted him, and he didn't hesitate at all. But his grasp could not fall down after all, because his arm was grabbed by someone. Qiling appeared behind Dai Mubai at some point, grabbed Dai Mubai's arm firmly with one hand, and said, "Mubai, that's enough, we are all classmates, and Ning Rongrong is already injured. Let me go, this stinky woman. She actually dares to insult me? Like this. I have to deal with her. Even if it's Qiling today." Dai Mubai seemed to be so angry that he forgot everything he had done to Qiling, disdainful of blocking. "Oh? What if it's me?" The cold and murderous words came, and Qiling narrowed his eyes slightly, with a terrifying light shining in his eyes. Along with this burst of killing intent, Dai Mubai felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. The beast-like instinct of the white tiger spirit told him that if he didn't stop, he would probably be killed. But after Dai Mubai calmed down, he realized that Qiling didn't use his martial spirit when he stopped him. Being able to prevent the use of martial souls, but still being in a furious state, but not using soul power, this undoubtedly shows that Qiling is not a little bit stronger than himself. This is simply a state of suppression. Dai Mubai had no choice but to put down his hand. He felt that today he could say that he had lost all his face since he was born. First he ignored Zhu Zuqing and then he attacked girls. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a scumbag. "Ma Hongjun, are you here?" Dai Mubai said self-deprecatingly, "I'm going to Red Flower Street, are you going or not?" Ma Hongjun hesitated for a moment, but finally failed to resist the temptation and said, "Mubai, wait for me, I'll come right away." After Dai Mubai left, Xiao Wu took Zhu Zuqing to rest, while others came forward to check Ning Rongrong's injury. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit has strong and domineering attributes. Even if he does not launch a direct attack, the shock of the spirit power will hurt people. Ning Rongrong was hurt internally and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. But this is not what makes Ning Rongrong the most angry. What makes her angry is that she has no way to deal with Dai Mubai. After leaving the family, he turned out to be so vulnerable. Also, Dai Mubai's words were full of disrespect for women. As a well-educated young lady, when had Ning Rongrong been scolded like this before? Maybe someone like Dai Mubai who often hangs around would not care about such swear words, and may even think it is a good medicine to cheer up, but for Ning Rongrong, this is unbearable humiliation. "Tang San, help me kill him. Use your special weapons." Ning Rongrong shouted viciously, "As long as you help me do it, you will be a guest of my 7 treasures glazed sect from now on, and you will get unconditional rewards. Support. I can also give you money and everything you want, even soul bones. As long as you help me kill him." Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong, and because of his previous impression, he said, "Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be bought with money and power." Seeing that Tang San refused to agree to her, Ning Rongrong turned to Oscar and said, "Oscar, are you willing to help me? As long as you can help me, I can give you those conditions." Oscar sighed and said, "Although I am poor and just a commoner, I still have a bit of backbone. Ning Rongrong, just take care of yourself. I thought you were my goddess because when I first met you, you were so kind, lovely, gentle and beautiful, but it turns out I was wrong. What I like is just your appearance. You are clearly just a devil on the inside. Then Tang San and Oscar left here. Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip. After being silent for a long time, she suddenly said to Qi Ling, "Do you also look down on me? You think I'm wrong too?" "No, I don't think you are wrong." To Ning Rongrong's surprise, Qi Ling said, "This matter is obviously Dai Muabai's fault. It's just that the mistress and others are biased against you, so they can't see through the essence of this matter." But, without waiting for Ning Rongrong to speak, Qi Ling continued, "Rongrong, you are wrong. You should not use the 7 treasure glazed tile sect as capital. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you want to get something, you have to rely on your own ability to get it." But, Ning Rongrong said, tears suddenly rolled out of her eyes as if they were broken, "But apart from these, what else do I have?" Wu. Seeing Ning Rongrong crying so sadly, Qi Ling couldn't bear it. This child was not bad in nature, but she had been spoiled since she was a child. Now she could be saved. "Stop crying. Although I can't help you kill Dai Muabai, I can still help you teach him a lesson." Qi Ling touched Ning Rongrong's head and said. "Really?" Ning Rongrong stopped and said, "You didn't lie to me. Really? You know my strength. It's easy to teach Dai Muabai a lesson. It can also let him know that respecting women is a very important thing." Qi Ling said. "Haha, then it's agreed, you can't go back on it." Ning Rongrong suddenly raised his head and said, with no trace of crying on his face. Qi Ling couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Ning Rongrong like this. This girl was indeed a little witch, and she actually deceived herself. "You girl, it's not a bad idea to say that you are a little witch," Qi Ling said helplessly, "but even though I promised you, I have conditions." "Hey? What conditions?" Ning Rongrong asked. "It's very simple. If I help you take revenge, I can't get no reward at all, right? My request is also simple, 100 gold soul coins." Qi Ling said with a smile. "It's simple, let alone 100, even if it is 10,000, I will." Ning Rongrong was talking, but was interrupted by Qi Ling. "Rongrong, I should have said that you will not rely on the family, but on yourself, right?" Qi Ling said, "For these 100 gold soul coins, I only want the money you earned." "Me? But, I've never done anything. I don't know how to make money." Ning Rongrong said aggrievedly. Only then did she realize that compared with other people in Shrek Academy, she had no advantage at all. "Haha, don't worry, I will tell you how to make money naturally. You just need to follow me tomorrow and that's it." Qi Ling said with a smile. "What you need to do now is to go back and adjust your body to the best condition. Okay, your qi and blood are unstable, so don't run around too much today." Qi Ling said, took out a pair of medicine and said, "Go back, take this medicine, and go to bed early." Watching Qi Ling leave, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but make a face at him, and whispered in her mouth, "Big money man. He didn't even let go of 100 gold soul coins. Am I not worth this? 100 gold soul coins." But holding the medicine in her hand, Ning Rongrong felt an indescribable feeling in her mind, and a smile uncontrollably appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 33, Huatuo's Economics of the World. After separating from Ning Rongrong, Qi Ling came to the healing room of Shrek Academy. The injured Zhu Zuqing was brought here, and Tang San and others were also anxiously waiting for Flanders here. "How is it? Is Zhu Zuqing's injury serious?" Qi Ling asked Tang San after arriving. Tang San said with a solemn expression, "The situation is not optimistic." Qi Ling raised his eyebrows. As a master of poison, Tang San was also very good at treating diseases. Even he couldn't do anything about it. It seemed that Zhu Zuqing's injury was really serious. Zhu Zuqing was injured when he was competing with others. That person used a very sinister palm technique that I have never seen before. Tang San said. The current solution is to wait for Dean Flender to bring back a master who can cure the disease. Otherwise, Zhu Zuking's injury may be difficult to heal. While several people were talking, Zhu Zuking suddenly coughed violently, spitting out bright red blood, which looked shocking. How could this happen? Zuking, you have to hold on. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zuking's appearance and couldn't help but said anxiously. Although Qiling was also anxious, he had no choice but to know that he didn't know as much about medical skills as Tang San, so he was helpless at this time. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1, do nothing, wait for Flanders to bring back a doctor to treat Zhu Zuking, and get a reward. Soul power level -1, Zhu Zuking's chance of healing is 30%. Option 2, rescue Zhu Zuking and receive rewards. Zhu Zuking's favorability plus 20%, martial soul affinity 5%, and divine medical skills, Hua Tuo's Jing Shi Jing. Looking at the two options this time, Qiling felt that he was really going to become an all-round talent, and now he could even treat illnesses and save people. It is certain to choose option 2. As a god-level medical skill, Hua Tuo Ji Shi Jing can be said to cover almost all difficult and complicated diseases, and it is easy to treat Zhu Zuking. However, among these rewards, Qiling can understand the favorability factor, that is, the favorability of the chosen person towards him will increase, but what is this martial soul affinity? Before he had time to think too much, the system had already reacted, and Qiling had to wait and think about it later. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, you have chosen option 2, treat Zhu Zuking, and get rewards. Zhu Zuking's favorability plus 20%, martial soul affinity 5%, and divine medical skills, Hua Tuo Ji Shi Jing. I seem to have seen Zhu Zuking's injuries before. Maybe I can save her. Qiling said casually. Brother, are you telling the truth? Tang San asked in surprise. With all my years of experience, I have no clue about this kind of injury. Brother, you can actually treat it. That's right, I happen to have seen this kind of injury in an ancient book, and I happen to know how to treat it. Qiling simply risked his life and opened the river directly. It's just that the treatment of this kind of injury cannot be disturbed by others, otherwise both parties will be in danger of life. You all go out first, and I will notify you naturally after I have treated Zhu Zuking. After being kicked out of the room, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar looked at each other. Oscar couldn't help but guess, Boss Qi and Zhu Zuking are alone, are they trying to do something inappropriate for children? Bah! Oscar, do you think Brother Qi is the same person as you? Xiao Wu said angrily. Don't use your dirty thoughts to imagine Brother Qi. Brother Qi must have done this to save Zhu Zuking. But, Xiao Wu, think about it, Zhu Zuking's growth is not ordinary. And the injury is in that area. Boss Qi is trying to heal her, so she has to take off her clothes. Oscar's mind was spinning. It seemed that the man was in this aspect. Imagination is always rich. What if Boss Qi really takes it off and sees it? I think it will be difficult for him to hold it back. No, it should be said that with Zhu Zuking's turbulence, no man can hold it back. Damn it, you're going to die. You wretched sausage uncle, wait until I tear your mouth apart. Xiao Wu got so angry that she tried to teach Oscar a lesson, but Oscar was so frightened that he screamed for help. After the fight, Xiao Wu secretly covered her chest and whispered, "Mine, shouldn't be that small, right?" In fact, some of what Oscar said was right. The reason why Qiling closed its doors was really because his treatment methods were not suitable for children. What Zhu Zuking was hit with was a very sinister palm technique. If she was not treated immediately after being hit, it would eat away at her life and eventually she would gradually become weak and die. According to the records in Hua Tuo Ji Shi Jing, if you want to treat this kind of injury, you must use a more powerful technique to achieve the effect of expulsion, and the 9 turns true dragon art practiced by Qiling just meets the requirements. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, who was unconscious in front of him, Qiling felt extremely hesitant. If he did this now, would he be taking advantage of others? Hey, Zuqing, I did this just to save you, not to take advantage of you. Qiling said with a guilty conscience. If you agree, just keep silent. If you don't agree, just do somersaults. If Zhu Zuqing hadn't been unconscious and heard these words, he would have done a backflip for Qiling no matter what. But it's a pity that now she can't even move a finger. So Qiling started to untie Zhu Zuqing's clothes with peace of mind, and then saw a blood-red palm print printed on Zhu Zuqing's chest. Qiling frowned as he looked at the palm print. He really couldn't imagine that someone would use such vicious skills, simply wanting to kill someone. Well, the injury is really serious. No, the blood is so white. No, the handprint is so round. No. What am I looking at? Qiling wiped his nosebleed and said, I have to heal Zhu Qing quickly. Putting his hand on Zhu Zuqing's injury, Qiling used a lot of perseverance to control himself not to pinch it, and then he ran the 9 turns true dragon art and began to heal Zhu Zuqing's injury. The healing process is very simple. For other people, difficult and complicated diseases that are incurable will disappear immediately like ice melting when exposed to water after the true airflow of the 9 turns true dragon art passes through. And as Qiling guided his true dragon energy into Zhu Zuqing's meridians and began to heal her injuries and perform exercises for her, Zhu Zuqing's face soon began to turn rosy and gradually turned to blood. Until an hour later, Qiling had completely healed Zhu Zuqing's injuries. The terrifying bloody fingerprints had disappeared, replaced by Zhu Zuqing's originally fair skin. Feeling nostalgic again, after this amazing feeling, Qiling immediately put Zhu Zuqing's clothes on for her. It is estimated that she will wake up in a short time. What I have to do now is to run away before she wakes up. Otherwise, Zhu Zuqing's character, if she saw what she did to her, she would probably fight her on the spot. Chapter 34, Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. Pushing open the door of the medical room, Qiling walked out. When Tang San and the others saw Qiling, they immediately gathered around and asked, "How's it going, brother? Is Zhu Zuqing's injury feeling better?" "Haha, if I take action, wouldn't you be able to catch her?" Qiling said with a smile, "She is almost recovered now, and she will wake up soon." After hearing that Zhu Zuqing was fine, everyone was relieved. Oscar gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss Qi is indeed Boss Qi. With such miraculous medical skills, I don't think even the famous doctors in the city can do it." "Brother Qi, can I go in and see Zuqing now?" Xiao Wu asked with concern at this time. Yes, but she should still be very weak now, so it's better to rest as soon as possible." Qiling said, "Oscar, make a few of your sausages and let Zhu Zuqing eat them later." "No problem. I have a big sausage." Oscar conjured up a sausage and said, "Nothing else, the sausage tube is enough." "What about you, Brother Qi? Aren't you going in with us?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "Well, I'll forget it. I've used up a lot of energy just now, so I'll go back and rest first." Qiling said and left here quickly. Looking at Qiling's hurried footsteps when he left, he didn't look tired at all. But Xiao Wu was worried about Zhu Zuqing, so she didn't take it to heart. When Flanders came back with the doctor, he saw Zhu Zuqing, who had recovered and regained consciousness. Not only was she not feeling any discomfort, she even felt in better condition than before. "Zhu Zuqing? Your injury has healed," Flanders said in surprise. He clearly remembered that before he left, Zhu Zuqing had been injured and unconscious. How come he was already intact after such a short time? Dean. It was Brother Qi who cured Zhu Qing's injury. Xiao Wu said happily. Brother Qi didn't know what method he used, but it only took an hour to cure Zhu Qing. An hour. Not only Flanders, but also the doctor who came with him was surprised. According to what my friend Flanders just said, this girl should have an extremely vicious kung fu called blood handprint. The doctor nodded lightly and said, "It would take me at least a day to heal this kind of injury. Who is so powerful that it only takes an hour to heal?" Flanders was also greatly surprised by this. This doctor was a well-known miracle doctor. Not only was he superb in art, he was also a level 69 Soul Emperor. Even he was amazed. When did Qi Ling have such ability? "Xiao Wu, Tang San, are you sure it was Qi Ling who cured Zhu Zuqing?" Flanders asked. Xiao Wu nodded fiercely at the side, and Tang San also said, "Dean Flanders, it's absolutely true, it was indeed elder brother who cured Zhu Zuqing. It seems that our Shrek Academy has really produced a peerless genius this time." Flanders said with emotion, "I'm sorry, old friend, your trip was in vain." He, it doesn't matter. Since there is such a magical little baby, I have to meet him someday. How can I run away in vain?" The doctor said with a smile. "No matter what, it is a good thing that Zhu Zuqing has recovered from his injury, and everyone is sincerely happy." There was only Zhu Zuqing. She covered her chest with her hands, feeling an indescribable touch on it. "Qi Ling, how on earth did you heal yourself?" One night passed like this. Zhu Zuqing recovered from her injuries, and what was even more surprising was that her soul power level actually rose by 1 level, reaching level 28. It seems that the injury awakened Zhu Zuqing's potential, allowing her to further her cultivation. "It's really gratifying," Flanders said with a smile. But Zhu Zuqing felt that this was not the case. Somehow, she always felt that her improvement in cultivation had something to do with Qi Ling. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing subconsciously looked at Qi Ling, only to find that his eyes were also looking at her quietly. After he was discovered by himself, he immediately shifted his gaze and whistled as a cover, clearly showing a guilty conscience. There is something weird, Zhu Zuqing thought in his heart. At this time, everyone in Shrek Academy, except Ning Rongrong, was gathered on the playground. Regarding Ning Rongrong, Qi Ling is not sure how much effect his words yesterday will have. Now he can only wait and see what happens. Our lesson today is very simple, that is, we will continue to the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena for actual combat training. Flanders said. Although we had an accident yesterday and Zhu Zuqing was seriously injured, I don't regret taking you there at all. Because this is the life of a soul master. It is not only about love and romance, but also about pain and blood. If you experience a failure and never dare to move forward, you will never be able to break through yourself. Zhu Zuqing! Flanders suddenly shouted. Here! Zhu Zuqing took a step forward and said. Are you afraid if I let you play again? Don't be afraid. Are you afraid if you might die? Don't be afraid. Very good. Flanders said with satisfaction, you really did not disappoint me. But I, Shrek Academy, am not just someone to bully. Qi Ling. Flanders continued. Ah? What are you doing? Qi Ling was distracted when he was suddenly called and replied subconsciously. I'll give you a task. Can you finish it? Flanders laughed. Can you tell me first, what the mission is? Qi Ling hesitated, this dean is very capable of deceiving people. Don't worry, this task couldn't be easier for you. And I believe you will complete it well. Flanders said mysteriously. Arriving at Soto City's Great Soul Fighting Arena again, Qi Ling couldn't help but feel excited. Yesterday, he didn't get to show off his skills, so he wanted to have a good time today. The Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City is nearly 100 meters high and covers a huge area. It is one of the most luxurious buildings in Soto City. The huge ceiling looks extremely huge in the night, giving people a sense of prosperity and majesty. This was already the second time Tang San and others came here, and now they walked inside with familiarity. Qi Ling and Zhu Zuqing were slightly behind, falling some distance behind. Hey! Who do I think this is? Isn't this my defeated opponent yesterday? Just when Zhu Zuqing and Qi Ling were about to enter the Great Soul Fighting Arena, a very gloomy voice suddenly came from the side. Then, a man with red hair and an arrogant expression walked over with his hands in his pockets and an expression that said he didn't deserve a beating. Why, that slap yesterday didn't kill you yet? Could it be that you came here today specifically to die? Ha ha ha, the red-haired man said to Zhu Zuqing arrogantly. Zhu Zuqing gritted her silver teeth, clenched her fists, and was about to fight back when her shoulders were suddenly held down by Qi Ling. Chapter 35, The battle ended in 3 seconds. You are Zhu Qing's opponent yesterday, Zhang Lei, right? Qi Ling protected Zhu Zuqing behind him and said to Zhang Lei. Yesterday, Zhu Qing took great care of you. I spent a lot of effort to heal her. Zhang Lei looked at Qi Ling who suddenly appeared, but didn't pay attention. Instead, he continued, Humph, so what? She was injured by me, and she was almost beaten to death by me. What can you do to me? Bite me? Ha ha ha. And you said you cured her? Who do you think you are? How can my bloody handprint be so easy to cure? Without me personally taking advantage of it, she wouldn't survive 3 nights at all. If you don't want her to fade away, hee, then let her sleep with me for 1 night, and I will naturally help her heal. Zhang Lei said with a lewd smile. The palm that hit her before really made me ecstasy. I have never encountered such a good hand feeling. It is really a pity that I can't play with it. Ha ha ha. Whether you believe it or not, I have healed Zhu Qing's injuries. And Qi Ling said, his eyes suddenly turned golden, with the terrifying pressure it emanated from him. Today, let me play with you. Get ready. It wasn't until Qi Ling left that Zhang Lei recovered from Qi Ling's pressure. He couldn't believe it. How could the other party exude such a terrifying aura even though he was younger than him? Humph. No matter how powerful it is, so what? My blood handprints are invincible. Zhang Lei said, seemingly confident in his magical skills. After Zhu Zuqing and Qi Ling walked away, Zhu Zuqing suddenly said to Qi Ling, it was you who healed my injury yesterday. When Qi Ling heard this, he immediately became embarrassed. It was really difficult for him to avoid being noticed by his actions. Well, I'm doing this all to save you, so it must be like this. You understand, I must. Just as Qi Ling hesitated, Zhu Zuqing suddenly continued, I know what you want to say. Defeat him, and I will forgive you. Qi Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, don't worry, this is very simple. But, I have one more request. Zhu Zuqing turned around and looked into Qi Ling's eyes and said, no matter how you win, I hope you don't kill him. It's best not to let his strength be damaged. Hey? Why is this? Qi Ling was halfway through asking, and felt that there was no need to ask any more, because he already knew everything from Zhu Zuqing's eyes. In those clear eyes, there is a strong persistence to become stronger and a strong desire to win. Qi Ling has never seen such a strong woman. I am afraid that as long as she can become stronger, she will be happy even if she has to suffer all the hardships in the world. She doesn't want to kill Zhang Lei, and she doesn't even want Zhang Lei's strength to be damaged. Naturally, she wants to defeat him with her own hands under fair conditions. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing Zhu Zuqing's request. Please choose the host from the following options. Option 1, reject Zhu Zuqing, directly kill Zhang Lei in today's competition, and get rewards. Zhu Zuqing's favorability will return to 0, the Grand Soul Arena badge level +1, and the Gold Soul coin +10. Option 2, promise Zhu Zuqing to win this battle without damaging Zhang Lei's strength, and receive rewards. Zhu Zuqing's favorability +20%. Martial Soul Affinity +10%, and the first level of the 9-turn True Dragon Art Dzogchen, Martial Arts, Bone Transforming Palm. The Great Soul Arena badge level is of no use to me at all. With my own strength, I don't need to consider the issue of insufficient points at all. Regardless of any considerations, option 2 is the best choice, not to mention that you can also obtain a martial skill that greatly increases your strength. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, agreeing to Zhuzuking, and receiving rewards, Zhuzuking's favorability plus 20%, martial soul affinity plus 10%, the first level of the 9 turns true dragon art, and martial arts, bone transformation palm. It's a very competitive girl, but it's difficult married out. Qiling smiled and said, but that's exactly what's so cute about you. Seeing Qiling walking towards the registration desk of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Zhuzuking couldn't help showing a strange expression, cute, cute. This is the first time someone has said that to me. The badge of the Great Soul Fighting Arena is the symbol of honor here. Only after winning the battle and gaining a certain number of points can the badge's level be improved. All badges are divided into 8 levels: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The goal set by Flanders for everyone at Shrek is to at least get the Silver Fighting Soul badge before graduation. If you want to get the advanced badge faster, the best way is of course to win in a row. If you win more than 4 times, you can get 10 times the points, and if you win more than 9 times, you can get 100 times the points. Naturally, as the fighting spirit badge increases, your opponents will become stronger and stronger, and there may even be situations where you fight across levels. It depends on everyone's own choice. Except for Qiling, everyone present had completed their registration yesterday. Except for Dai Mubai, everyone was a great soul master and was divided into one area. After Qiling completed the registration, someone among the few people had already been arranged to compete, and it was Xiao Wu who had been eager to try it out for a long time. Xiao Wu, who walked up to the ring, saw Qiling coming and shouted to him happily, "Hey! Brother Qi! You have to cheer me up. Okay. Focus, don't get distracted, and compete seriously." Qiling said to Xiao Wu, "If you win, I will take you to a feast." "Wow! It's a deal. No regrets." Xiao Wu said happily. Xiao Wu's opponent in this match is not weak in strength. His name is Qi Dongsheng. He is a level 28 offensive spirit master, Wuhan Grey Wolf. After seeing that Xiao Wu's martial spirit was a cute little white rabbit, Qi Dongsheng laughed and said, "Hey, little sister, isn't your little rabbit afraid of Uncle's big bad wolf? Be careful that Uncle will kill you, eat it in one bite." Xiao Wu looked at Qi Dongsheng's wretched appearance, rolled her eyes, and immediately thought of it. She immediately put on a pitiful look and said, "Oh! Uncle, your martial spirit is so terrifying. It's my first time to compete today, Renjia. I don't understand anything. It's really scary here. Uncle, can you just let me go?" Qi Dongsheng looked at Xiao Wu's cute look and almost drooled. He said quickly, Okay, little sister, Uncle will definitely be gentler." "Well, thank you, Uncle." Xiao Wu said sweetly, showing her signature smile. Looking at this scene, everyone in the audience couldn't help but cover their eyes. Oscar said, "It's over, it seems that another lost uncle is about to be poisoned by the powerful and domineering sister Xiaowu." Ma Hongjun on the side said, "Oh. Guess how many seconds Xiaowu's opponent can last this time? I guess 20 seconds at most." 20 seconds? Are you looking down on Sister Xiaowu? I think it only takes 15 seconds at most." Oscar said, "What do you think, mistress?" The opponent's martial spirit is not weak, but he underestimated the enemy and fell into Xiaowu's trap. "In my opinion, Xiaowu only needs 10 seconds to end the battle," Tang San said firmly. The 3 of them all expressed their guesses and looked at Qiling, wanting to hear his opinion. "Your guesses are too conservative. According to my estimation, this battle will be over in less than 3 seconds for Xiao Wu," Qiling said with a smile. 3 seconds? So short. Oscar said in surprise, 3 seconds, I'm afraid it's only enough to make one move, right? You're right, this battle will be over with just one move from Xiao Wu. Qiling said. Chapter 36, Qiling's First Battle. After both sides were ready, the referee walked onto the ring, signaled both sides to get ready for fighting, waved his hand, and announced the start of the game. After being possessed by Wu Hun, Qi Dongsheng crossed his arms and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he confidently waited for Xiaohu to attack. In his opinion, Xiaowu is just a girl. How powerful can she be in attack? Even if he defends and counterattacks, it is enough to defeat her. But unfortunately, his judgment was completely wrong. Just because of his carelessness at the beginning, the game was already over. Xiaowu's figure jumped directly into the air and was in the blind spot of Qi Dongshen's sight. Before he could find Xiaowu had already rushed towards Qi Dongsheng from the air, clamped his head directly with her legs, and then knocked him upside down and pinned his head into the floor of the ring. This set of movements can be described as flowing and extremely smooth. Physical skills were Xiaowu's strongest point. The entire battle, from the time the referee announced the match to when Qi Dongsheng lost consciousness, took less than 3 seconds. Many people even turned around and found that the game was over when they looked again. Including the referee, who was also confused at this time. He had just announced the start of the game. He picked up a glass of water in his hand and didn't even take a sip. It was already over? The competition is over, contestant Xiaowu wins. No matter how shocked he was, the referee announced Xiaowu's victory, making Xiaowu jump up happily. Yeah. Great, I won. Xiaowu happily jumped down from the ring and jumped into Qiling's arms. Brother Qi, remember you have to treat me to something delicious. Okay, when did I regret what I promised you? Qiling helplessly put Xiaowu down and said. At this moment, the announcement of the next competition suddenly came from the broadcast in the Big Fighting Spirit Arena. The next match will be between Iron Fighting Spirit Qiling and Silver Fighting Spirit Zhang. Thunder. Please prepare for both sides of the battle. Qiling was not surprised at all by the situation of this battle. After all, his level 30 soul power was already at the top among great soul masters, so he naturally had to find a stronger opponent. Moreover, coupled with what Flanders said before, Qiling had reason to believe that this was his fault. It was not that easy to take advantage of the four-eyed owl. Hey? Isn't this Zhang Lei Zhu Zuking's opponent yesterday? Oscar said, and everyone looked at Zhu Zuking together. In response to this, Zhu Zuking had no reaction. Instead, he looked at Qiling, his eyes conveying a message that only they could understand. Okay, I understand. Qiling said as he walked to prepare, don't worry, you won't be hurt. Everyone thought that Qiling was talking about himself when he said he would not be hurt, but only Zhu Zuking knew that he was talking about Zhang Lei not being hurt. To defeat his opponent without getting him injured, what on earth is Qiling going to do? Zhu Zuking couldn't help but become curious. Just as Qiling went to the lounge to prepare, Oscar suddenly shouted, "Ah! That's right! It will be some time before Boss Qi comes on stage. Everyone, do we want to take the opportunity to make a fortune?" Make a fortune? You mean? Tang San said. That's right. That's it. We can bet on Qiling to win. Isn't it a sure profit? Oscar said excitedly. Before the game, you can place bets on the outcome of the game. Although Qiling is strong, it is his first time playing, and no one thinks he will win. Because of this, most people will win if they overpower Zhang Lei, and very few people choose Qiling, so the ratio of Qiling is terrifyingly high. Of course, it was not impossible. Everyone in Shrek Academy spent all their wealth to buy Qiling Ying. Ha, now we are going to make a huge fortune. We have to thank Boss Qi very much. After Oscar finished the purchase, he immediately began to imagine what he would see after winning money. The staff responsible for placing bets saw that they were all children and couldn't bear to say, "Hey, you guys, although the odds of Qiling are indeed high, this is his first time playing. Are you sure he can do it?" "Win? Of course." Tang San said with a smile, "I can't imagine how Big Brother would lose." Several other people all agreed. Even Zhao Wuji suffered a loss under Qiling. How can a great soul master benefit from Qiling? "Hey? What are you guys doing here?" At this moment, Flanders suddenly appeared behind a few people and asked. "Ah, Principal, Boss Chi is about to compete, and we are placing bets." Oscar said, "Principal, do you want to place some bets? You are guaranteed to make a profit." When Flanders heard this, he immediately got angry and said, "Hey! At such a young age, I don't want to make progress, and I actually do such opportunistic things. What, this beauty, place some bets for me." The reason why Flanders didn't let a few people gamble before was because 9 out of 10 bets resulted in losses. There was no sure win bet, and no one could say that they would win for sure. But now God has placed a sure win situation in front of me. If I don't cherish it, it will be a waste of nature. At this time, Qiling had no idea that he had been regarded as a shortcut to making a fortune. If he had known about it, he might regret not buying a few bets. After a short wait in the lounge, Qiling walked to the ring, where Zhang Lei was already waiting for him. Zhang Lei watched Qiling slowly walk onto the ring and couldn't help but smile. "Hey! I didn't expect that my opponent today would be you. This is really the best. I'll let you know that my bloody handprints are not so easy to deal with." Qiling smiled nonchalantly and said, "Okay, it just so happens that I also want to play with you." When the referee saw the two people arriving, he immediately began to introduce their identities. When Zhang Lei was introduced, the audience stage, which was not lively at first, suddenly burst into warm cheers, as if welcoming a star. This is also because Zhang Lei has accumulated a lot of popularity through his winning streak these days. These people made a lot of money by suppressing Zhang Leiing, so they naturally wanted to support him. Amidst the deafening cheers, Zhang Lei proudly said to Qiling, "Did you see it? This is the gap between you and me. When I finish you off later, the cheers for me will be even more enthusiastic. I'll tell you right away, although everyone is level 30, one's physique cannot be generalized." Zhang Lei said while moving his body. "I once faced an extremely angry situation and dodged all the attacks from a soul master, and even made him admit defeat with one palm. You are nothing to me." Qiling said helplessly, "Ah, really? Then you are pretty good. Do you want another sliding shovel?" "What? It's nothing, let's go on stage." Qiling said, "Okay, let's start the game quickly." Chapter 37, Extremely Easy Victory. As the referee announced the start of the game, Zhang Lei directly summoned his martial spirit and possessed it. In a burst of red light, Zhang Lei's body changed, his face became ferocious and terrifying, his eyes became manic and terrifying, and his whole person became ghastly and terrifying. He, this is my martial spirit, Blood Demon. It is a very rare and special martial spirit that cannot be seen at all." Zhang Lei said proudly. "How is it? Did it scare you? He, if you admit defeat now I can still let you go." Zhang Lei's Blood Demon martial spirit has a very special power. It can corrode the opponent's soul power during attacks, making the opponent weaker and weaker. It is precisely based on the power of his martial soul that Zhang Lei can practice such sinister skills as the Blood Hand Seal. The person who is hit will lose his soul power all the time until he loses his life. But unfortunately, he met Qiling this time. Speaking of evil, is there any existence more evil than the Emperor of Demons, the Blood Demon Emperor? So Qiling smiled helplessly and said, "Is this how you defeated Zhu Zuqing? If that's the only way, it would really disappoint me." Blood Demon Emperor, possessed. In the bloody light that soared into the sky, the Blood Demon Emperor came to the world again, and Qiling also regained his noble and mysterious temperament, sizing up Zhang Lei in front of him as if he was looking at a defective product. The audience, who were originally extremely excited to cheer for Zhang Lei, suddenly turned off. Even a fool can see that Qiling's martial spirit is much more advanced than Zhang Lei. This is not only seen from the momentum of both parties, but more importantly, since Qiling completed the possession of the martial soul, Zhang Lei looked like he had seen a natural enemy, his legs kept shaking, and there were big beads of sweat on his forehead. Stop rolling down! Zhang Lei naturally didn't want to do this, but this was an instinctive fear deeply rooted in his soul. It was the devil's natural surrender to his higher existence. You, what kind of martial spirit are you? How could you restrain me like this? Zhang Lei said hard. The brilliance of a star fire dares to compete with the sun and the moon. Zhang Lei, didn't you say you want me to see your bloody handprints? Just show it. Qiling crossed his arms and looked at low-level creatures. Looking at Zhang Lei, he said. Zhang Lei faced Qiling, gasping for air, knowing that the longer he delayed, the slimmer his chances would be. At this moment, I was just standing in front of Qiling, and I naturally felt a sense of despair in my heart, as if the person in front of me was an existence that I could never defeat. Without fighting, my fighting spirit was lost. Impossible. My blood handprints are invincible and unstoppable. How could I lose to you like this? As Zhang Lei spoke, he began to activate the soul power in his body, and a yellow century-old soul ring lit up on his body. The first soul skill, soul power increase. Zhang Lei's first soul skill, soul power amplification, which can forcibly increase his soul power to meet the standards for using blood hand seals. After the soul power increased, Zhang Lei's right hand began to gradually turn red, and soon became the same color as blood, exuding a strange aura. The second soul skill, Blood Demon Quick Step. Zhang Lei's second soul skill can improve his agility in a short period of time, allowing his attacks to hit the opponent. His two soul skills both serve his evil skill Blood Hand Seal. The purpose is to use his evil skill to determine the outcome with one blow. In fact, Zhang Lei's move is indeed unfavorable. As long as the opponents in the past were hit by the move, they would all surrender. Therefore, Zhang Lei also has reason to believe that no matter how advanced the opponent's martial spirit is, as long as he is hit by his bloody handprint, he will surrender immediately like before. Watch the move, bloody handprint. Zhang Lei quickly walked around behind Qiling and slapped his vest with his palm. He felt good with this palm and showed his full strength. But when Zhang Lei retreated contentedly, waiting for Qiling to be in unbearable pain and begging for mercy, he found that Qiling seemed not to be injured at all, and even the smile on his face had not changed. Go on, Zhang Lei, why did you retreat? Qiling said with a smile, I deliberately didn't defend myself because I wanted to experience your bloody handprint. Why did you just pat me and run away? Ah, couldn't you have already taken action just now? Hey? No way. Looking at the angry expression on Qiling's face, coupled with his dismissive tone, even a dead person would be made angry by him. Zhang Lei didn't understand why the blood handprint didn't work even though he clearly hit him, so he continued to attack Qiling. Blood handprint. This time, the situation remained the same. Qiling still said calmly, Go on, you don't have the strength to hit people, and you still say that you are a promiscuous person. Damn it, I don't believe it, my bloody handprint can't be invalid. Zhang Lei said, and slapped Qiling 3 more times. Blood handprint. Blood handprint. Blood handprint. After 3 palm strikes, Zhang Lei was exhausted. After all, the blood handprint required a lot of soul power, which was already his limit. But what made him despair was that Qiling looked unchanged, as if the person he had just beaten was not Qiling, which made Zhang Lei doubt whether his bloody fingerprints were pirated. In fact, Zhang Lei's bloody handprint was of course genuine, and Qiling was not unresponsive, but instead of being injured, he felt refreshed. Zhang Lei's blood handprint was like a tonic for his blood demon emperor martial soul. When it hit him, it was absorbed by him instantly, and instead replenished his soul power. What can cause harm to him is Zhang Lei's direct use of power, but for him who has practiced the 9 turns true dragon art, this is really the same as scratching an itch. Have you finished the fight? It's really hard work. The blood handprint is indeed well-deserved and powerful. Qiling looked at Zhang Lei in front of him and continued to say angrily. Well, it's powerful, even more powerful than the master in the bathhouse, and it's perfect for scrubbing. I think you should just change its name to the scrubbing palm. Zhang Lei felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had never seen such a venomous person before, and before he took action, he already couldn't bear the opening of his mouth. What kind of effort did you use? Why did my bloody handprint have no effect on you? Zhang Lei asked unwillingly. It's very simple. I didn't do anything. It's just that your bloody handprint is too low level. Qiling said with a smile. I'll let you see what it feels like to truly extract soul power. The first soul skill, Blood Demon's 100 Split Claws. The sky-wide claw shadow covered the space in front of Zhang Lei, making it impossible for him to avoid it. However, when the claw shadow fell on him, he found that he was not seriously injured. But before Zhang Lei could breathe a sigh of relief, his expression immediately changed, because he realized that every time he suffered an attack, a trace of soul power would be extracted from his body. Although the soul power extracted each time is not much, you have to face hundreds of attacks. Even Zhao Wuji couldn't withstand such attacks a few times, let alone him. Coupled with the fact that he had used the blood hand seal excessively, his soul power was already in a state of near exhaustion. If he were to be drained again, his life would be at risk. After hundreds of claw strikes, Zhang Lei rolled his eyes and fell to the ground before he was even halfway through. Even his cheeks seemed to be sunken and almost squeezed dry. At this time, Zhang Lei just wanted to say, I really have nothing left, not even a drop is left. Chapter 38, Bone-Turning Palm. With one move settled, Qiling had already secured the victory, but he didn't want the game to end just like this. There is no other reason. If it ends like this, it would be too cheap for Zhang Lei. Although I don't know if it's because of Zhu Zuking's weak constitution, she suffered a serious injury yesterday, and even now, she probably hasn't fully recovered. Therefore, Qiling must make Zhang Lei pay the price. More importantly, he must let Zhang Lei compete with Zhu Zuking later to ensure that he will not escape. So after Zhang Lei stood up tremblingly again, Qiling said with a smile, You just slapped me 5 times. As the saying goes, it is disrespectful to come back without reciprocating, so I will slap you back. As he spoke, Qiling stretched out his right hand, and the soul power condensed on it. It seemed as if the palm had no bones, and it twisted like a snake, exuding bursts of strange aura. Martial skill, Bone Transformation Palm. A palm hit Zhang Lei in the air, scaring him half to death. He screamed and took a few steps back, but found that he didn't feel any pain on his body, and he didn't even feel like he was hit. But with the experience just now, Zhang Lei knew that the more casual an attack seems to be, the more deadly it is. Sure enough, the next second, Zhang Lei felt that his soul power could not be mobilized. All the power seems to be sealed in his body, and even the martial spirit cannot be summoned. What did you do to me? Zhang Lei said in horror. For a soul master, losing his martial soul is even more unacceptable than death. It's nothing, it just temporarily sealed your martial spirit. And look at your arm, is there a red line? Qiling said. Zhang Lei checked his arm and found a red line on his right arm. 10 days later, when this red line extends to your shoulders, you will be miserable and die. Qiling said, if you don't believe it, you can try it. If you still want to live, have a fight with the person I designate in 10 days. If you win, I will relieve you. If you lose, I will blame you for your bad life. After listening to Qiling's words, what people didn't expect was that Zhang Lei was so frightened that he fainted. How arrogant he is when threatening other people's lives, and how cowardly he is when facing threats to his own life. The ugliness of human nature is just that. No one expected that Zhang Lei, the undefeated demon in the great soul fighting arena, would lose so miserably, with almost no power to fight back. This, Boss Qi is too strong, isn't he? This is simply crushing. Oscar, who was sitting in the audience, said in shock. This is natural. Qiling's martial spirit completely suppressed Zhang Lei's martial spirit, leaving him no room to display at all. Flanders said. However, it is true that he is very strong. And he is strong beyond his level. There is no way anyone at the same level can be his opponent. Haha, Dean, you just knew this would happen, so you went all in on Boss Qi, right? Oscar laughed. Flanders stroked his beard and said with a proud look, that's natural. Who would refuse a business that is guaranteed to make money without losing money? After Qiling walked off the ring, Xiaowu gave him a warm hug as usual, and to everyone's surprise, Zhu Zuqing, who had always shown no pretense towards anyone, actually opened his mouth for the rare occasion. Congratulations, and thank you. Zhu Zuqing's face turned slightly red, then returned to its original state in an instant. Everyone thought that Zhu Zuqing was thanking him because Qiling avenged him, but Qiling knew that she was thanking herself for leaving Zhang Lei to her and giving her a chance to take revenge. Okay, since Qiling has finished the match, let's go to the 2-on-2 match first. Flanders said. I want you to see what a real Soul Master competition is like. After several people came to the 2-on-2 competition area, they found that not only was the venue larger, but there were also more spectators. A 2-on-2 match, it's more enjoyable to watch, so more viewers will buy tickets. Flanders said. Because the Soul Masters cooperate with each other tacitly, they can often achieve an effect of 1+1, which is greater than 2. Hey? So, do I also have a chance to play? Oscar suddenly said excitedly. No, because of the nature of the 2-on-2 match, there are still few opportunities for auxiliary Soul Masters to play. Flanders said, after all, no matter how strong the auxiliary Soul Master is, it is not as good as having one more combat power. The stage for auxiliary Soul Masters is still in team battles. That is when the value of auxiliary Soul Masters is truly demonstrated. After hearing what Flanders said, Oscar's expression instantly fell into despair, but what Flanders said next made him cheer up again. Of course, in a 2-on-2 match, the secondary auxiliary Soul Master does not necessarily have to be unable to play. Flanders said with a smile, you just need to find a teammate who is strong enough to fight 1 against 2, that's it. Hearing this sentence, for some reason, everyone looked at Qiling unconsciously. It is not difficult for Qiling to fight 1 against 2. Everyone even thinks that Qiling should fight against 10. Boss Qi. Oscar suddenly swooped down and hugged Qiling's thigh tightly and said, for the sake of my loyalty and honesty, please take me flying once. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing an Oscar request. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Form a 2-on-2 team with Oscar and win at least 1 victory. You will receive rewards, Soul Restoration Potion, small, Oscar's favor ability plus 10%. Option 2. Form a 2-on-2 team with other people on the scene, and win at least 1 game, and get a reward, a Soul Guide, level 3, favor ability plus 10%. Option 3. Form a 2-on-2 team with Ning Rongrong and win at least 1 game, and receive rewards, Ning Rongrong's favor ability plus 10%, Martial Soul Affinity plus 5%, and True Dragon Martial Skill, Dragon Breath. Among the 3 choices, the third one undoubtedly has the best reward. Although the Soul Guide is also a good reward, the level 3 Soul Guide has limited effect and has little meaning in aligning spirits. The third reward, the True Dragon Martial Skill, Dragon Breath, is exactly how to use the 9 transformations true dragon technique. It must be based on the 9 dragons true chi before it can be used. Its importance is self-evident. What's more, even if there is no such option, Qiling has already made an appointment with Ning Rongrong. He is here today to form a team with Ning Rongrong. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, teaming up with Ning Rongrong and receiving rewards, Ning Rongrong's favorability plus 10%, martial soul affinity plus 5%, true dragon martial skill, dragon breath. Oscar, it's not that I don't want to show off and take you flying, but it's because I have already made an appointment with someone for a 2-on-2 match. Qiling said helplessly. Ah? Have you made an appointment with someone? Who have you made an appointment with? Is it Fatty or Xiao Wu, mistress? Oscar said, they are all so strong, they don't even need you to lead them. Boss, you are the only one who can fly with the auxiliary soul master. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You must take responsibility. It's a pity, Oscar, the person I want to fly is also an auxiliary soul master. Qiling said with a smile. Ah? An auxiliary soul master? Oscar asked doubtfully, apart from me, where else is there an auxiliary soul master here? Hey, she's already here. Qiling said, pointing behind several people. Chapter 39, Kyle Rongrong Combination. Everyone looked in the direction Qiling pointed, but were surprised to find that Ning Rongrong, who had not appeared before, actually walked towards them. Boss, the person you said you made an appointment with is Ning Rongrong. Oscar was surprised. That's right, it's her. I know you have a lot of questions, but we'll talk about them later. I'll take Rongrong to register first. Then in the surprised eyes of everyone, Qiling stepped forward and took Ning Rongrong. Registration desk. When several people watched Qiling and Ning Rongrong leave, they all fell into a sluggish state. They never expected that Qiling could actually let Ning Rongrong come to participate in the competition. Boss Qi, you are indeed a very human being. He is like a love saint alive. Oscar couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Ning Rongrong didn't know why she would obediently listen to Qiling's words and come here. She had no choice but to attribute the reason to her wanting to make money as soon as possible and then take revenge. Hey! Didn't you say you want to teach me how to make money? Why do you want me to come here? Ning Rongrong asked Qiling Dao as he walked away. That's right, aren't I just teaching you how to make money? Qiling said with a smile. Look, when a soul master participates in a competition, he can get 10 gold soul coins if he wins one game. This is more profitable than any part-time job. Ning Rongrong pouted, raised her delicate little nose and said, don't think that I don't know. Auxiliary soul masters are not that popular here. If you want to win, you can only participate in team battles. How can I win 10 games? Ah! Don't worry, isn't it me? I'll take you to participate in a 2-on-2 match, and I'll guarantee you a win and a flight. Qiling said, as for the labor fee, you will count 5 gold soul coins for each game. Don't even think about it. The 10 gold soul coins I won are all mine. I won't give them to you. Ning Rongrong said. Okay, it's all yours. You don't want to give it to me in the end anyway. Qiling smiled nonchalantly. I don't know why, but after hearing Qiling's words, Ning Rongrong suddenly regretted agreeing to Qiling. This guy is so annoying. When I came to the registration desk and paid the registration fee, the staff asked, you are going to participate in a 2-on-2 combination match. Please give your team a name. Qiling looked at Ning Rongrong, what do you want to be called? Ning Rongrong pouted and said, hey. See for yourself. Well, let's call the combination of Qiling and Ning Rongrong, let's call it Gle Rongrong's combination. Wow! What a bad naming taste. It's up to you to take care of it. I've decided to call it this name. After a while of processing by the staff, the words Chi Le Rong Rong combination were added to the two people's Iron Fighting Soul badges, indicating that the two people's combination was officially registered. Then the two returned to the 2-on-2 spirit fighting arena. When Xiaowu and Tang San registered yesterday, they had already formed a 3-5 combination and won 1 victory. They also signed up at this time and were waiting. Play your own game. After seeing Qiling and Ning Rongrong return, everyone was still extremely surprised by Ning Rongrong's sudden arrival, but they also knew that Ning Rongrong's return must be related to Qiling. So Xiaowu secretly pulled Ning Rongrong aside and asked her something that made her blush with embarrassment. On the boys' side, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, with great admiration, said to Qiling, "Boss Qi, we are convinced. I didn't expect that not only are you unbeatable in fighting, but you are also a phenomenon that has swept the world when it comes to picking up girls. Can you be merciful and teach us a few tricks so that we can also solve this long-standing problem?" Qiling said helplessly, "You two, don't just think about these things all day long, think more about how to improve your strength and get down to business." At this moment, the broadcast began to announce that the next match would be between the 3-5 combination and the powerful combination. Judging from the name, it should be an aggressive combination. After Xiaowu saw both sides of the competition, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay, okay, I'm still worried about what if I meet Brother Qi and your team. Then we'll go first, Brother Qi, remember, come on." Tang San and Xiaowu were already outstanding people, so even though their opponents cooperated very well, they were still quickly defeated. After Tang San and Xiaowu won, the broadcast came again, the next showdown. The 7th match of 2 vs 2, will be between the Chi Le Rong Rong team and the Killer team. Please prepare for both players. A killer combination? It was really an unfriendly name at all, but from their names, Qiling could roughly guess the other person's style, which saved him some trouble. So Qiling took Ning Rongrong to the lounge and prepared to play. Oscar and others are also looking forward to it. Can Qiling break the rule that auxiliary soul masters cannot play? After coming to the ring, Qiling saw his opponents. To his surprise, the opponents were 2 young girls, and they seemed to be in good development. The 2 girls have the same appearance no matter how they describe it. They are a rare pair of twin sisters. But unfortunately, both of them have black veils on their faces, making it impossible to see their beautiful faces. Although they look young, when the twins came on the stage, they received warm cheers from the audience, most of which were male audiences. Everyone knows the reason. After all, there is a pair of mysterious, powerful, and more importantly, turbulent twins. Which man can resist such temptation? More importantly, the twins have won 4 consecutive victories in the previous games. They can be said to be strong and can surely bring an exciting game. As the spirit fighting was about to begin, the audience's enthusiasm reached its peak. After judging that the time was right, the host immediately came to the stage to announce the start of the game. "Everyone in the audience, I announce that the 7th match of the 2-on-2 soul battle between Ye Mingzu and Ye Minjia from the Killer team vs Qiling and Ning Rongrong from Chi Le Rong Rong team has officially begun." At the beginning of the battle, Ye Mingzu and Ye Minjia immediately entered the fighting state. Without any unnecessary movements or nonsense, they directly summoned their martial spirits, showing their extremely high fighting qualities. After seeing the martial arts of the 2 people, the audience on the field burst into exclamations, followed by even more enthusiastic cheers. Because the martial spirits of the 2 people are weapon spirits that look like daggers, this is undoubtedly the most suitable martial spirit for the killer. What's even more important is that when their soul rings light up, they are both exactly the same, one yellow and one purple. Generally speaking, the limit of a soul master's second soul ring cannot exceed 1,000 years. Those who can absorb 1,000-year soul ring in their second soul ring either have special opportunities or have extraordinary talents. Although Qiling did not know the details of the 2 girls in front of him, it was certain that they must also be the key training targets of a certain force, and they came here just to train themselves. After all, even in Shrek Academy, which is famous for its monsters, it is far inferior to the other party in terms of soul ring matching. What's more, the other party is also similar in age to me, and his soul power level has reached level 30. Chapter 40, Sisters of Genius Killers. Everyone in Shrek in the audience showed shocked expressions when they saw the killer sisters' soul rings. Flanders himself even had a heavy look on his face, because the other party was really too strong. How could it be possible? 1,000-year soul rings, and both of them. How is this possible? Flanders said to himself. Then, Brother Chi, isn't there any danger? Xiao Wu said worriedly. Oh my god, I thought we were perverted enough. I didn't expect that every mountain is higher than the other, and there are people out there who are more perverted than us. Ma Hongjun said, covering his head. No matter how powerful Boss Chi is, he can't deal with two perverts by himself. Oscar asked directly, Dean, look, is it possible for Boss Chi to win? Flender said while stroking his beard, with the combination of the soul rings of these two girls, plus their soul power that has reached level 30, it can be said that they are the most powerful among the teams in the realm of great soul masters here. People? It is impossible for any other Great Spirit Master team in the Great Spirit Fighting Arena, including you, to defeat them. The gap brought by the 1,000-year Spirit Ring is really too big. Hearing what Flanders said, everyone felt depressed, but then Flanders continued, but if there is anyone here who can defeat them, then it is only Qiling. Because this boy's power is far beyond what can be estimated in terms of orders of magnitude. Even if the opponent is a once-in-a-century combination of geniuses, your Boss Chi is an unparalleled monster. Hearing this, everyone suddenly became happy again. Xiao Wu cheered and said, I knew it. Brother Chi is the most powerful person in the world. It's just that the only thing I'm worried about is the other person on the court now. Flanders said worriedly, she may be the key to determining the outcome of this game. Another person? Ah, Dean, you mean Ning Rong Rong. Oscar suddenly realized, so, with the help of the auxiliary soul master, Boss Chi will be stronger and more likely to win, right? Hearing this, several people showed hopeful expressions, but Flanders once again poured cold water on them. No, Oscar, I mean, Ning Rong Rong is probably the reason why Qiling can't win. Flanders said. What? Dean, what do you mean? Even if the role of the auxiliary soul master is limited, it won't be a drag on Boss Chi, right? Are two people worse than one? Oscar said in surprise. That's right, if it's Qiling alone, in my estimation, his chance of winning is at least 80%. Flanders said, but with Ning Rong Rong added in, his chance of winning is only 50%. But, why is this? Not only Oscar, but others are also extremely curious. Because the opponent's martial spirit type is exactly the worst type. Flanders said to several people, the so-called killer naturally pays attention to killing with one hit, and retreating if he fails. If it were other types, Qiling could still deal with the opponent, but when encountering such a killer, Ning Rong Rong will inevitably become the target of the opponent, and will become a burden. And more importantly, the reason for Qiling's disadvantage is. Flanders paused and faced a few people, as you know, Qiling will not care about the life or death of his companions, but only cares about his own victory. Person. Several people looked at each other and immediately understood what Flanders meant. Indeed, it was impossible for Qiling to let Ning Rong Rong be attacked. Although he usually seemed not serious, Qiling was the one who valued his companions the most. Because of this, even though they had only known each other for a few days, Oscar and others were willing to call him Chi Boss, because Qiling was worthy of this title in every aspect. Brother Chi, you must work hard. Xiao Wu looked at Qiling on the stage and said worriedly, no matter what, you must be safe and sound. In the arena, When Qiling saw the opponent's martial spirit and soul ring, his thoughts were similar to Flanders. The opponent's martial spirit was indeed quite detrimental to the auxiliary soul master. Both Qiling and Flanders could see it. How could Ning Rongrong, who had received elite education since childhood, not be able to see it? Rather, as an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong was the one who knew this best. Qiling, after I give you a status blessing later, you can leave me alone. Ning Rongrong said resolutely, if you take care of me, you can only tie your hands and feet, and you can't win. Qiling couldn't help but be surprised that Ning Rongrong could say such a thing. After all, it meant that she had begun to consider others, and for the sake of the team's victory, she could disregard personal safety and had a spirit of self-dedication. This was unimaginable to the previous Ning Rongrong. Although it was not obvious, Ning Rongrong had indeed changed in the past few days. Seeing Qiling's surprised expression, Ning Rongrong blushed and said, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not doing this for you. I just want to make enough money as soon as possible." "Ha ha ha, I know. Qiling said with a smile, "Don't worry, Rongrong, I'm here and nothing will happen to you." Indeed, everything was as Ning Rongrong and Flanders said, but they missed one thing, that is, Qiling's strength. Since mastering the 9 transformation true dragon art, Qiling's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Even if the opponent's attributes are difficult to deal with, when the strength gap between the two sides is too large, all restraint will no longer exist. Dragon Emperor, Possession. Because he was not sure about the opponent's moves, Qiling adopted the more conservative method of possession by the Dragon Emperor. After all, forced dizziness would be enough to fight in any situation. The 7 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, and the 7 treasures have names. One is power, and the second is speed. The yellow soul ring lit up, and Ning Rongrong activated his martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile tower, to bless Qiling's body. Have to say, Kaibao glazed pagoda is indeed the top auxiliary martial spirit. Qiling immediately felt that his strength had risen to another level, which was quite magical. But Ning Rongrong's expression changed at this moment. Why was it so difficult for her to assist Qiling? It seems that he is not assisting a great soul master, but rather assisting a soul king. The two sisters Yemingzu and Yeminjia saw that since there were auxiliary soul masters present, their thinking became much clearer. After all, everyone knew the importance of auxiliary soul masters. So the two looked at each other, and their years of tacit understanding made them immediately make a decision. Then they took the initiative to launch an offensive, took out a smoke bomb from their bodies, and immediately fell to the ground. In principle, the Great Spirit fighting arena will not prohibit people from using tools, which is undoubtedly an advantage for people like Tang San and others who rely on props. The thick smoke gradually began to spread on the field, and covered the figures of the two sisters. This kind of smoke is specially made from a certain material. It condenses but does not disperse. It directly changes the battlefield environment and becomes more suitable for the two sisters to attack. Qiling was not disturbed by the smoke and stayed in front of Ning Rongrong, remaining unchanged to cope with all changes. After all, the opponent has created such an environment and will definitely launch an attack. He just needs to seize the opportunity when they attack. The situation was just as Qiling thought. When the smoke was more than halfway filled, the two sisters immediately launched an attack, and they attacked from 2 directions at the same time. The target was Ning Rongrong behind Qiling. But such an attack was obviously expected by Qiling. He took a step back calmly and responded to the attacks from both sides at the same time. With a flip of his wrist, he easily missed their daggers and then slapped their chests with his palm. For Qiling, who has the 2nd level of fiery eyes, it makes no sense to divide his troops into 2 groups. His ability to predict attacks has already allowed him to make the best judgment. With chest injuries, Yemingzu and Yeminjia groaned and immediately retreated into the smoke. If you don't win, you will retreat, and you will never be reluctant to fight. These are the basic qualities of a killer. Chapter 41, What is real is imaginary, what is imaginary is real. After this brief confrontation, the two also understood Qiling's strength. A simple summary is that from the front, there is no chance of winning. If he wants to win, he must find another way, and the best breakthrough point is naturally Ningrongrong behind him. So in Qiling's perception, the figure originally in the smoke suddenly increased by 1. From 2 people, it became 3 people. After a little analysis, Qiling immediately judged that this should be the soul skill of one of them, but he didn't know if the added clone was just a shadow, or did it also have attack capabilities. After a brief pause, the 3 figures immediately started taking action. They divided their troops into 3 groups, rushed out of the smoke from 3 directions, and launched an attack on Qiling. Qiling didn't do what he thought. Even if the opponent increased to 3 people, for him, it was just one more attack. He immediately took action to block the 3 people's attacks. As soon as they fought, Qiling immediately frowned and secretly shouted that he had been fooled. He seemed to have fallen into the opponent's trick. Among the 3 figures who fought against him, only one was a real person, and the other 2 were phantoms. This means that there is only one person fighting against him at this time, and the figure of the other person has actually disappeared. Even Qiling couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. And this brief moment is exactly the opportunity the 2 sisters are looking for. Qiling felt that Yemingzu in front of him seemed to smile, and then the 2 clones disappeared. At the same time, Yeminji's figure actually appeared behind him out of thin air, using his dagger to attack the unsuspecting Ningrongrong with all his strength. As a killer, Qiling had no doubt about Yeminji's attack ability. If the attack succeeded, Ningrongrong would have no chance of being spared. The 2 sisters cooperated tacitly, and even more so, they seized on the flaws in their soul skills that they had never seen before, and successfully created such an opportunity. They were bound to succeed in one blow and send Ningrongrong off first. At the critical moment, Qiling laughed out loud, "You 2 little girls, how dare you plot against me? I have never seen your soul skills, but do you understand my soul skills?" At that moment, a long and loud dragon roar came from Qiling's mouth, immediately causing the 2 sisters around him to fall into a state of dizziness. Qiling's 9 Heavens Dragon Roar is undoubtedly a magical skill to control the field. It has a forced stun effect and can even determine the victory of a battle. However, this 9 Heavens Dragon Roar can only be used once on the same target in a short period of time. Qiling must choose the right time to use it, but now is undoubtedly the best time. Facing the 2 stunned sisters, Qiling had no idea of mercy and immediately turned around to attack Yeminjiu. After all, the opponent is not a simple weak woman, but a truly well-trained killer. If you are soft-hearted towards them, you may be the one who falls. Although he did not use his second soul skill, Qiling was confident that his punch would be enough to make Yeminjiu lose her fighting ability, but at the same time it would not kill her. But when her fist touched Yeminjiu, Qiling frowned again, because there was something on her body that blocked her attack and protected Yeminjiu. This thing is undoubtedly a protective treasure that can withstand an attack for its owner. With such a gap, Yeminjiu also recovered from the dizziness, immediately gave up the attack, and retreated into the smoke with Yemingzu. The reason why we didn't continue the reason for the attack was because Yeminjiu knew that even if she killed Ningrongrong, if she was also killed by Qiling, everything would be meaningless. Yemingzu alone is no match for Qiling. Only when the 2 of them join forces can they have any hope of winning. It was after making this judgment that the 2 of them retreated into the smoke, regained their composure, and made plans again. After several attacks and defenses, both sides showed their impressive strength, which attracted bursts of cheers from the audience, and they all lamented that the tickets purchased today were really worth it. Shrek Academy and others were even more surprised by this fierce battle. Oscar stammered, This, are they really great soul masters like us? This is too exaggerated. Flanders said earnestly, take a good look. All of you, both of them, are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses. They are both your goals and your opponents. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most advanced battle in your realm. You must study hard. Opportunities like this don't come often. After hearing this, several people immediately began to watch the game with full concentration, for fear of missing any details. Qiling watched the two people retreat into the smoke and couldn't help but frown. After such a long time, the smoke not only did not dissipate, but became thicker and thicker, and had a tendency to spread to the entire audience. If the arena is completely shrouded in smoke, then there is no doubt that one of them will fall into a passive position. The opponent is obviously used to fighting in smoke. Even if Qiling has piercing eyes, he cannot defeat them. True Dragon Martial Skill, Dragon Breath. Qiling circulated his true energy with both hands and used the martial arts he had just learned. He immediately waved strong wind from his hands and blew away the smoke on the field. After the smoke dissipated, the people inside were revealed, but where there should have been two people, only Ye Mingzu was left. Seeing this scene, Qiling immediately increased his vigilance, because this was exactly the same as the situation just now. Just now, Ye Mingzu suddenly appeared from behind her, not using any teleportation skills, but hiding her figure and quietly sneaking behind Qiling. Although he didn't know if this was their sole skill, since the other party had taken action, Qiling had to take precautions and firmly protect Ning Rongrong behind him. Then, Ye Mingzu, who was left on the field, moved. She held a dagger in one hand and rushed forward to fight with Qiling. Her offensive was simple and sophisticated, obviously after years of hard training. But unfortunately, facing cheating players like Qiling, no matter how skilled she is, there is nothing she can do. The moment Ye Mingzu took action, Qiling had already grasped the trajectory of her attack, so he could dodge and counterattack. While dealing with Ye Mingzu's offensive, Qiling was also on guard against Ye Mingzu's appearance. This was almost foreseeable. The two sisters would definitely regard Ning Rongrong as their target. Sure enough, just after Qiling's movements revealed a flaw, a figure suddenly appeared from beside Qiling, and then stabbed Ning Rongrong with the dagger in his hand extremely quickly. Well done! Qiling secretly thought in his heart. Naturally, he exposed that flaw deliberately in order to lure the snake out of its hole and let Ye Mingzu take action. Now that his goal was achieved, Qiling naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately abandoned the Ye Mingzu in front of him and attacked Ye Mingzu, who appeared. The attack process went very smoothly. Qiling's fist successfully hit the figure. But the moment his fist came into contact with the opponent, Qiling's expression changed. The figure in front of him actually disappeared without a trace under his fist. This is of course not caused by Qiling, but because that figure was just a created phantom from the beginning. Chapter 42, Combined Attack. Blood Cross Slash. Because of the previous battle, Qiling took it for granted that only Ye Mingzu could use the clone skill, while Ye Mingzu should have mastered the stealth skill. Unexpectedly, this was a trap deliberately set by the two sisters. The purpose was to give Qiling such an illusion and create the current opportunity. But at this moment, Ye Mingzu's figure appeared from another direction and quickly attacked Ning Rongrong. Qiling had no choice but to change her body shape and launched an offensive towards Ye Mingzu. Fortunately, he reacted in time and had time to attack Ye Mingzu and save Ning Rongrong. However, the second time, when Qiling attacked Ye Mingzu's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared. The second figure that appeared was actually a clone. The reality is the illusion, and the illusion is the reality. This set of operations of the two sisters has fully considered all aspects, and it can be said to be flawless. They told everyone present what true genius is. At this moment, Qiling instantly understood what kind of game the two sisters had set up, but it was already too late. In order to rescue Ning Rongrong, Qiling forcibly changed his trajectory. At this time, he was in a state of exhaustion and defenselessness. And this situation is obviously the result of a careful design by the two sisters. They pretended to attack Ning Rongrong, but their actual target was Qiling. Killing Ning Rongrong can certainly increase the winning rate, but after the battle just now, the two sisters discovered that keeping her is the biggest constraint on Qiling. Otherwise, once Qiling loses his restraints, with the explosive power he just showed, the two sisters still have no certainty of victory. And more importantly, although Ning Rongrong has excellent assistive abilities, he has no ability to recover. In other words, if Qiling is injured, he will not be treated. That's why the two of them came up with this plan, using Ning Rongrong as bait to make Qiling fall for the trick and try to inflict heavy damage on him. Now that they finally got such an opportunity, the two sisters would naturally not miss it. Yeminjia's figure appeared next to Yemingzu, and the two of them reached out their daggers in unison and struck Qiling's unsuspecting back. Combined attack technique, blood cross slash. Two daggers, with bloody light, drew a cross on Qiling's back. This is the most powerful combined attack that the two have honed since childhood. The person who was hit has never been able to escape unscathed. Ah! Ning Rongrong screamed, but as an auxiliary soul master, she had no choice but to watch the two attacks fall on Qiling. Facing the attack from the two sisters, Qiling had no way to dodge and could only use her own body to resist the attack. If any one of them were hit by the two sisters' combined attack, they would definitely lose their ability to resist and be seriously injured and leave the field. But Qiling was different. He had practiced the 9 transformation true dragon art, and his physical fitness was different from ordinary people. He blocked the two sisters' full-out attack that was ready to go. Although he avoided being seriously injured and losing his ability to fight, Qiling still had 2 eye-catching scars on his back. At the same time, blood continued to flow out, staining the ground red. But Qiling did not check his injuries immediately. Instead, he immediately turned around and stood in front of Ning Rongrong to prevent the two from continuing to pursue. Yemingzu and Yeminjia do have this plan. If Qiling makes a mistake, then whether they continue to pursue Qiling or attack Ning Rongrong is a good choice. But regardless of the pain, Qiling immediately made preparations for a defensive counterattack, but the two lost the opportunity to pursue. They had no choice but to retreat, preparing to find another opportunity. Ning Rongrong, who was staying behind Qiling, looked at the shocking injuries on Qiling's back. She reached out tremblingly to touch Qiling, but was afraid of hurting Qiling, so she held back in the end. For the first time, she began to hate her own weakness, because it was her burden that made Qiling passive and suffered such serious injuries. Qiling, your injury. Ning Rongrong said anxiously, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. It's not your fault, Rongrong, it's just that my opponent is too powerful. Qiling said, besides, without your assistance, I might have lost long ago. Of course, Ning Rongrong could tell that Qiling was comforting herself. On the one hand, she was grateful for Qiling's tenderness, but on the other hand, she felt even more guilty. Qiling, how about we? Before Ning Rongrong could finish her words of proposing to admit defeat, Qiling interrupted her. Rongrong, be prepared. No matter what happens later, don't be afraid. Qiling said with a smile, get ready for your first victory. Ning Rongrong didn't understand why Qiling was still confident even though his side was forced into a desperate situation, and even declared victory. What she didn't understand even more was why she didn't doubt anything this man said, and even chose to believe it the first time. After a slight adjustment, the two sisters Yemingzu and Yeminjia launched an attack on Qiling again. They knew that they could not give Qiling time to recover. The harder they pushed him, the greater their chances of winning. But Qiling, at this moment, made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. He changed his previous passive defensive form, directly stretched out his left hand, hugged Ning Rongrong into his arms, and then started to attack the two sisters with Ning Rongrong in his arms. What's even more surprising is that even with only one hand, Qiling actually perfectly received the attacks of the two sisters. This is not only because Qiling's piercing eyes can predict the opponent's attack route, allowing Qiling to choose the optimal response. More importantly, through his positioning, he allowed the two sisters to influence each other and prevent them from attacking him at the same time. For two sisters who have such a tacit understanding that they are the same person, it is impossible for their attacks to affect each other, but Qiling did it. He told everyone with his actions that not only you two sisters are geniuses, but I, Qiling, am also a rare genius in the world. When the two attacks were repelling each other and even almost hurt each other, Yaminjiu and Yamingzi finally stopped. If this continues, it will not be them forcing Qiling, but Qiling forcing them. After breaking away from the battle circle with Qiling, the two sisters began to move quickly in the field, confusing Qiling with their unique movements, and then when their positions were intertwined, they threw out a smoke bomb again and entered the invisible state together. Stealth state. Looking at the empty situation in the smoke, Qiling secretly thought, sure enough, these two sisters not only know the clone technique, but also the stealth technique. Now that they have entered stealth at the same time, the next thing they will use against themselves should be their trump card for victory. Who wins and who loses depends on the next confrontation. Chapter 43, Tyrannical Fist, Double Dragon Club. Flanders, who was watching the game in the audience, frowned at this moment and made the same judgment as Qiling. It seems that this game should be over soon. Who wins and who loses among them will also be determined soon. A result. Xiao Wu asked anxiously, Yuan Chief, who will win between Brother Qi and them? It's hard to say. I can only say that both sides have a chance to win. Flanders said rigorously. Then why do you know that the result of this game is about to happen? Xiao Wu asked. It's very simple, because all dagger-type spirits have one thing in common. Flanders said, that is their first spirit skill, which is surprisingly similar. Similar? How could it be possible? Could it be that if they absorbed the soul rings of different soul beasts, they would also obtain the same soul skills? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Their first soul skill is almost unaffected by the soul ring. It's all the same skill, Fatal Blow. Flanders said. This is the most important skill for an assassin. You can concentrate all your soul power into the next attack, thereby greatly increasing the speed, power, accuracy, and lethality of the next attack. However, this move often has great side effects, so they will not use it easily until the critical moment that can determine victory or defeat. Being able to judge the correct time to use a fatal blow is the key to whether an assassin is qualified. Standards. Then, will Brother Qi be in danger? Can he block such an attack? Xiao Wu asked worriedly. It depends on his own choice. Should he choose to protect his companions or win? Flanders said with deep meaning as he looked at Qiling on the ring. Should you choose companions or victory? Qiling smiled softly. Regarding this question, he had only one choice, I want them all. The two sisters all entered a stealth state, waiting for an opportunity to launch their ultimate attack on Qiling, but little did they know that what they did was exactly what Qiling wanted. If one person is interfering and the other is sneaking, it will be difficult for Qiling to find them. But when both of them are sneaking, Qiling's sharp eyes can determine their location through the slight changes in the surrounding environment. Although the two sisters, as killers, left almost no traces in their actions, Qiling's piercing eyes could even see the slight trembling in the air. In his eyes, the two sisters' stealth was just a lie. In the end, the two thought they had found the best angle, and they took action at the same time. The first soul skill, a fatal blow, was launched. Incomparably powerful soul power was poured into the dagger, intending to decide the outcome with one blow. The target of the attack was also carefully planned by the two of them, that is, they must attack and save them. Put Ningrongrong and Qiling into the attack range at the same time and see how Qiling chooses. Faced with such a deliberate attack, Qiling suddenly laughed and said to Ningrongrong, Get ready, wrong, it will be over soon. Ah! What do you want me to prepare? Before Ning Rongrong could finish her words, she suddenly let out a scream, because she was actually lifted up by Qi Ling's hands and thrown into the air. Everyone present did not expect Qi Ling to do this, including the two sisters who had already launched the attack. After throwing Ning Rongrong into the air, Qi Ling said with a smile, "You have been suppressing me for a long time, right? It's time for you to taste my fist." The second soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist, Double Dragon Club. This time, the Tyrant Dragon Fist used by Qi Ling was different from the past. The soul power was concentrated on his two fists at the same time. This is the method of using power that he learned after practicing the 9 turns true dragon art. Although the power is not as powerful as a single fist, it is still 70% of the power. Two fists, with a whistling sound, were swung at the two people who were attacking. Although Ye Mingzu and Ye Minjiao were surprised and didn't understand why Qi Ling could find them in the stealth state, they had no room to retreat at this time and could only attack them head-on. The two of them didn't believe it. Could it be that they both had 1000-year soul rings and the strongest attack they could hit together was no match for Qi Ling alone? But this is the fact. After the two people came into contact with Qi Ling's fist, their eyes widened immediately. The surging force from the fist almost crushed them and they were unable to resist it. Poof! The two of them spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time and flew backwards. While they were still in mid-air, the dagger spirit in their hands had disappeared and could no longer be maintained. When everyone in the audience saw this scene, they all felt the same and showed expressions of pain. Oscar even said helplessly, "What's wrong with you? You have to compete with Boss Qi in terms of destructive power. Isn't this lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death?" After repelling the two men, Qi Ling stretched out his arms again, steadily caught Ning Rongrong who fell from the air, and carried her sideways into his arms. Ning Rongrong, who was still in shock, said angrily, You hateful guy, why didn't you tell me first? I told you first, if they are not prepared, then how can I force them to confront me head-on?" Qi Ling said with a smile, "If you want to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people." "What? Have you already dealt with them?" Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Such a difficult opponent was actually dealt with by Qi Ling in one go? Qi Ling smiled and said, "Of course, if not, you can ask the referee." The referee on the side looked like he had just woken up from a dream, because this game was so exciting that even he was completely addicted to it. The killer combination has lost the ability to fight again. In the 7th game of the 2-on-2 match, Qi Le Rongrong's combination won. The referee announced at this time. When the referee announced the victory, the audience burst into warm applause. Shrek people in the audience, they even cheered and screamed, happy for Qi Ling's victory. "Haha, if that's true, I'll tell you that we can definitely win." Qi Ling smiled at Ning Rongrong, "I never break my word." "Well, I get it, I know you're awesome. But, can you put me down first?" Ning Rongrong said with a blush, "Or are you going to just hold me like this? What's the end?" Only then did Qi Ling remember that she had been holding the princess in Ning Rongrong's arms. With so many people watching, no wonder she was shy. So he put Ning Rongrong down and walked off the ring with her. But after being put down by Qi Ling, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a sense of loss for some reason. It seems that the feeling of being held by him is not bad, right? What Qi Ling didn't see was that there were two people in the audience who didn't cheer and kept paying attention to him after he won. There seems to be a strange vagueness in the space around these two people, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. They can only judge from their body shapes that they should be two women. One of them said at this time, "I didn't expect that Mingzhu and Minjiao would lose. It's incredible. They are the most outstanding geniuses among us." Another person said, "It's nothing incredible. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. But this Qiling is indeed worthy of our attention. Young master, what do you mean? Find someone and keep an eye on him secretly, but be sure not to be discovered by him. The man known as the young master said, I have a hunch that our family's great cause must be closely related to him. Hearing what the young master said, the man was shocked and said, him? But young master, no matter how powerful he is just a great soul master. What role can he play? Humph, although he is a great soul master, he is not just a great soul master. The young master seemed to smile, in short, give me an order that no one can be an enemy of him. Even if necessary, you can give him provide help. Yes. Young master, the man replied. Then, the two men suddenly disappeared from their seats, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 44, Heading to the Star Forest. After coming off the court, Qiling accepted the congratulations from everyone at Shrek and enjoyed a hug from Xiaowu as usual. Zhu Zuqing, who had always been very indifferent to everything, actually stepped forward to congratulate Qiling at this time, but what Qiling saw in her eyes was a strong fighting spirit. This girl, she has set herself as her target. After all, the two people just now have similar attributes to her, but they are obviously much stronger than her. She seemed to be thinking about how to defeat Qiling. Qiling, you did a good job. You not only protected your companions, but also won the victory. I'm really impressed. Flanders said with satisfaction. As for you, Ning Rongrong, have you learned what a companion is during this battle? Ning Rongrong blushed and said, humph. Who is his companion? I was just dragged here by him, not his companion. I have to go back first so that I don't continue to waste time with you. Ning Rongrong said and left alone. Others shook their heads helplessly. They did not expect that Ning Rongrong would still have this attitude. Only Qiling said with a smile, Rongrong is just shy. In fact, she has already changed her mind. Flanders nodded and said, indeed, just the fact that she was willing to play today surprised me. Qiling did a good job, keep up the hard work. After that, everyone's competition went smoothly. Except for Ma Heng-jun, who encountered a difficult defensive soul master and lost the game, everyone won. After everyone finished the game, everyone walked towards Shrek Academy together. Flanders also announced that that was all the training content for today. Everyone could just go back and rest and gather on time tomorrow morning. But when everyone came to the entrance of the college, they all stopped in surprise, because Ning Rongrong was standing there with a bag in his hand, and he didn't know what it contained. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Why didn't you come back with us? Qiling asked. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, blushed, pushed the bag in her hand to Qiling's chest and said, hey! This is medicine for healing. The injury on your back must be treated in time. This time, even Qiling was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ning Rongrong had left early just now to buy medicine for Qiling. As for the other people, not to mention, Xiaowu opened her mouth in surprise, while Oscar and Ma Heng-jun whistled frivolously. Seeing the reaction of others, Ning Rongrong blushed, and then said arrogantly, what, don't misunderstand me, you were injured because of me, so I bought you medicine. Okay, why are you still standing there? Go back quickly and let me apply medicine to you. We have to gather tomorrow, right? Looking at the two people leaving together, Oscar suddenly shouted from behind, Boss Chi. Take care of yourself, don't make it too late, you will be late tomorrow. Qiling stumbled and almost fell down. Oscar was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously, so he could say whatever he wanted. Oscar, you kid, how can you say that? What will Qiling and Rongrong think if you do this? Flender frowned and reprimanded. Qiling was sighing that the dean was a good man, steady and mature. When he heard him continue, Qiling, don't worry. If you are really late, I won't blame you. It's just that you have to take protective measures. You know, at your age, you can't have children yet. This time Qiling really fell. Now he only regrets how he got to know such a group of harmful people. Of course, nothing happened that night. After Ning Rongrong gave Qiling the medicine, her face turned as red as a cooked prawn. She lowered her head and ran back to her house. In the dormitory, I couldn't say a word. After all, for her status, let alone applying medicine to a man, even the man's back was her first contact. When Qiling took off his shirt and exposed his broad back muscles, Ning Rongrong was already in a state of panic. The rest was basically done by his own instinct. Early the next morning, when Qiling hurriedly finished breakfast and rushed to the playground, everyone else was almost there, except Oscar. "Hey? Mistress, isn't Oscar here yet?" Qiling asked Tang San, who was in the same dormitory as Oscar. "Not yet. When I left, Xiaoao seemed to be still practicing," Tang San said. "So hard-working? Is this kid about to make a breakthrough?" Qiling said with a smile, "Maybe we will set off tomorrow to find Oscar's soul ring." When Ning Rongrong heard this, she pouted and said, "Humph! Do you think you are a fortune teller? That's what you say. I don't believe it." "Oh? Then do you want to make a bet with me?" Qiling said with a smile, "Bet on whether what I just said is accurate." "What are you betting on?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "If you win, forget the 100 gold soul coins. If I win..." Qiling smiled, "How about you just kiss me?" You hate it." Ning Rongrong said coquettishly, "Is my kiss only worth 100 gold soul coins?" "Haha, do you want to bet?" Ning Rongrong thought to himself, it couldn't really be such a coincidence that he was right, right? Humph! Am I still afraid of you? I made a bet with you," Ning Rongrong said. So, when Oscar came belatedly and announced to everyone with a proud look that he had exceeded level 30, Ning Rongrong's cherry mouth was wide enough to stuff an egg. "No, it can't be right." Ning Rongrong said to herself in disbelief, could he really be right? Upon hearing the news, Flanders immediately said happily, "Oh? You actually broke through to level 30, Oscar? It's so gratifying, so gratifying. In this case, let's change the content of our training today. Everyone goes back and prepares. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Wuji will lead you to get Oscar his third soul ring." Ning Rongrong. Qiling looked at Ning Rongrong with a half smile but not a smile. She said, "There is nothing to compare with yourself but fortune-telling. You have come from time travel. No one knows better than you what will happen to you in the future." "Ahem, who said just now that you want to bet with me?" Qiling said with a smile, "It seems that you also said that if you lose, what are you going to do?" Ning Rongrong's face was flushed with embarrassment, but everyone around them had heard about the bet they had just made. It was impossible for her to go back on her word because of her personality. "Damn it! It's just a kiss," Ning Rongrong said, quickly kissed Qiling on the face, and then rushed back to his dormitory at a sprint distance of 100 meters. "Hey? Brother Qi, why did Rongrong kiss you?" Xiao Wu said dissatisfied, "Damn it! I wanted to." Xiao Wu was much more enthusiastic than Ning Rongrong. She almost pounced on Qiling. It took Qiling a lot of effort to catch the little rabbit from her body. Chapter 45, The Second True Dragon Body. Flender said that he was going to get a soul ring for Oscar, so he should go to the Douluo forest. After all, it is one of the areas with the richest soul beast resources in the entire Douluo continent. A large number of soul masters go there every day to look for soul rings. And this is also an opportunity for Qiling. The third soul ring that I have been unable to find, maybe I can find something in the Star Forest. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a choice. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1, refuse to go to the Douluo forest, practice alone in Shrek Academy, and receive the reward. the title of Lonely Ghost and a 10-year soul ring. Option 2, go to the Star Forest with everyone from Shrek Academy, and assist Oscar in obtaining the soul ring, and receive the reward, Wheel of Fortune. Looking at the rewards of the system, Qiling felt that the system was becoming more and more stingy. In the past, I was given a 1000-year soul ring as a gift, but now why is it changed to 10 years? The shrinkage is also too severe. There is also this Wheel of Fortune. I am not going to be a pirate, so what is the use of the wheel? Does driving a bullock cart also require watching the roulette wheel? But when Qiling checked the effect of the Wheel of Fortune, he immediately changed his view. Not only was this system not stingy, it was simply extremely generous. The Wheel of Fortune can automatically find what the host wants most after it is used by the host, and indicate the direction. At the same time, when the target enters 10 kilometers around the host, it will remind the host. With this thing, Qiling no longer has to worry about his soul ring. This is better than any reward. Congratulations to the host, you have chosen option 2, go to the Star Forest and get the reward, Wheel of Fortune. With the completion of the task, Qiling obtained a very exquisite roulette wheel, with the pointer on it shaking slightly and constantly changing direction. Then Qiling followed the instructions of the system and pictured his martial soul and soul ring in his mind, and the pointer of the roulette wheel began to rotate, and finally stopped in a fixed direction. This is... Qiling looked at the direction of the roulette pointer, which seemed to be in the same direction as the Star Forest where he and others were going. This means that the third soul ring that Qiling is looking for is in the Star Forest. He will definitely gain something during this trip. After receiving this news, Qiling couldn't help but feel extremely happy. His soul power, which he had not been able to improve for more than 2 years, could finally grow again. After all, this is ultimately a world dominated by soul power, and increasing soul power is the most fundamental way to become stronger. What about the Star Forest? It's an amazing place there, and there are many strong people there. Qiling thought, before going there, let's make some preparations. It is very difficult to become stronger in a short period of time, but Qiling is lucky to have such a method, which is the 9-turn true dragon art that he has practiced. Because I have now cultivated the first level of the 9-turn true dragon art to a perfect state, I can now carry out the second physical training. As long as you complete this step, you can take your own strength even further. So Qiling started to temper his body again in his dormitory, further removing impurities from the body and tempering every part of the body. Although he had been tempered once before, it did not alleviate Qiling's pain this time. After all, it is not an easy task to cultivate the true dragon body recorded in the 9-turn true dragon art. So, Qiling also experienced something this time. The quenching process, which was worse than life, lasted for a whole day and night. The next day, everyone who gathered in the playground was waiting for Qiling, so Flanders had no choice but to say, "Did Qiling oversleep? Ning Rong Rong, go check it out. What on earth is Qiling doing?" Ning Rong Rong didn't think anything else and went directly to Qiling's dormitory, only to find that the door was locked and she couldn't get in at all. "Humph, is this a rare opportunity for me to keep you here? I want to see what you are doing when you lock yourself in the room." Ning Rong Rong said proudly, "When I catch your handle, let's see what you do. Bully me." The door locks of Shrek Academy are all the simplest spring locks. Anyone with a little knowledge can easily pick them open. After all, in such a poor school, no one bothers to steal things. After easily prying open Qiling's door, Ning Rong Rong took a deep breath and slowly opened Qiling's door nervously. For a young lady like her, it was the first time in her life to sneak into a boy's room secretly. Facts have proved that Ning Rong Rong's actions are definitely worth the price of admission, even far exceeding expectations. Because of his previous experience, Qiling knew that when cultivating the true dragon body, the body would eliminate impurities, so this time, he did not wear any clothes except underwear. So, Ning Rong Rong was completely unprepared and admired the muscles all over Qiling's body. The solid yet smooth lines made her stunned for a moment. It turns out that the human body can really be so perfect that it can be called a work of art? This was the first sentence that Ning Rongrong thought of at that moment. Then, Ning Rongrong reacted, screamed immediately, and ran out. Fortunately, at this time, Qiling had already completed the training of the second level of True Dragon Body, otherwise he would definitely go crazy under Ning Rongrong's high decibel bombardment. After Ning Rongrong ran out, her mind went blank and she ran directly back to the playground. When other people saw her appearance, they all asked what happened. Of course, Ning Rongrong could not say that if she sneaked into Qiling's room and saw him without clothes, she would be embarrassed to death. Just when she was in a panic, with her face flushed and not knowing what to say, Qiling had already packed up and came here. Faced with everyone's inquiries, he smiled and said, "Oh, Rongrong came to see me just now and saw a cockroach." He was probably frightened. Ning Rongrong raised her nose and said, "Humph, I did see a cockroach, or a cockroach without clothes." Tang San and others were immediately confused. Are cockroaches still wearing clothes? Flanders looked at Qiling's appearance, but suddenly said in surprise, "Qiling, have you become stronger again?" Qiling couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. As expected of a four-eyed owl, he immediately discovered the fact that he had made a breakthrough. The completion of the second level of True Dragon Body is quite obvious for Qiling's physical strengthening, even no less than a breakthrough in soul power. The current Qiling's physique is comparable to that of most soul beasts. It can be said that he is a true humanoid ferocious beast. After receiving a positive answer, Flanders sighed, "How much stronger do you want to become? It seems that as long as I don't see you for a day, you can immediately reach another level. If this continues, I don't think it will take long before you can beat your teacher Zhaowuji even if you don't use your ring sealing technique." Zhaowuji on the side snorted disdainfully, but he was also scared in his heart. The speed at which this boy became stronger was too incredible. What Flanders said was not impossible. Chapter 46, If you are not arrogant, you will waste your youth. Take a short break after getting ready. Shrek and the others started heading towards the Star Forest. Since the academy did not have a carriage, they all set off on foot. Except for Zhaowuji, the 8 people advanced in a shuttle formation. Dai Mubai opened the way. Tang San and Ma Hongjun were in the middle to take care of the whole audience. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were sweeping the formation on the flanks, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong were protected in the middle. As for Qiling, the strongest member of the team, he did his best to hold down the most dangerous position at the end of the team. After all, when moving forward, everyone's attention is focused on the front, and the position at the back is the most dangerous position. Not long after they started on their way, everyone felt the importance of the auxiliary soul master. In order to reach the Stardo Forest as quickly as possible, everyone naturally ran forward, consuming soul power at an alarming rate. But with the soul power provided by Oscar's sausage, everyone is less stressed and can maintain full energy at all times and maintain the same formation. As for the other auxiliary soul master in the team, Ning Rongrong, he did not use his soul skills because of the gap between him and everyone. In other words, it wasn't that she didn't want to use it, but that she couldn't find the right time to use her soul skill. Seeing how harmoniously Oscar got along with everyone, she felt a little envious. Qiling looked at this scene, sighed helplessly, and said, "Rongrong, use your soul skills to help everyone speed up. Otherwise, at this speed, we will probably have to sleep in the wild. Why should I use soul skills on you?" "Humph!" Ning Rongrong said duplicitously. "Haha, then think of it as me hiring you, 5 gold soul coins every hour. How about that? It's a high price, right?" Qiling said with a smile. "Humph! I don't care about your money." Although Ning Rongrong said this, he summoned his own 7 treasure glazed tile tower and used his own acceleration soul skill. As soon as the 7 treasure glazed tile tower came out, several people suddenly felt their bodies become lighter and their speed increased a lot. Everyone's attitude towards Ning Rongrong also changed a lot. Rongrong, thank you. Oscar said at this time, I feel much better. But Ning Rongrong pouted and whispered to himself, what's the use of thanking me? I didn't use the soul skills for you. Although everyone's speed has increased a lot, speeding up 8 people at the same time, even with Oscar's sausage to replenish soul power, is a huge burden for Ning Rongrong, not to mention she still needs to maintain her own speed. Finally, after 7 hours of persistence, Ning Rongrong finally reached her limit and was about to fall down as soon as her feet became weak. But at this moment, a pair of strong arms picked her up and carried her into his arms. Qi Ling picked up Ning Rongrong while continuing to run, and said in her ear, you did a great job, thank you for your hard work. When Ning Rongrong heard this, a smile appeared on her lips. She felt sleepy and fell asleep in Qi Ling's arms. Until nightfall, the people who had been traveling all day stopped in a small town not far from the Star Forest, preparing to rest for a night before moving on. Ma Hongjun and others, who were gasping for breath, looked at Qi Ling, who was holding Ning Rongrong all the way but not even breathing, and said depressedly, Boss Qi, are you still a human? Are you too strong? Qi Ling shrugged helplessly and said the classic line again, people and their physiques cannot be generalized. After discussion, everyone decided to rest in a hotel in the town for one night before setting off the next day. Qi Ling woke up Ning Rongrong, who was still sleeping. After she stretched in Qi Ling's arms, she said in a daze, is it dawn? Where is this? If you don't get up, it will be dark soon. Qi Ling said with a smile. Only then did Ning Rongrong realize that she was actually lying in Qi Ling's arms. She immediately let out a sweet cry, jumped up, and then sat next to Xiao Wu. After several people started ordering the food, Zhao Wuji walked upstairs alone. Ma Hongjun said that this is the rule of the college. Teachers will not charge students any benefits, and of course they will not pay any fees for them. Oh? There are such rules. Qi Ling said with a smile, this is quite novel. This is the first time I have seen such a school. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, that's natural. How can our Shrek Academy be the same as other academies? Anyway, I quite like this. Everything is clear and unpretentious. Qi Ling nodded and said, it is indeed clear, but it lacks some human touch. You eat first, and I will go find Teacher Zhao for a few drinks. After walking up to the second floor, Qi Ling sat directly at Zhao Wuji's desk. Zhao Wuji looked at him and said angrily, you brat, what are you doing? Fatty should have told you the rules of the academy, right? It's okay, I'm not Shrek's student now, I'm just a man who wants to drink. Qi Ling said, taking out a jar of century-old wine from his storage space, and slapped it on the table. Zhao Wuji was about to scold Qi Ling, but when Qi Ling slapped the wine jar away with a pop, he was speechless anymore. This wine is too fragrant. After swallowing quietly, Zhao Wuji still pretended to be serious and said, Humph, you want to drink, why don't you drink with them, but you come to me to drink. It's nothing, they are still children, but they can't drink such strong wine. Qi Ling said with a smile, besides, do men need a reason to drink? Ha ha ha, okay, you brat, what you said is to my liking. Zhao Wuji said with a smile, here, pour me the wine, I want to take a look, how strong is your wine? Seeing Qi Ling actually drinking strong drinks with Zhao Wuji, the others downstairs couldn't help but express their deep admiration. For this teacher Zhao, they actually still feel a little scared, and they are far from being able to move as freely as Qi Ling. Brother Qi is indeed a very human being. This is the first time I have seen someone who can treat teacher Zhao like this. Dai Mubai said with admiration, you know, I still don't dare to drink with teacher Zhao. Hearing someone praising his elder brother, Xiao Wu immediately said happily, of course, brother Qi is very powerful. He often says that people should not be arrogant and waste their youth, telling us that we should spend our youth while we are young and have fun. Everyone laughed after hearing this, and Ma Heng-jun said, Boss Chi is really similar to our dean. The dean often says that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. He tells us that if we are timid, we should not become soul masters. Oscar shook his head and said, well, I think we will never be able to live a life as free and easy and happy as Boss Chi. Tang San also nodded and said, brother is indeed unpredictable in his actions. Among the people I have ever met, there is no one more unruly than him. Seeing everyone praising Qiling, Ning Rongrong pouted and said, humph, how could he be so good, he would bully others. Hey, Rongrong, we all know, you call this flirting, right? Ma Heng-jun said with a malicious smile, Boss Chi hugged you all the way. How are you? Do you feel comfortable? Damn it, fat man, you're going to die. Ning Rongrong was so ashamed that she immediately chased Ma Heng-jun relentlessly, but he nimbly dodged him. Several people who were originally slightly separated, but in the process of talking about Qiling, their relationship became much harmonious. This may be one of Qiling's charms. Chapter 47, The Unlucky Guy from Kanghui College. While they were drinking, a group of 8 people suddenly walked in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged man, wearing a moon-white robe, very elegant, with the word Kanghui embroidered on it. Following the middle-aged man were 6 men and 1 woman. They looked to be in their early 20s. They were also wearing moon-white soul master robes and belonged to the same academy. Seeing these people, Qiling smiled. They must be the unlucky ones of Kanghui College. He and others were thought to have arrived here early and would not meet them. Who knows, but they met unexpectedly. It seems that this is fate. Sure enough, not long after the people from Kanghui College sat down, Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun couldn't help it anymore and started pointing at each other's female students, as if they wanted to kiss her. Being despised like this, the people of Kanghui Academy naturally refused to give up. Seeing that Tang San and others were all children, they couldn't help but want to teach them a lesson. But after several secret fights, the people from Kanghui College not only failed to take advantage, but were severely humiliated by several people and suffered a big loss. In this case, how could the people of Kanghui Academy endure it? The 7 students stood up together and glared at the table at Shrek Academy. They wanted to rush over, but were stopped by their teacher. Which college are you kids from? You're so ungrateful that you didn't call your teacher out. The middle-aged man said in a pretentious manner. You ugly monster! Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's just a fight, so just come over here. Xiao Wu jumped up from his seat excitedly, saying as if he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. The people at Kanghui College were furious, and except for the teacher and a girl, they all rushed over. On Shrek Academy's side, they were not the most economical either. Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun rushed forward directly, while Zhu Zuqing and Tang San held down the rear, protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar at the same time. Watching the 2 groups of people fighting downstairs, Zhao Wuji asked Qiling nonchalantly, why, your companions are all fighting, don't you, the boss, go down and help? What's the point of bullying a bunch of kids? Based on their level, I think Xiaosan can kill them all by himself. Qiling said nonchalantly. After all, although the opponent is much older, he doesn't even have a 3rd ring soul master, and his talent is far inferior to that of Shrek. This is not a fair battle from the beginning. The result was just as Qiling expected. The people of Kanghui Academy did not last long under the hands of Tang San and others before they were defeated and completely lost their will to fight. Seeing his students defeated, the teacher couldn't sit still and stepped forward and said, "Stop! You all stand down." Although the students of Kanghui College were dissatisfied, they also understood that they alone were no match for Shrek's group, so they had no choice but to retreat. I am Yeshikyu, Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College. Which sect are you from? Yeshikyu stepped forward and said. We are from Shrek Academy, not a sect. Ma Hongjun said proudly. Shrek Academy? I don't think I've heard of it. Knowing that the other party was not a sect, Yeshaikia felt relieved and felt confident in speaking. Daimyo Bai snorted coldly at this time and said, Humph, that's because you are ignorant. You haven't even heard of it at Shrek Academy. I think your Kanghui Academy is nothing more than that. Yeshaikia frowned, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he released his martial spirit, Black Turtle, possessed. Along with the Black Soul mark, Yeshaikia became possessed by a martial spirit, his limbs shortened at the same time, and a huge turtle shell bulged out from his back. At the same time, 5 soul rings emerged from the solace of his feet. He rose, revealing his identity as the Soul King, and immediately suppressed the momentum of everyone in Shrek. You ignorant kids, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can do whatever you want. Yeshaikia said, call the teacher from your college to come out, and I want to talk to him. Ma Hongjun screamed strangely, you, an old bastard, want to see our teacher? Just a few of us are enough. Yeshaikia hated being called a bastard the most in his life. He immediately said angrily, what a boy, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I will teach you a lesson today. Let's go outside. Looking at the Shrek people and Yeshaikia going outside together, Zhao Wuji said to Qiling, although these guys are powerful, they are probably no match for the Soul King. Qiling nodded and said, indeed, Daimyo Bai, who has the highest soul power among them, is only a soul master. The gap is too big. Then, shall you go up or shall I? Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a battle choice. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to fight, let Zhao Wuji step in to resolve the battle, and receive rewards, a pot of fine wine and a 10-year soul ring. Option 2, fight in person and defeat Soul King Yeshaikia, and receive the reward, Soul Guidance Device, Black Demon Cloak, Level 5. It is another soul tool. It seems that this should be a defensive soul tool. Qiling cannot miss it. The more of these things, the better. Moreover, this is a level 5 defensive soul tool, which means that it can defend against attacks at the Soul King level. For now, it is enough. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, fighting in person and receiving the reward, Soul Guidance Device, Black Demon Cloak, Level 5. I'll do it, I just want to relax a bit. Qiling stood up, moved his body and said, but before that, let them experience the feeling of fighting against the Soul King. Zhao Wuji looked at Qiling with a relaxed look on his face, and smiled helplessly. He didn't take a Soul King seriously in his words. Who could have imagined that he was just a great soul master? However, when these words came out of Qiling's mouth, no one felt that they were inconsistent. Zhao Wuji didn't know when he started, but he also felt that this kid Qiling should be invincible. Maybe it's like Flanders said, before long, this kid will be able to beat himself with his bare hands. In order to prepare for that time, should I first establish a good relationship with him? Facing an expert at the Soul King level, Tang San and the others no longer held back, they all showed their best, preparing to face off head-on. To test how hard this old turtle's shell was. Fortunately, the opponent was a defensive spirit master, so Tang San and others had the possibility to compete with him. If the opponent was a strong attack or agility attack spirit master, then Tang San and others would have no chance. Possibly fight with the other party. The formations used by the few people were still Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu's main attack, Zhu Zuking's raiding formation, and Tang San's control. Facing Yeshaikia, Ma Hongjun's flames can restrain the opponent, but the effect is very limited. As for the others, the situation was rather miserable. The Black Turtle was an ice attribute martial spirit. Under the influence of the ice attribute, even their speed was affected. And more importantly, Yeshaikia is not a soul master who focuses exclusively on defense. Among his soul skills, there are also soul skills that can carry out long-range attacks. Chapter 48, Super, Dragon Fist. After a fight, everyone in Shrek was more or less injured by the ice, and Yeshaikia was even more surprised. Not only are these young men highly capable, but they also work well together. Which academy produced so many geniuses? Although he had scruples, if he was defeated by a few students like this, Yeshaikia would have no place to put his face. He rolled his eyes and immediately took it into consideration. Tang San used his blue-silver grass to assist Xiaowu and Dai Mubai, and launched another fierce attack on Yeshaikia. Zhu Zuqing also took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him from behind. But just after the three people came to him, Yeshaikia suddenly used Xian Shui Frozen to control the three people. For this move, Tang San had already prepared for it. The blue-silver grass was activated and immediately pulled the three of them back to a safe position. Little did they know that this was exactly the effect Yeshaikia wanted to achieve. Humph! Little brat, compared with my actual combat experience, you are still far behind. Yeshaikia said, and suddenly spit out a black cold current from his mouth, which was his fourth soul skill Xian Shui Stirring. And Yeshaikia's target was not Tang San and others, but Ning Rongrong, who was being protected by several people. Injuring 10 of his fingers would be better than cutting off one of them. Yeshaikia's plan was to reduce the opponent's number and then defeat them one by one. Seeing that Yeshaikia's Xian Shui was about to hit Ning Rongrong, Tang San and others were already unable to rescue him, but Qi Ling suddenly appeared from the sky and protected Ning Rongrong in his arms. Then he waved the cloak behind him, and Yeshaikia's mysterious water hit it, but was blocked by force. Then Qi Ling took off the cloak behind him, put it on Ning Rongrong, came to Yeshaikia and said, "Okay, mistress, you go back to eat first, leave this old turtle to me." When Ma Hongjun saw Qi Ling coming, he immediately said happily, "Wow! Boss Qi, you are finally willing to take action. That's great. Now we can rest." Tang San cautiously said to Qi Ling, "Brother, his martial spirit is very special, you have to be careful." Qi Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, no matter how special you are, can you still be more special than me?" Present moment everyone in Shrek Academy returned to the restaurant, planning to see how Qi Ling taught Yeshaikia a lesson. Before Ning Rongrong left, he added his own soul skills to Qi Ling. Yeshaikia looked at this young man who easily blocked his soul skills and said, "Who are you? Are you also a student of this Shrek Academy?" "You guessed it, but I still have an identity now." Qi Ling said with a smile, "I'm here to break your turtle shell." Yeshaikia was furious. These brats repeatedly violated his taboos. It was really intolerable, but who could not be tolerated? Humph! Don't talk nonsense, kid. What can you, a little great soul master, do to me? Yeshaikia sneered. My black tortoise carapace is where the essence of the martial spirit resides. Even an attack-type soul king, not to mention you, can't break it. Oh? So powerful! Qi Ling said indifferently, how will you know if you don't try? Humph! You don't overestimate your capabilities. If that's the case, then do it. Yeshaikia said, his whole body shrank back into the turtle shell, fully demonstrating what it means to be a turtle with a shrunken head. Soul skills, black turtle armor, ice barrier. Yeshaikia used 2 defensive soul skills in succession, thinking that he had reached the most perfect state. You brat, if you're not afraid of freezing your hands off, just come on. Really, there is such a person, begging others to beat him, there is really no way. Qi Ling smiled and summoned his martial spirit, Dragon Emperor, possessed. If Yeshaikia uses his ice characteristics to fight with him, it will be difficult for Qi Ling to deal with him with his ice control ability. But now, relying on his turtle shell, he actually dares to stand still and let Qi Ling hit him, then he is undoubtedly asking for his own death. The reason for this is that after Qi Ling's true dragon body broke through the 2nd level, he mastered a very terrifying attribute. When combined with his soul skill Dragon Fist, it can achieve very amazing effects. At that moment, the 1000-year soul ring on Qiling's body lit up. He clenched his right fist tightly, but did not swing it out immediately. Instead, he focused all his attention on his right fist, constantly gathering his soul power. As the soul power in his right fist gathered more and more, the eyes of everyone around him were attracted to him. Ma Hongzhen swallowed and said, "What is Boss Qi doing? Is he planning to destroy the world?" Zhao Wuji wiped his cold sweat with a cautious expression and said to himself, "I don't know if I can catch this punch." Yes, the ability Qiling has is to accumulate power. The longer you accumulate strength, the greater your power will be. This so-called energy accumulation is not just about gathering the power of one's own body, but also allows Qiling to gather a large amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment to further increase the power of his punch. As the charge increases, the power of Qiling's punch will become more and more amazing, 45 times, 50 times, 55 times. When the charge limit is reached, the punch can even exert 100 times the destructive power. This is my new ability, I call it Super, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Qiling said, "Feel honored, old turtle, you are the first person to have tasted this punch?" The next second, the punch that shocked everyone was swung by Qiling and hit Yeshaiki's turtle shell. The incomparable power even caused the surrounding space to temporarily freeze. Yeshaiki's ice barrier seemed to be made of paper and had no effect. The punch hit his turtle shell firmly. Click, click. A slight crisp sound came out, and everyone looked intently. It turned out to be the turtle shell behind Yeshaikiu, which cracked into pieces at this time. But Yeshaikiu suddenly fell forward without any reaction. Under the impact of Qiling's punch, he was stunned and fainted. "Teacher! Teacher!" The students of Kanghui College were shocked and rushed forward to lift Yeshaikiu up, only to find that he had even released his martial spirit possession. They never expected that their teacher, a 5-ring Soul King, could not even sustain a move under Qiling. Who was he? "I'm sorry, it's a bit harsh, you won't mind, right?" Qiling said with a smile, "If anyone is still dissatisfied, I'll be here at any time." How could a few students from Kanghui College have the courage? They just want to escape from this place as quickly as possible. The person in front of them is clearly more terrifying than the soul beasts in the Star Do Forest. After everyone at Kanghui Academy fled in despair, Qiling stretched out his right hand and gasped, "This old turtle's shell is really hard." Although Qiling's move just now was indeed very powerful, the force was too powerful and exceeded the limit that he could bear. Coupled with Yeshaiki's ice attribute damage, he was no longer able to punch again at this time. But victory is victory, and you have to pretend to be cool. After all, if you had just covered your right hand and screamed, your coolness would have dropped by more than one level. Chapter 49, Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake. After Qiling returned to the hotel, Ma Hongzhen was the first to rush up and said with admiration, "Wow! Boss Qi, you are simply my idol. The 7 of us worked hard for a long time, but we couldn't get any benefit from that old turtle. You killed him with one punch. Isn't this too exaggerated?" "Of course, Brother Qi is omnipotent," Xiao Wu also said excitedly at this time. "A bunch of little damn, you guys are so excited." Zhao Wuji came down from upstairs and said, "Go to bed quickly, we have to get up early tomorrow." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, "Teacher Zhao, Brother Qi was so majestic just now. Why don't you praise him? He still uses me to praise you? You just praise him to the sky." Zhao Wuji said angrily, "That old turtle is also unlucky. It's not good to offend anyone. He offended a little monster like you." "That's wrong, Teacher Zhao. Not only Boss Qi is a monster, but all of us at Shrek Academy are monsters." Ma Hongzhen said, "It's just that Boss Qi is the king of monsters among us." "The king of monsters? He's quite majestic." Zhao Wuji said with a smile, "Okay, you guys, go to bed early and don't be late tomorrow." Afterwards, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. When Qiling was about to leave, Ning Rongrong grabbed him and handed him the cloak from before. Qiling smiled and took the cloak, but Ning Rongrong did not let go. Instead, she smiled slyly and said, "Why don't you take it with your right hand?" Qiling smiled helplessly, "You still discovered me." "Humph! You can hide it from them, how can you hide it from me?" Ning Rongrong said with a little pride, "I am Ning Rongrong." "Yes, yes, you are the smartest." Qiling said helplessly, then stretched out his right hand, "Keep it a secret for me." Looking at Qiling's right hand, Ning Rongrong frowned and said, "Why do you boys love to show off so much? How long will it take for such a serious injury to heal?" "Haha, I can't help it. It's a boy's nature to be cool." Qiling said with a smile, "It's just a little injury, it will be fine tomorrow." "Hey, bragging!" Ning Rongrong said in disbelief. Afterwards, Ning Rongrong carefully bandaged Qiling's injuries, and the two of them went back to their rooms to sleep. But what Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Qiling was really not bragging. Qiling, who practices the 9 turns true dragon art, has an incredible body repair ability. In just one night, the injury on his right hand was restored to its original state. On the second day, Ning Rongrong looked at Qiling's intact right hand, blinked her eyes, and wondered if she had hallucinated yesterday. When everyone arrived, Zhao Wuji led everyone and began to move towards the Star Forest. From here on, they can already enter the Star Do Forest. What they need to guard against is not only the ferocious spirit beasts, but also the spirit masters who are even more ferocious than the spirit beasts. Unlike the soul-hunting forests run by the Empire, the Star Do Forest is a true paradise for soul beasts. You can find almost any soul beast here, and the closer you get to the depths of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts are. While moving forward, Qiling opened the wheel of destiny on his body. The pointer of the wheel was still pointing in the direction of the Star Forest. It seemed that he could indeed gain something from this trip. After driving for another long time, everyone finally entered the outskirts of the Star Do Forest. Looking at the lush and towering ancient trees in front of them, everyone felt a little more uneasy, not knowing what they would encounter on this trip. "Okay. Stop." Zhao Wuji motioned for everyone to stop and said, "After this, our family will enter the Star Forest. Do you all remember the things you should pay attention to?" After receiving affirmative answers from everyone, Zhao Wuji nodded and said, "Very good. Remember, after entering the forest, do not provoke unnecessary soul beasts. If you encounter any situation, you must discuss it with everyone first. What we are looking for Oscar are naturally soul beasts that are over 1,000 years old. Once we find a suitable target, we will try to hit it with one strike. No one is allowed to attack the soul beast easily without my order. Do you understand?" "Clear." Afterwards, everyone maintained their basic formation and began to search for suitable soul beasts. However, the size of the Star Do Forest was far beyond everyone's imagination. It was not that easy to find the right soul beast. An hour later, although Qiling and the others encountered many soul beasts, including a few soul beasts that were over 1,000 years old, their attributes were not suitable for Oscar. Seeing that everyone was exhausted from being tortured by the forest environment, Zhao Wuji had no choice but to order everyone to rest in place for an hour. After all, this is still on the outskirts of the Star Forest. If you continue to go deeper, you may not encounter any danger. It is necessary to adjust the state to the best. When it comes to coming to the Star Forest, the happiest person is naturally Xiao Wu, and Qiling also knows the reason, because this is where she has lived since she was a child. Just after everyone rested for half an hour, Qiling suddenly raised his head and said silently in his heart, "Here we come." In his fiery eyes, several kilometers away from them, a flying snake was flying toward them at high speed. This snake has a fleshy crest on its head and a fan-shaped tail. It is exactly the soul beast that Oscar should win, the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Everyone, pay attention. Something is coming. Qiling stood up and said to everyone. To the southeast, a crested snake that is about 1,000 years old is flying towards us. Oscar, you have a soul ring. Everyone was shocked at this time, including Zhao Wuji. As a soul saint, he has not found any signs of the snake at this time. Qiling actually knows its year. Is this still a human being? But in any case, as Qiling said, this crested snake is the most suitable choice for Oscar in every aspect, and there is no reason to miss it. So under the command of Zhao Wuji, Shrek and the others successfully forced the crested snake into a desperate situation. After all, although it is a 1,000-year soul beast, apart from its own speed, there is really nothing noteworthy about this phoenix-tailed crested snake. And under Zhao Wuji's gravity amplification and positioning tracking, no matter how fast it is useless. Ha ha ha, it's done. Zhao Wuji firmly grasped the crested snake with one hand, and at the same time took out a knife and handed it to Oscar. The night is long and the dream is long, Oscar, hurry up and do it. Start from under the snake's crown. With just one stab, you can destroy its brain and get the soul ring. Oscar took the dagger excitedly, and then came to the crested snake, his excitement beyond words. After all, he is only a 14-year-old boy, and he is about to become the youngest food-type soul master in history. How can such an achievement not surprise people? Brother Snake, I'm sorry, but I really need your soul ring. Oscar felt cruel, raised the dagger in his hand, and stabbed the crested snake. Chapter 50, Simple Mengyuran. Just when Oscar was about to take action, suddenly, a hoarse voice shouted, "Stop!" Then, two figures appeared from the direction where the coxcomb snake came from and stood in front of everyone. The two people, one old and one young, are both women. The old woman looked to be 60 or 70 years old, with white hair, but a ruddy complexion and a strong posture. In her hand was a snake head crutch, which was constantly beating with the 6 soul rings. The girl next to the old woman looked to be only about 16 years old. She was dressed in neat clothes, which covered her well-developed figure and outlined thrilling curves, especially the water snake waist, which was really eye-opening. Although the girl was not stunningly beautiful, she had a certain charm between her brows. Her brown eyes stared closely at the crested snake in Zhao Wuji's hand, which also held a snake-headed crutch. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, everyone in Shrek felt nervous. In the Stardow Forest, snatching soul beasts is nothing new, and killings for this purpose also happen from time to time. However, the old woman only had 6 soul rings, so she was obviously just a 6-ring soul emperor, while Zhao Wuji was a 7-ring soul saint, so she had full advantages. "What's the matter with you?" Zhao Wuji said with a bad look on his face. Zhao Wuji, the immovable king, was never a good person. The old woman looked at the soul ring on Zhao Wuji and was secretly frightened. She knew that she could not force herself at this time, otherwise she might not only fail to get the soul ring, but also risk her own life. The old woman had no choice but to say, "Brother, I look up to the sky. This coxcomb snake is one that my granddaughter and I have tracked all the way here, but it already belongs to us. Please be noble and return it to us." When Zhao Wuji heard Chao Tianxiang's name, he was startled, and he naturally recognized her as the snake lady among the unparalleled dragons and snakes. Since she was here, Duke Long must be not far away. Once the two of them met, he would never be able to get any benefits. But it was not easy to get Zhao Wuji to spit out what he had eaten, so he and Chao Tianxiang immediately started to talk. Chao Tianxiang was wary of Zhao Wuji's strength, but was also shocked by the potential of everyone in Shrek Academy. After thinking for a while, she said, "Brother Zhao, let's not talk nonsense. How about just following the rules of the Soul Master world? Oh? What are the rules of the Soul Master world? Senior, please state it clearly. Zhao Wuji said. It's very simple. Since your student also needs this soul ring, how about letting the two of them compete based on their strength? Chao Tianxiang said. Haha, senior, this is not possible, because my student is an auxiliary soul master, how can he fight? Zhao Wuji said with a smile. How about this? I'll give you someone else. He's also in the realm of a great soul master. How do you compare with him? Chao Tianxiang frowned and looked at Meng Yuren, seemingly asking her what she meant. Meng Yuren raised his head and said bluntly, no. If you want to compete with me, of course you have to choose your opponent. This time it was Zhao Wuji who hesitated and said, then who do you want to compete with? Meng Yuren looked at everyone in Shrek one by one, and finally set his sights on Qiling. This pretty boy is so handsome, so he must be a showman who is worthless and useless. Of course, he has to be picky about the persimmons. I want to compete with him. Meng Yuren pointed at Qiling and said proudly. Meng Yuren thought that everyone at Shrek Academy would have disappointed and nervous expressions at this time. After all, they were definitely losing. But who would have expected that when they saw that they had chosen Qiling, everyone in Shrek's expressions became very strange, and even the fat man couldn't help laughing. Zhao Wuji also suppressed his smile and said, do you really want to compete with him? Don't regret it. Hey, what's there to regret? I don't believe I'm inferior to you. Meng Yuren said proudly. No, 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 you have no idea who will win among the others, but you picked him. Zhao Wuji said helplessly, oh, Qiling, you should be gentler. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao, I'm measured. Qiling easily jumped in front of Meng Yuren and said, tell me, little girl, how do you want to compare? Girl. Meng Yuren's eyes widened and he said angrily, impolite guy, I'm older than you, you should call me sister. If you win, I will call you sister. Qiling said with a smile, okay, let's talk about the competition quickly. Meng is still proud, he said, humph. Since you are also a great soul master, I won't bully you. Let's compare our soul power to see whose soul power is more powerful. Ptahaha! Before Meng Yuren finished speaking, Ma Hongjun suddenly burst out laughing, comparing soul power. Comparing soul power with Boss Chi? Ha ha ha! The others also looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh at this time, which made Meng Yuren confused. Why are you laughing? Are you crazy? No, no, but little girl, I suggest you don't compete with me in terms of soul power. Qiling said helplessly, otherwise, you will lose miserably. I don't believe it. You only have 2 soul rings, how much stronger than me? Meng still didn't believe it. Qiling had no choice but to directly choose to possess the spirit. At the same time, in order to be more convincing, this time he manifested the spirit of the Blood Demon Emperor. When the 2 bright purple soul rings lit up, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuren did the same action together. They wiped their eyes at the same time, wondering if they had seen it wrong. How is this possible? How can you obtain 2,000-year soul rings? Chao Tianxiang said in disbelief. As for Meng Yuren, she was even more shocked because the 2 yellow century-old soul rings were still floating on her snake staff martial spirit. Compared with Qiling's 1,000-year soul ring, she was immediately embarrassed. I've told you, I don't want to bully you if I don't compete with you. Qiling said helplessly, you'd better compare with me. Then, let's compare our eyesight. Meng Yuren said. She is usually good at using hidden weapons and is quite confident in her eyesight. But who would have thought that Qiling shook his head again and said, you little girl, you feel more like I am bullying you than anything else. On the colorful sycamore tree 5 kilometers to the southeast, on the 36th leaf of the 48th branch, there are 3 insects, 2 red and 1 yellow. The red one is the fly feather species, and the yellow one is the giant foot species. Qi Ling said casually. Senior Chao Tianxiang, please confirm whether what I said is correct. Chao Tianxiang headed towards the direction Qi Ling said with a suspicious look on her face, but her heart was full of disbelief. It is impossible for humans to achieve such vision. Could this kid be bluffing me? But when Chao Tianxiang came back, the expression on her face had turned into shock. Meng still said in disbelief, Grandma, how is it? Could it be? Chao Tianxiang nodded, it's the same as what he said. Qi Ling, who had blazing eyes and golden eyes, had a vision beyond what normal people could imagine. Even if Tang San maximized his purple demon eyes, he still wouldn't be able to reach Qi Ling's level. Meng Yuan did not expect that her two most proud skills were not even qualified to compete with Qi Ling. This could not help but cause a serious blow to her. Ma Hongjun, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, gloated and said to Oscar next to him, it's so miserable. Ever since she chose to compete with Boss Qi, I knew she was going to lose, but I didn't expect that she would lose so miserably. Oscar said, SHH. Keep your voice down, if she hears it, it will be so embarrassing. What if she doesn't compete with Boss Qi?